depicts like illustrations of what they were going to do. And everything basically on what you guys are talking about with Starlink and all that kind of stuff is done with these balloon satellites. Like the same exact thing, no difference of what you see up there. Now, the same thing you're saying, well, you see something that's traveling at high speeds without any like like a plane would have engines or thrust or like anything like that, but they're traveling. Looks like the idea that something's falling around the Earth. But in this instance, they're following these trade winds that are up so far in altitude that they're taking advantage of these winds at different heights. So they have something on the on board. I don't know if it's on the satellite or not, but it inflates the balloon and it makes it go higher or lower, and so it raises and lowers and catches these winds. And these winds up there, they're actually crosswinds. They're going against each other, and like they're catching these like these I don't know, kind of like the jet stream. You know, like when something gets into the jet stream, it goes a lot faster. There's currents up there that have not been discussed or at least talked about in this arena the way that I'm mentioning it to you right now. That within that project, they already knew how and it shows illustrations of how they were doing this, right? So they knew how to cluster a bunch of these satellites in one location to give them a stationary position and or raise them up higher or lower to get them move along to different areas. And
so they're not. So they're moving. Then they're not stationary. The satellites.
No, they are. Yeah, they're both. They had the ability to be stationary by having this knowledge of these winds. So they were able to put them in certain locations in altitude. And like I'm saying, I'm only telling you from what the description was on that website. And it'll tell you further how the technology they're using and all that. So that technology did exist, and it still does today. And they've been using this old balloon technology a long time ago, too. Like, you guys know this. They should know this anyway.
It is interesting that the Chinese spy balloon looks an awful lot like a satellite.
Well, I mean, it was a satellite.
It's much lower down in altitude. Well, yeah, technically. Well, I don't know about that, actually. I don't think that's the definition of a satellite. But, yeah, it's much lower down in altitude. You can see it if you just get a pair of binoculars.
But the only thing I'm saying, man, with this argument is that it's not just this idea that you have low Earth orbit satellites. Like, there is the possibility there already with the technology that exists right now today that something doesn't have that propulsion like you do, like you were saying, and it could be traveling at speeds higher than anything like they could fly up there.
I agree, Mayhem. I agree that's possible, but
that's all I'm saying. I'm not.
Yeah. I guess the only counter, would just be like, I mean, what someone might say is just that, well, one, you can get a pretty clear view of these satellites and see an apparent balloon. And two, you could probably say that you could know where those trade winds were at any given time. And if it's not meeting that pathway, then it's obviously not in the trade wind, right?
And I cut out there. Somebody was calling me. Yeah, I guess I could say that there has to be a lot of things involved with that, but we haven't talked about that here, so nobody's done the research and looked into that specifically, which is kind of like why I'm pointing you guys in the direction right now. So if you can't... Did I lose you guys? Hello?
Yeah, I was just saying it's my new argument that I constructed yesterday. It was foolproof.
What'd you say? You cut out.
I said it's my new argument that I made it yesterday to kind of like demonstrate that our hypothetical radius could be verified, and we could know that such a satellite was at least in the sky, and at least it has to confirm that it's not within the friction-based atmosphere, right? And then things might follow from there, right?
No, yeah, I mean, but there's these trade winds. Like, anyway, I mean, you'd have to. There's a whole other discussion that has to deal with that, but like not solidifying the fact that.
What about the winds?
So, did you look up Project Loon that I was talking about right now? Just type it into Google real quick. It's gonna help me. Kind of...
No, dude. Like, what do you mean?
Type in Project Loon. Project Loon.
Into Google. What I said in response was just, let's say that these winds, are up there, right? And that what if, because we could probably know which direction they're going in, right?
Yes, they do.
What if you looked up, right, and you saw the satellite going against the wind?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying now. No, okay. So when you go, and the reason why I'm directing you to this, Britt, if you're listening to me right now, guy, please go and check this website out, because it's going to show you. There's a diagram where they show the balloon actually, and the winds are actually cross. There's about maybe 4 or 5. I'm not kidding you. I'm not saying this because I'm saying it. But you look on the diagram, there's about 3 or 4 winds that are going opposite to each other. So depending on whether the balloon raises and lowers in altitude, it's going to catch one of these winds and it's going to go at a super high speed on one of the winds.
So just to be clear, you're counting on all satellites to stay up in the air because the wind is blowing them around?
You go look at Project Loon, for goodness sakes.
So, hey,
I'm
I'm
not
looking at the
it's not coming. It's
I'm
not
reading
coming.
it right
Project
now.
Loon doesn't
I'm not
exist.
saying
They shut down in 2021.
I
So
know.
who else is doing this?
Well,
It
that's
should be.
fine, but I'm reading it right now, and it says the loon balloons lasted only 8 days before having to be brought down. Today's balloons last on average over 100 days, with most exceeding that time in flight. A handful last as long as 130 days, which also, like, just to that point, like, let's say it lasted longer, right? Let's say it was like 500 days or something. Well, these satellites, they're just regular devices like our phones and stuff like that. For these devices to communicate, they use things called packets, and in order to transmit a packet, it's going to require a device with a MAC address. And so this MAC address, you could communicate with satellites to this day. For instance, Somalia took over some of the U.S. satellites that ended up, they're not like out of service, but we kind of like left them behind. We just said, like, old technology, we have better satellites, who cares?
Yeah,
But
space junk. I know what you mean.
right, and so these same satellites that they're using for communications in Somalia have the same MAC address that it left the ground with decades ago, which is,
Yeah,
well over 500 days.
like all of that stuff that you guys are saying, it still hasn't, and it's missing the point of verification for us. All we have is data. So the data is verified only by whatever computer system that you can use to actually check that out. If you really wanted to be nosy and find that out, right? Whatever.
So I have some receivers. I could so actually, kind of my background, I love like wireless communications. Like, I, for work, like, set up like wireless point to points and stuff like that. And I have like a parabolic dish and everything. I could just hook it up to one of these receivers and pull like information from the NOAA satellites, which the NOAA satellites, you have to wait for them to like pass over within certain windows of the day, and then you could beam over to the next one, so on and so forth. But even those satellites, like, that's a testable thing that you can do and still receive a MAC address from it.
I don't think
without going to a different database or something to look that up.
Nobody's saying that you can't do that. I don't think anybody in here is saying that there's not technology in the sky. Like, that's whatever. That's really, it's not. It's a non-point here for me.
The reason why I built this argument kind of yesterday was because, I mean, the question then would be, when you say, for instance, oh, we should be able to do it from Earth and so on, and someone says, well, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but what we can do is do it from a satellite, like, make these measurements of the Earth, right? And you start to run into some issues on your side where a lot of you do deny that space is real, and obviously a frictionless space that's occupying these objects might just come into problems for you. And to the idea that we can't measure, well, if we have verification of a radius because we can send something into space, we'll confirm the radius, right? Because we got it right.
Yeah, because I mean, if the sun and moon are very small and very close, like you're saying that denser objects fall.
No one said that. No one said that.
Yeah. No, so you don't think that denser objects fall and
No. The premise
less dense objects rise?
Are small and close. Who said that?
So you don't think the sun and moon are small and close?
That's not our argument.
Do you have an argument at
this
point?
We don't know. Like,
I noticed that flat earthers, they like to like I'll make a very charitable interpretation about the worldview. I'll say something like the Earth is flat, and they'll be like, "We never said that."
That's a stereotype fallacy. Stereotype fallacy. I'm calling it out right now. So when you come into this room, you have to ask us what we think, and we'll tell
Do you think the Earth is flat?
The sun and the moon is what we're talking about, sir. What happened to him? He just quit.
I think he disconnected. There he is.
Yo, you still there?
Neon.
Oh, sorry.
Oh wait, is he muted or
no?
So in a 24/7 flat Earth VC, y'all don't talk about the Earth being flat. You sure?
Sir, you just mentioned the sun and moon being close and local. I said that is not our argument, and you went off to say, "Well, you don't think the Earth is flat? How are
do you think the Earth is flat? I'm trying to start there.
The Earth is flat, but I'm saying that the idea that you said right now, you put us in a stereotype fallacy, saying that.
Okay,
So
do you think that the Earth is flat? Do you think that there's a firmament?
The firmament is the boundary between the Earth and the sky, so that would be the limit. Yep.
Okay.
That would be.
Do you think the firmament is made from any physical objects, or do you think it's just a conceptual boundary?
No, it's a physical. It has physical attributes. What the physicality?
What's it made of?
That's what I was just gonna say. Whatever it's made of, I don't think we can define its properties, but it is physical. It would have to be.
We've defined every element on the periodic table at this point, right?
no? I don't believe so.
I don't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that if you think that, then that means you've already experienced every element.
We're still waiting for Godmonium.
Anyways, but like not.
What is the atomic weight of Godmonium?
But not what that guy.
It's unknown.
Why are you guys entertaining this guy? Speaking of this, is not interesting. Listen.
Well, I mean, I think it's very interesting that you're claiming that the firmament is made of a physical material that can't be defined. How do you know that?
Because gas pressure that's the way you achieve gas pressure. The only way you can achieve it is if you have a physical containment. So physical.
That's not true.
Oh, so
if gravity exists, then planetary bodies with a large enough, gravitational influence would hold atmosphere on the Earth.
How do you have gas pressure without physical containment?
Gravity.
Gravity. Okay.
Gravity is the container.
Do you have a demonstration of gravity?
That's ridiculous.
Where's your evidence or your demonstration that gravity can be a container, sir? Anywhere on Earth.
That gravity can. I didn't say gravity can be a container.
You just said gravity.
Who said that? Gravity can be a container.
He just did.
The gravitational field is the container.
Okay. Okay. Gravitational field being a container. Now, show me on Earth where gravitational fields are a container. I need a demonstration, please.
Yeah, it's the entire atmosphere, dude. Like, what do you mean?
Go to 7-Eleven. Get me a gravity Coca-Cola can.
You're gonna point.
Other planets.
You're gonna point.
That we've observed.
Dude,
we've also observed other planets with an atmosphere.
And say that's your evidence? Are you going to point to this guy and say that's your evidence right there?
Well, do you think that Venus is round and has an atmosphere?
No, I don't think things.
Wait,
sir, actually, you're not giving me a demonstration of gravity fields being a container. Are you giving a demonstration of how a gravity field is a container? Yes or no?
Yeah. So that my example would be Venus. Venus has a gravitational field, and Venus also has an atmosphere.
Wait, what modeling planet can I get gravity cans? Tell me right now.
Who's the third wheel coming in here? Dude, just settle down for a little bit. What I'm saying.
My example would be Venus. And Venus has a gravitational field.
Yo, what the fuck, man? All right, so if you're gonna say Venus has gravitational fields and that it's a container holding gas, now what's the demonstration for that? For that to be real?
I mean, when we sent satellites to Venus, and we've done
other people have, sir. Other people have done these things.
Oh, so you want me to go to Venus?
I want you to verify that information that you heard that gravitational fields on Venus are true.
Well, do you know? We can accept that Venus is round, right? Like, you believe that.
I want to accept what you're saying is true by a demonstration. Now, can you provide?
Do you want me to first demonstrate that Venus is round, and then Venus has a gravitational field, and then Venus has an atmosphere?
I think you're getting lost in the plot.
Just a second.
Well, but I'm trying to establish what level of
proof. Who the fuck is talking? What the fuck?
I'm trying to establish your threshold of evidence.
Right?
So you're very keen to avoid providing a threshold of evidence.
What you're not doing right now, sir, is you're saying Venus has gravitational fields holding the gas, Earth has gravitational field holding the gas, and
it does.
Literally We literally don't have a demonstration like I'm asking you for. Where is the demonstration?
Yeah, and I'm asking you to clarify what threshold of evidence you would want for a
Okay,
demonstration.
the threshold
It seems like what we have so far.
Let me tell you.
Can I finish my point?
The fucking threshold is an
Can I finish
actual
my point?
demonstration of gravitational fields being a container.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get. So I'm trying to specify like what threshold of evidence you would need to accept that, okay, this thing that I'm showing you is in fact a demonstration of a gravitational field containing an atmosphere, right? And I figure if we look at another planet and it appears to be round no matter what position it is relative to us, and it appears to have an atmosphere, that would be a sufficient demonstration, right? Would that be a sufficient demonstration?
No,
dude, you didn't. You just
require
a yes or no question.
You're just looking at shit and you haven't demonstrated anything. You haven't said, okay, look, let me take this gravitational field right here and let me show you how it's going to be the container. Everybody watching, look at this gravitational field right here. You're not doing that. You're just saying.
Want me to? So
you want me to build
a
let me look. Let me look up at the sky. You're just saying. Let me look up at the sky. Let me point to it and say, "Thus saith the gravitational field." Right there. It's right there.
Mayhem. So Mayhem, are you saying that you want like oh god, what's it called?
Experiment.
Spectrographic imaging indicating that. Oh yes, yeah, so you want an experiment that would prove that spectrographic imaging would prove that Venus has
fuck no, dude. I want an experiment to prove gravitational fields hold gas pressure.
Okay, so you would want to look at Venus, and then you'd want to hold on, Mayhem, hold on. So you'd want me to
not an experiment.
I understand. If I can get through more than half a sentence, that'd be great. So
you want us Venus, to? That's not an experiment.
Well, yeah, I understand because I haven't gotten through the end of the sentence.
We want an experiment, not your declaration about what Venus is.
Take your Adderall. I haven't
finished the sentence. I don't want you to talk more bollocks.
Okay, dude,
I'm trying to
finish my sentence. You're just being incredulous for its own sake right now. You're trying to stall the conversation. Okay,
I'm trying to help you along by pointing out what we want.
It's not helping me along. You're just interrupting for no reason, right? So you would want
an experiment.
You would want us to use spectrographic imaging on Venus to prove that Venus contains an atmosphere.
This guy.
No.
Okay, so how would you, if you don't accept any evidence that I offer, if you don't accept any evidence that I offer, what evidence would you like?
I'm trying to tell you, a scientific experiment.
Like what? Like what?
Gravitational fields being a container. That's what we want. That's what you asked. You made the claim that gravitational fields are what causes the containment for the gas pressure here on Earth. And if we don't take the Earth, for example, look at Venus. And it's like, dude,
Venus is a gravitational field, right?
What?
Venus is a gravitational field, right? Because it has a mass.
How the fuck do you know that? How the fuck do you know that?
I mean, we've sent satellites and they've been affected by Venus.
Satellites. You didn't send shit. You didn't send shit.
Okay, so you want me personally to send a satellite to Venus?
I want you. Listen, this is what I want.
The time when you land on Venus, then you can say that it's a gravitational.
No. Fuck that. No. Hold on. Don't say that has a gravitational. No. What I want is for the gentleman speaking to verify gravitational fields being a containment for gas pressure.
Can the man do that? It doesn't really mean anything, because when I try to follow that up with a basic level of inquiry, you're basically saying that I have to build a rocket myself and go to Venus and show you that it has a gravitational field. It's a little ridiculous.
No, it's not what we're saying. So stop building a straw man argument. What we're asking for is a scientific experiment where gravity causes gas to be contained. It's a claim of cause and effect relationship. So if we're going to be able to verify this, then we need a scientific experiment that we can verify it with.
Okay,
Very simple, my friend.
If we observe that Venus has a gravitational pull, and if we observe that Venus also has an atmosphere, that would be evidence of gravity being that container, right?
No.
Well, first of all, you would have to provide a scientific experiment that proves gravity, and then point out the phenomena where it's stopping gas from dispersing into vacuums.
Oh, sure. So you would want me to provide evidence of the law of universal gravitation, right?
Well, I would like a scientific experiment where
why can you never directly answer my questions? I feel like I'm engaging in extremely good faith, right? And I'm asking you basic follow-up questions as to what exactly you would require.
Yeah, you
And
have
you're
the
like,
moral.
well,
You have the
no,
moral
you would
high.
need a gravitational influence, and you need to experimentally deduce.
Look, it's more
that this would be
complicated than a yes or no
happening.
answer. Okay, it's complex.
Yeah, so if I had an experiment to prove the universal law of gravitation, and that experiment was repeated for say 200 years, right? Then what? Then would that prove universal gravitation?
You said
if you pick,
specifically. One
if you
second. Specifically,
I'm sorry.
said,
I'm sorry. I asked a question.
yeah, you specifically said gravitational fields as what's holding the gas pressure. So I'm
Oh
questioning your shit
God,
that you said.
dude,
Yeah,
mayhem.
I'm questioning what you said, and it's your gravitational field test or whatever. By looking at Venus's shit, and and the first instance you said, "Oh, just look up at the sky." I'm like, dude, really? That's a level of
I didn't say just look
scrutiny.
up in the sky. That's all I
Bullshit, dude. You're
said.
like, it's
Yeah, that
around
was
the earth.
ridiculous, Neon. I can't believe you said that.
Yeah, it's
God,
ridiculous
God
because
damn it.
what test did he provide for the gentleman who chimed in? You're so smart. What did he provide by looking up at the sky? What did he
Yeah,
do?
he just like
I
pointed at. He's
I
like
didn't
looking
say
up
look
at
up in the
the sky. I was
sky.
like, what is
Yeah,
this
you
crap?
did. Yeah, you
I
did.
didn't say that. Now
Yeah.
you're just
Number one, you
continuing
said
to
look up at the
comment
sky.
because
Look
you
at
have
the
no
atmosphere.
way to engage with
All
my
you gotta do
claim.
is look up, and then on
Mayhem,
top of that, what
mayhem,
you said is look at
mayhem.
I can't
So
believe
so
that.
to prove you're just like malding right now. So to prove the law of universal gravitation, like I can just set up an experiment with Cavendish experiment.
awesome,
that would prove the law of universal gravitation,
awesome. Give me
and
the
then I'd
hypothesis,
apply
then.
that to all objects with mass,
Awesome. Can
right?
I have the hypothesis, please?
Yeah, so all mass is attracted to all other mass based on their respective masses, the gravitational constant, and the invert
Okay.
in
Lower,
the inverse square
lower.
of their distance. That's the
Awesome.
hypothesis.
Awesome. So, what is the dependent and independent variable, please? Being as
The
you apparently
dependent
know what a
variable
hypothesis
is the gravitational constant g, and the independent variables are masses 1 and 2 and their distances between each other.
So, what's the phenomena?
The phenomena is gravitation.
So now phenomena is gravitation.
Now that I've answered
Cool.
3 of your questions, right? I'm just gonna post the
Average.
experiment. I would really,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, this is y'all's trick. Y'all like to do this. Y'all like to ask like 18,000 follow-ups to the very specific inclination of this experiment that's done in universities all over the world, all the time, right? I answer those questions, and you have nothing to say about it. So here's here's the Cavendish experiment.
Okay. You would understand that it hasn't actually got a hypothesis, right? Your hypothesis that you gave me.
But I just answered the question about the
Neon, stop
hypothesis.
steamrolling the conversation. Let the man fucking finish, dude. Like for one.
Your hypothesis was malformed.
So really,
Not a correct hypothesis.
what was my hypothesis again?
I don't know. Can you repeat it? But I want the dependent.
How do you know it was malformed if you can't even repeat it?
Let me put it like this: being as you gave me the phenomena as gravitational fields, then you got a problem with the cause of gravitational fields.
No,
It's a
the observed
malformed
phenomena
hypothesis,
is
my friend.
gravitation.
Oh, so
wait,
now
so
you've
was
got
my
that.
observed so was my observed phenomena malformed, or was my hypothesis malformed? Or do you not know because you can't answer which either one?
Both. So what
Okay,
is the
both. What was my
dependent
wait,
variable?
so you said both are malformed. What was my hypothesis?
What? Oh my goodness me, my friend. I'm just asking you for the observed phenomena, which you haven't given me. And then you
Wait,
gave me
Jedi,
as
I already gave you the observed phenomena. The observed phenomena is that two objects will pull towards each other
where?
when at a certain well, yeah, I just posted the video.
Awesome. So where in the physical natural world do we observe this? Being as the phenomena needs to be observed in the physical natural world and not
If you go to 740, right, he'll start putting the masses in front of each other. I would suggest you play it back at double speed because it's a little slow, but then you'll see that those masses obviously pull towards each other.
awesome. So
That's
where in the physical where in the physical natural world, not in the experiment? Being as you have to make the experiment first to observe the phenomena. Where in the physical natural world do we observe the phenomena of masses attracting each other, please?
Oh, so yeah, we've also applied this in the discovery of other planets such as Neptune, right?
So you're
So,
not
for example,
going to answer.
when we
Fair enough.
noticed that, yeah, so Uranus's orbit was perturbed by Neptune, and we were well, not we, but humans at the time were like, okay, well, this orbit of Uranus could be explained if there was a mass with a mass this distance away pulling on pulling on Uranus with this force, right?
Okay.
And then they looked in that
Not
place and then they
following,
found Neptune. And so that is an example of applying this to the
following,
natural world.
You're not following, are you?
Yeah.
So the physical natural world here on Earth, where do I observe mass attracting mass?
My
I
prostate.
can't point up into the sky and make declarations, my friend. That's impossible. So the question remains of mass attracting mass. I'm going to ask you to define mass in a minute, but ultimately, where in the physical natural world, here on Earth, do I observe mass attracting mass? Please don't point to the experiment. The observation must come first and then the experiment.
The fact that you are standing on the planet Earth means that you
No.
are experiencing mass attracting mass at a very small level because you don't weigh a lot relative to the Earth. So the pull
Okay,
on
so
you
do
versus the Earth is very minor. So, you know.
Okay. Okay.
But also,
So
I would
if-
argue that the experiment that he linked is an experiment being done in the natural world. So I don't really know why that's not good enough.
because your
Well,
phenomenon
I
is
mean,
only
we can
observed-
apply
hold on,
this to other things. We can apply
hold
it to
on,
the discovery of
friend.
Neptune.
Please. Thank you. Your naturally observed phenomena is only observed within the contraption itself. It's not observed within the physical natural world. So
What
where in the
about Neptune,
hold
though?
on. Very simple question. Where in the physical natural world do I observe mass attracting mass? In actual fact, can you
Neptune,
define mass?
dude. For the
Yeah,
Can you
third
define mass?
time.
You also observe it by standing on the planet Earth. When you
Well,
jump
okay, hold
and then you
on.
fall, that is
So
mass
that's not
attracting
really
mass.
that's not really an answer to his question. He's asking where have we applied the notion of this experiment to the natural world, and my answer was Neptune, right? Because we saw that Uranus.
But he doesn't like that though. He doesn't like
y'all.
that because he doesn't consider that the natural world. He's asking
Okay, so
specifically
Neptune is
on Earth.
unnatural. Is Neptune unnatural? Like, is Neptune not in our natural world?
He
Or
means specifically on Earth, though. So
That's
gotta,
not.
like, give
Why
him-
is that a valid criterion?
Do
well,
you understand?
because unless you're saying that Neptune
No,
is
I mean,
unnatural.
why is it necessary that it has to be
Because if he
here on
can't do
Earth?
it, then it's not true, essentially.
Well, it's not a
Right.
scientific experiment if I, the researcher, can't manipulate what I presume the cause to be to have the phenomenal effect.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? Whoever's saying that,
gravity, then it's not true.
If you cannot
like,
provide a scientific experiment,
possible-
hold on. If you cannot provide a scientific experiment where me, the researcher,
It's linked in the YouTube
he
video.
did. Go watch the video.
Just like, dude,
Yeah,
like, go watch
haven't-
go skip to 740 and you'll see the two
Why do you
objects
guys
pulling
give
each
him
other.
You can't keep saying he didn't do that if you haven't watched the
Dude,
video.
why is there
Yeah,
three
it's
people
right
steamrolling him
there.
when he's trying to say something? Like, I don't understand that. You guys can't sit down for a little bit and just hold your peace for a little bit so you can finish? Like, what the fuck?
This is kind of the crux of the issue. The cannabis experiment doesn't have a hypothesis. Not one
It does.
where
I
you
just
have
gave it to you, but then when you said it was malformed, and then I asked you what my hypothesis was, you said it was malformed, and then I asked you what it was, and you said I don't know. The hypothesis is that masses are attracted toward each other based on the product of their respective masses and the inverse square of their distance times the gravitational constant. That is the hypothesis being tested in this experiment.
You added that afterwards.
No, I didn't. What did I add?
Very simply, a hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. It comes as a if this, then that statement. That is the phenomena. If this is the cause. Yes?
Okay, sure.
Awesome. So what's the phenomena?
So the phenomena is the degree of force being pulled on two respective objects based on the products of their masses and the inverse square of their distances.
Awesome stuff. So being as you just repeated all that you said for the hypothesis, now what's the independent variable?
The independent variable in our experiment would be the inverse square of the distances, because we can control for that, and the masses of the two objects. The dependent variable being tested for in this experiment is the gravitational constant G.
Awesome stuff. So again, please remind me where I observe your phenomena in the physical and natural world. Please don't point to Neptune again.
In the YouTube video that I
posted,
don't point to Neptune again. Did it on Earth in this lab. Like, you're just asking these questions in circles because you don't have a response to any of this, because gravity is real.
I do.
Go watch the video then.
Go watch the video.
Yeah, say I'm watching the video.
Play it back at double speed. I'll post it again. Hold on. I love this video.
I've watched it lots of times. I've been doing this since 2015. Cavendish doesn't have a formulated hypothesis, my friend. That's why.
You've been doing this since
Hold on.
2015 because this video was
I'll get to
posted
the
3
crescendo
years
on my
ago.
point. I'll get to the crescendo on my point. That's why it was superseded by Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time.
Wait, but Einstein also believes in gravitational fields, so this isn't really helping you that much.
Newton
Like
and Cavendish.
both models
They were
would
talking about mass
entail that
attracting
objects of a certain size would eventually collapse in on themselves because of how large they are.
Awesome. So one supersedes the other because one happens in 4D Romanian 4 space and the other's in 3D space. So they're not exclusive of each other, my friend. One supersedes.
I agree
the
they're
other
not exclusive of each other, but they both disagree with a flat Earth. I don't understand why you use this as an argument.
Bruh.
Wait, Jody,
Why are you
Jody,
gonna
if in the
deify
video that's not
Einstein when you-
happening. Sorry, go ahead.
We're going to
My bad.
deify Einstein when we literally imaged a black hole using his theories, right? And you're just going to deny that that happened too.
What, in 1919? No, that was the observation.
No, we didn't image a black hole in 1919, bud. That's not what I said.
He observed one. Einstein, 1919. Oh my goodness, know your own fucking rhetoric, you idiot.
How am I the idiot when you're saying that Einstein is a better explanation of gravity when Einstein's explanation of gravity would collapse any object the size of flat Earth?
Well, this is the problem with gravity because it doesn't exist.
This is just desperate attempts at deflection.
It's not. I'm trying to point you out that the mass attracting mass that you keep trying to purport was superseded by Einstein, the bending and warping of space-time. Do you know why? Because they couldn't scientifically prove. Hold tight, my friend. I know it's going to hurt. Because
mass
Newton didn't want to be
space-time,
associated with the magic at a distance. Sorry,
This
what's
is what the
space-time?
globalists do. They try to steamroll us.
What's space-time?
Globalists?
What's space-time?
It's not the word you use.
What's space-time?
So notice in the context of the follow-up of like
That's
18
space-time.
million follow-up questions to this very experiment. Now we're on space-time rather than the actual
one who's
results
saying
of the
that's being
experiment that
bent
you
and
can't
warped. I'm
contend
asking
with.
you what it is. I'm asking you what
This is what they do.
after you
This is
ask
what they
me-
do. They ask you for
after you
answers
ask
to their
me-
questions. And when you provide sufficient answers, they just move on to some other random topic because they don't know what they're
No, you're not taking into consideration gravitational
intellectuals who are very uneducated.
Low tide right now.
And when they run against a brick wall of something they don't know anything about, they just skip to the next point. That's what
Which
they
is
do.
a clarification of what you just said. Not the next point, a clarification of what you just said. I'm
I
asking.
didn't say anything
what
about
He's told you
space-time.
multiple
brought it
times
up.
that these two theories do not, they don't cancel each other out.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Because they're very, very, very different
Oh,
things.
man.
So what's space-time again? Very simply, what's space-time?
Everybody has all the energy to keep talking
Wait,
and interrupt the man.
so-
Now you're silent. What the fuck?
Why do you
Well,
keep
yeah, I
crying
mean-
about
I mean,
people
yeah, there's
interrupting
only-
when you're
there's
literally
only-
the king of over
I mean, I'm
talking?
trying to
Man? Like,
answer.
shut the fuck up,
I'm
Nigabones.
trying to answer. Space-time
That's
is
all you got is
according
insults,
to
dumbass. You don't have any intelligible conversation.
I'm trying to right. Even though
Okay,
I'm
Megan, keep
answering
speaking.
like follow-up question 17 now. In physics, space-time is any mathematical model that fuses the 3 dimensions of space and the 1 dimension of time into a single 4-dimensional continuum. That's what space-time is.
So a reification of not actual things. Are these things physical at all?
Wait. You don't
Space-time.
think that the 3 dimensions are physical?
Well,
Like you don't
being as
think
we're talking
length,
about,
width,
hold
and
on,
height
my friend.
is
We're talking
physical?
about 4D. We're talking about 4D Romanian, not 3D space. We're talking about Einstein, right? So please remind me. Being as you said it was math, I'm asking for fucking science. Is space and time physical?
Yeah.
Excellent. Can you give me some time, please, so I can put it in jar and paint it red? And can you also give me space
Shit,
absence
this kid's
of anything?
moronic.
Yeah, this
Can
is
you give me
absolutely
time?
schizo, dude. I gotta say.
This is the thing about
you do realize when we calibrate our GPS satellites, the clock has to run.
These are the type of people that don't believe in
Yeah,
Australia because they haven't been there, and every
You're
video
just
of
Neon's
Australia
cheerleader, dude.
is
Sit down.
fake.
You're just Neon's cheerleader. Sit down, bro.
So being as time is not physical and space, the absence of anything, is not physical, all you've done is reify non-actual things into physical
when you say
reality
time isn't
and
physical,
mathematically bent and warped them. We're asking for science here, Sunshine, not maths based on reification.
do you think
You know
when
what
you
a
say that
reification
time
is,
isn't
right?
when you say that time isn't physical, what do you mean?
Well, it's quite simple. Can you give me some time so I can put it in a jar and paint it red or add some energy to it?
Okay, so you think that properties of a system are not physical?
Can you
Is
give
that
me
what you're saying?
time so I can paint it red or add energy to it?
No, okay.
Or
So,
you
so
just
then you think that
reapply?
anything physical and anything physical must necessarily be made of matter,
Not
right?
is time physical? Is time physical or not? Is
Like
time physical or
I'm
not?
trying to get at the essence of why you're asking this question
Because
rather
is
than
it
like
physical or not?
the
Is it
actual
something
Bro.
physical?
It's a
He's
reification.
talking about
Do you know what a reification is? Do you know what a reification is?
time, and then you're saying anything is not physical. Be specific about your claim. Don't be jumping around.
Well, I mean, he's the one that made the claim that time isn't physical. So I'm
Well, it
And then
is
you're
contesting
saying
that claim.
anything is not physical. Anything is not physical. What does that even mean?
What? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that anything is physical. That's not what I said. He
You say
said that
anything is
time.
not physical.
Wait. So
Is time
what's
physical?
happening right now is you're cheerleading for him because he said that
Is
time
time?
isn't physical. You realize that was an
It's not.
incredibly dumb thing to
Then
say,
you
and I'm
said
just wanting to
acceleration is
contest that claim.
physical. This is ridiculous.
Is
So
time
again,
physical? Can you
well,
give it to me so I
you said
can
it
add energy
wasn't.
to it?
You
Well, it isn't, is it?
FD Jedi, you said it wasn't, right? You said that.
Correct. It's not.
Okay, so how is it not physical? What does physical
Because you
mean?
can't give it to me, I can't paint it red, and I can't add energy to it. You understand what physical things are. Being as we're doing science, the physical and natural world, we understand that
Okay,
time is
so
not
the
physical,
Andromeda
don't we?
galaxy, the Andromeda galaxy isn't physical because you can't paint it red.
Silly boy, can you give me time in a scientific experiment? Can you give me
Well,
time?
well, no, but I also can't
Physically.
give you the Andromeda galaxy and paint it red. So the Andromeda galaxy
Well,
must
this
not be
is
physical, right?
this is complete non sequitur, my friend. I'm
This
trying
is
to
a
point out, dude,
direct
listen, let
one-to-one
me educate
comparison.
you.
I
Let me
cannot
educate
give
you.
you the Andromeda galaxy and therefore give it to
Is
you to
the
paint it
Andromeda
red.
galaxy made of time?
So
Is the Andromeda
therefore,
galaxy made of time? Is it made of
the
time?
Andromeda
Is that made of
galaxy is
time?
not
Is the
physical.
Andromeda galaxy made of time? Is it made of time?
What?
Are you claiming that the Andromeda galaxy is made out of time? That's what you're claiming?
I mean, there is a timed component to the Andromeda galaxy, sure.
Is it made out
Can
of
you
time?
give me time?
No, time is not a
So
unit
why are
of
you making a
matter.
comparison between
This is
your
really
claim of time
like yeah,
and
what y'all do, and y'all are
the
getting so
Andromeda galaxy?
stupid
Like,
that it's
same
getting
thing.
harder and
So,
harder to engage. It's getting harder and harder to engage with the retardation, which is genuinely an impressive debate
Because you don't
tactic.
know what the fuck you're talking about, Neon. You're waxing
Yeah.
yourself intelligent,
Right.
and
So notice
you're
how
I think
we're
I
all
think
the
Neon
way on
knows
the
exactly what he's
esoteric.
talking about.
We're
You're a
all the
fucking
way on the
secret team, dude.
esoteric
You got little
concept.
cheerleaders cheering you, rah-rahing you on because you
Right.
think that time is fucking
Right.
physical.
And what are you doing,
When
Mayhem? What are you doing?
I'm pointing out the
And what are
shit that
you
you're
doing right
saying.
now?
I'm pointing out the shit that you're
Yeah, you're
saying. Time being
cheerleading.
physical. Time being physical. And what the fuck, dude? Are you gonna get a cup of fucking time and hand it to somebody and say, "Here's about an ounce of time"? You can't do that. Time is not fucking physical. Get real, dude. And you're somebody
Okay,
that's
so
supposed to be intelligent.
time
You're a fucking retard.
time is part of the continuum of space-time,
And it
right?
is
And
not
we know
fucking
this.
physical,
Hold on.
right?
And we know this. We know that it's.
Neon, just stop,
Hold on.
bro.
I'm
Just
trying.
stop.
I'm trying to address the. I'm trying to address the
That's,
point.
oh,
We
he's
know
trying
that
to
We've
address
been
the
here
simple
for like a
things
few
here.
days now.
Oh,
Maybe give
just
someone
stop.
else a
Just
chance to
stop,
talk.
Neon, because you're
right,
fucking
and y'all haven't been
retard,
here
dude.
for a few days, right?
Yeah, but we're here because we're answering questions from
Mhm.
curious new people. You have had
No,
your
you're not.
opportunity.
You
Yeah,
Let's
Neon's
just
ruining it from my experience.
give someone
What do
else
you
like a
mean?
new a chance
Oh,
to ask a
okay.
question.
Okay, so time is part of these.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I just want to finish my point, guys, because space and time, those are non-actual physical things. Space isn't physical, obviously, because space is the absence of anything, so not physical. And time, obviously, isn't physical. This is known as a reification fallacy, where Einstein puts space and time together and makes them a fabric so he can mathematically bend shit. Space-time's a reification of not an actual thing. We're asking for science, by the way, not maths based on not actual things.
Isn't it true that we actually don't need time in the equation for the universe to basically have the cause and effect, causality?
Why do you sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Because I have eggs in my mouth.
He does a bit. That's true. That's quite funny. Could you say that stuff is flat for us for a second?
That stuff is flat.
Close. All right. Come on, let's get another question or something and then. Booney, have you got any questions?
Oh no, I was just talking. I'll probably have a question in a little bit after listening.
That guy sound like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I do kind of have a question. So,
All right,
like,
who's the guy that had a question?
Ring Zero.
Oh, Ringo.
So, or yeah, Ringo. That's fine. So when you guys were talking about like whether or not time is physical, just out of curiosity, like, what about that portion matters? So, like, why I'm saying that is, can it also, let's say it is non-physical, would you consider that a problem, or say that it doesn't, if it's non-physical, you can't use time in any particular equation? Do you think that?
Well, being as we're asking for science, science deals with physical things, you know, cause and effect within the physical natural world. When anybody says time, that's not physical, is it? So we can't be doing experiments with time because we can't vary and manipulate time. The same with space, the absence of anything, not a physical thing. We're trying to do science, which is, you know, vary, manipulate physical things to see if they have physical effects. This isn't science, mate.
So there was kind of, well, there was a lot going on between you guys, so I was just trying not to add to the chaos. But, like, as far as, yeah, time being physical or not, I will say it isn't physical. As far as, like, anybody could prove, that's still, like, a debate to this day. But when you have things like, what's the word? Like the Fourier transform, or think like, okay, for instance, somebody earlier brought up, and I hear this get brought up like a lot, thermodynamics, right? Like entropy. Like, in order for entropy to be a calculable thing, it would require time, wouldn't it? Or am I wrong about that? Did I cut out?
When you talk about time, you talk about passing, like the account of passing. You're not talking about something physical. You're talking about time as a measurement, not a measurement, but an account of something happening.
Just
So-
re-ask the question again.
Sure. So like when, I guess I'll put it like this. For instance, like any measurement that we have, it wasn't necessarily given to us in the physical world. We had to kind of make it first, and then we decided, okay, this is a standard. Well, the same thing applies to time. Time is something that, yeah, as no better way to say this, but is like.
But remember, their
continues to
claim
pass
is
on.
that time is causing things in physicality. They're saying that the warping and bending of space-time is causing physicality to do things. It's causing the globe to bend into a ball. That they're attributing physical.
You're kind of cutting out, but I think I get where you're going with this. So, like, there are some things about. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and claim, like, I know how space-time would cause a spherical object to be what it is. I think that's more a component of just gravity itself. But, like, there is that experiment. I think we were talking about this the other day, where they took the clocks, like they set them all at the same time, and they put them on different floors of this skyscraper. I forget how many floors, it was a lot, but they went and set them out over all these floors, and then they went back and collected them. and the time had shifted exponentially from the bottom floor to the top floor across all of these clocks. And I would say that maybe doesn't necessarily prove the warping of matter because of space-time, but it definitely proves the existence of space-time.
No.
Different clocks at different altitudes showed a different a mechanic shift in the mechanism for certain reason. And you're saying that the account of the numbers that you attach to the mechanism, the clock itself, it is the warping and bending of space-time.
Yeah, actually. Like,
Because of the
same would
effect.
apply whether it's analog or digital. And so, as far as pressure mediation goes, like, if you're taking this from the perspective of like, well, maybe because you're increasing in altitude, that could have a mechanical effect on these
Well, something
objects.
like flying planes, there's so many confounding variables you're potentially adding into this. I mean, it's not really a scientific experiment.
This is
You
just
just think about all the things involved in plane flight, right? I mean, you got the vibration, you got your altitude, how these things get affected, on top of the fact that you're only quote unquote testing man-made objects, not phenomena observed in the natural world. On top of that, space-time itself is a concept, never been verified to even exist. So it's just a concept which you're then reifying by flying clocks around and taking a look at what's different when there's so many variables and leaps of logic in there, which you're then going to have to do a leap of logic back to, and that means Earth's a ball. It's just kind of too tangential.
Is the color red a concept?
Oh God.
Like, seriously, oh my goodness me.
Is the color red a concept?
Here we go. Brenda's found us. Shit. What's up, Brenda?
Yes,
How's it going?
Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Abort.
Brenda, is the hole in a donut space-time?
Can you answer the question, please?
Brenda, it's a shoe, a natural phenomena.
Can you answer the question, please?
I don't know if I can engage with you, Brenda. For those in the room who aren't aware, Brenda is a well-known anti-reality type person who very much loves the globe and arguing.
Yeah, Brenda has an emotional, romantic relationship to globes and space-time. Go ahead, Brenda. Go ahead. Tell us how you
Yes,
feel about
please
it.
answer the question.
Read a concept.
No, thank you.
Right, so you're afraid. You can't answer the question.
Is
red?
No.
Red is a concept.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
So
Explain.
looking at a red flower with a red, it's a concept. Seeing a red,
we've
red
decided
in.
to call a certain color, right?
Is red a concept? Yes or no?
What is your claim, Brenda? What is your claim about red? Tell us.
I'm not making a claim. I'm asking a question. Is red a concept?
Define red.
Who cares?
Just answer the question.
Define red.
Well, you need to define your terms.
Just answer the question. You know what red means.
What does it mean, Brenda?
Define red.
Go ahead. Answer the question.
What does red mean?
Is red being caused by space-time, Brenda? Is it being caused by space-time?
I'm just asking you, is red
Because you're off topic. You're off topic at the moment. Space-time. Tell us.
Brenda, could you define
how space-time is causing red.
So listen to these cowards. Simply a single question, and they run away.
Concept. What do you mean by concept?
See, they want to get into this sophistry. Because
No,
they
define
can't,
concepts, Brent.
they can't deal with this. They can't deal.
You
It's a
said,
single
is
question.
this thing a concept? What do you mean by
Yeah.
concept?
Yeah, it's a single question and they can't handle it.
What's a concept, Brenda?
Answer the question.
Well, you need to define your terms. You're asking us, do you think this is X? What are you meaning by X?
Are you a native English speaker?
So you can't tell us what you mean.
Why are you scared?
This
Why are
is
you
just
scared
bullshit.
answering the question, Brenda? Why are you scared?
Defining
I
your
asked the
terms is
question.
pretty standard in a
Listen to
discussion,
this.
Brenda.
Listen to this. They're just terrified. They
Hey,
can't.
Brenda, you're putting your dirty shoes on the table, and you think people are gonna respect you just because you wanted your dirty shit on the table? Come on, bro. We're having dinner at the moment. Shut up.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about, guys. This is one of these people who's been in the discussion for years, and what they come in with is, instead of globe evidence saying, hey, I know this, is red a concept? So red's a color, which we've given a name to, which most people recognize unless they have some kind of color blindness or deficiency in that regard, right? So we all know what red is, but Brenda somehow thinks that asking is red a concept is somehow some kind of winning argument for the globe. I don't understand. So are there any other genuine people here who actually want to ask a question relating to the Earth?
Yeah, I just wanted to know the flat Earth model, like if somebody can link it.
Define model.
Explaining how the Earth is and how the phenomenon we see works.
So you said explain, like an explanation?
For example, like we have the Earth. We all would agree we have the Earth, right? Now,
the ground beneath our feet.
Yes, and
Yes.
we have this thing we call the sun, right? And the moon,
Yes.
and stuff like that. We see this phenomenon, and we see that
Yes.
it goes night. So I'm just wondering, on a flat Earth model, how the sun works.
Well, we don't talk about it as in like a model. We just say, well, we observe the sun moving above a stationary ground.
Cycling.
Oh.
He said that we have the ground under our feet, and then we also have the sun and the moon. When have you ever had these things and were able to do anything with them yourself, manipulate them, or verify, check them, and do science with them, experiments,
You can
tests to them?
observe them.
Again, is we're
Yeah, we can observe them. We can look at them. But you say we have them. You say we have them.
Okay, I'm not
You
being
say like
No, I guess he just means he's observing.
Stop for a second. Okay, I'm not being disingenuous.
One second. But there is a difference between the thing that you have under your feet that you can test, you can walk across it, you can manipulate it, do things with it, and then you're almost saying like you can do the same thing with the sun and the moon, which is, fallacious.
Gigi, I think you're getting off into the
did
weeds,
not
honestly.
say that one bit at all. Did those words come out of my mouth?
Right. Let me
No,
answer
they
him. Let me
didn't.
answer him.
So,
So Razor.
stop trying to
So what we're
bulldoze.
talking about is not a model. It's what you just said there. We observe the ground beneath our feet. We observe the sun and the moon. And we talk about those things in relation to how we experience them, not how we imagine them to be in like a removed topographical or orthographic view that we don't have.
Okay, but you got to make, you're trying to explain this phenomenon, correct?
No, I'm not trying to explain a phenomenon. What phenomenon am I trying to explain?
How does it become night around the world and light in some other parts around the world, right?
Well, it seems like that's due to the sun's motion over us.
Yeah, okay. And I'm just wondering is how do we track the sun's motion? Like there should be.
Well, you can observe it.
It's called a model to say, yep, this is how it goes.
No.
And I'm observing it.
As soon as you jump into model, this is not what we're talking about. Remember, I made it clear. We're not talking about 3D or plastic or wooden models. We're talking about what can be observed and experienced. So you're saying, well, how do you explain the Earth having daylight and then nighttime? That's observed to be the sun moving above our heads.
We can do a computer program to model this out, right?
Right, but we're not interested in computer programs. We're interested in reality.
Yeah, so computer programs can demonstrate how reality works, correct?
Only if you can verify that aspect of it, or every aspect of what you claim to be simulating.
Yeah, we can make future novel testable predictions, right? That'd be good.
No, I'm not talking about predictions. I'm talking about if you wanted to recreate something in a computer as like a simulated working thing, you would have to know all of the components of that thing, their sizes, their distances, and put it into this graphic or whatever. I mean, we're using the term model loosely here, right? We're not necessarily saying like a scientific model, or you're just generally talking about like a 3D generated working image, basically, that you can kind of look about on. So that's not what we're doing here. We're not proposing that. We're just saying we're looking at reality and it doesn't match the globe story that we're told.
Okay, so novel testable predictions wouldn't do anything for you then.
Well, it depends what you mean. Like the testable predictions that we would think of would be things like the globe model claims that if we were to be a certain elevation above the surface, we can predict to see the horizon at this distance based on the geometry of the globe. That's the prediction that we would test. And when we test that, we
I don't
find that
necessarily
it
mean
doesn't.
that. Like,
Oh, let me finish. Why not let me finish? Don't talk over me. So we would test that kind of prediction and find that it doesn't match. So we would discard that as a possibility. But then we're not going on to say that means the sun is at this distance or this size doing this thing. Those are different things, right? And we're not making those claims.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not making those claims either. And I would agree with you if that they made a future testable prediction and the distance was wrong, then that would falsify that prediction, correct?
Yeah, so when we look at where the horizon is predicted to be based on a certain model and it's not there, we discard that model as being representative of reality.
I agree 100%.
Cool.
Yeah, but would you agree that if a novel testable prediction, if it gets it right, then that is evidence for said model, right?
It depends. So in the example that we used, if we were to see the horizon in that place every time where it should be, then I would say yes, that would be support of that claimed size of a ball.
Yeah, so like I'm more concerned about the sun, right? Like
Just to clarify, I don't think we can really know much about that. So in terms of predictions and saying, well, if I see it at this point here, that means it maybe means it's this. I don't agree with any of that because I think there's too many unknown variables to be
Sure, but I'm just going by 100% just observation, what we observe, right?
But what we observe doesn't tell us very much, just to clarify.
But we can see what we observe and show a model of what the case is, right?
Well, we can see like a circle of light moving through the sky, and then when it gets away from us, it gets darker again. That's what we can observe. We can observe that it does this in repeating patterns every year. But in terms of that telling us like specifics about that light in terms of its dimensions, distance, the medium that it's in, how it works, what its energy source is, it doesn't tell us anything about those things.
Yeah, sure. It just tells us that this light object is moving through the sky, correct? But
above us, yes.
we also observe that when objects go away from us, they get smaller, correct?
Yes, generally.
Oh, so there's a case where the object stays the same size and goes further away from you, that it stays
through the atmo.
From your perception,
something called atmospheric magnification
I stopped
potential.
when I interrupted you. I stopped. You told me I wasn't done, so please.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so when an object is the same size like a car, and it travels away from you, from your perception, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore, correct?
Yes, like a terrestrial object on Earth, that's how we would expect it to behave, yes.
Yeah, but any object it is, right? Like the sun is the size of the sun, and it goes away from you, it should get smaller and smaller and smaller, correct?
Yes, but it's not analogous to compare observing the sun with observing a car necessarily driving far away, depending on the atmospheric conditions, or the distances involved, or the mediums that it's coming through. Those are not known.
But hold on, but you just made the claim that it gets darker because the sun's going away from you, right?
That's what we see, yes.
Yeah, so if it's going away from you, it must be getting smaller, correct?
Well, you can find observations of the sun appearing to decrease in size as it moves away. But again, because of the lack of information we have with regards to the distance of medium that it's traveling through, the type of medium that it's traveling through, the source of the light itself, and the nature of it, it's hard to make any hard and fast claims like, well, because I see a car getting smaller away, then every time I see the sun going away, it should do exactly the same thing. We don't have enough information to make that claim, but as I say, you can see some observations and examples of the sun appearing to decrease in size as it moves away. And I'm sure people in the chat can post some of those GIFs. If not, I posted them a few hours ago. You can scroll, or maybe they might not remain, but if you want, we can show you those images. And if you join the 24/7 Discord server, you can find a bunch of them on there.
Yeah, so the thing is we do know the medium it's traveling through, right? We can test the gases in the air, right?
Well, is it only traveling through air?
Is it only traveling through air?
Like
That we currently have, right? That's one variable that we do have, correct?
Right, but is it the only variable possible?
Oh no, it may not be the only variable possible, but here's the issue is we can do it with other light sources, right? We can get a extremely light bulb, and the further it goes away from you, the less likely you're going to see it. So I'm just wondering is when it becomes night out, right, where we're at, what happens? Is the sun so far away from us that it got so small that we can't see the light anymore?
Well, I guess multiple factors. Yeah, the atmospheric conditions at the time in terms of what potential particulates and fogs and moisture might be in the air, on top of the fact that the air itself is not transparent completely, right? It's like when you go diving or something and you go underwater and you can maybe see like 10 meters, 15 meters or something, or even less in front of you because the water gradually builds up. Well, air is similar, but just much thinner. So still over a distance, occlusion occurs and light has an extinction point within that, right? So it doesn't just travel forever.
Okay,
And yeah, eventually it's going to be range.
Okay, so it wouldn't matter if I'm 6'2", right? So if it's dark out, right? Like you can't see the sun anymore, like it's super dark out. Would it matter if I was 12 feet tall? It should be going through this pretty much the same atmosphere, right?
No, I don't really think being that much taller would make much of a difference for you, if anything.
I would agree, right? So it wouldn't matter that it wouldn't matter how tall you were. You still are. It's still the sun. The sun is still traveling through all this medium.
Wait, hold on. You hypothetically on a flat Earth, the sun may go as like let's say a specific distance away from you that it just looks like another star in the sky. Like it gets that small.
They're bringing the hose.
So you wouldn't be able to tell if it's a star or the sun being away from you.
What we call the sun, the light source. I don't care if you're calling it a star.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like hypothetically, in a flat Earth,
we don't see that in reality.
No, I'm not saying that we see that. I'm just saying
So don't
hypothetically.
a flat Earth hypothetical situation with something that we don't see in reality.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if you're 50 feet tall, you're still going through the same amount of medium. In fact, it's going through more medium because it's going away from you. It's eventually just going to get dark out, right?
I mean, what is?
Are we in agreement with this observation or no?
What is the observation? I mean,
well, no, it wouldn't matter if I'm standing, right, and I cannot see the sun anymore, right? This light source, I cannot see this light source anymore. If I get up on a 10-foot ladder, right, I'm taller. The sun is going through the same amount of atmosphere, sort of the same amount of medium. Not only that, but it would actually go more because it's traveling away from you. Correct?
I don't know. I mean, I know that people say that, you know, you increase your elevation, you can see a sunset twice. That's something that we know that happens. But what's your point though?
Well, that would be a problem with what you propose then, right?
Well, I didn't propose anything. That's the point. What are you
Well,
talking?
hold
You're
on,
proposing that.
hold on. You did
Hold
propose it,
on, hold
right?
time
Because
out, time out, time out, time out. I don't know. I mean, because it sounds like most people are proposing if the Earth is flat, we would see this. That's not Eli or any of my counterparts proposing anything.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
fine,
it's
Eli. I
okay.
think I
Elijah, you can.
think Cyclone was talking about it,
yeah,
not you.
Cyclone was literally talking, and he literally said that the sun is going away from us, and we would agree that if the sun's going away from us, we cannot see it anymore because it would get smaller, and it depends on the atmosphere.
No, I didn't necessarily
Hold on,
say it would
hold
get
on,
smaller.
hold on. And
But
he
he
said
didn't
it would
say
also
that.
do.
That's a man
I
for his
wasn't
point.
done yet. I
Yeah, but
was
if you're
Light
still mad at me,
attenuates.
I'm gonna
Light
correct you.
attenuation.
But he didn't
I
say
was,
that.
I was
Though.
continuing. I was
That's-
continuing on because I wanted to steelman the argument here,
I
right?
can tell you're getting
You gotta get
excited.
it right.
Calm
Hold on,
down.
hold on.
Calm down.
And it's not necessarily getting so much smaller, but it also has to do with the atmosphere, right?
You
The
need to
amount of
calm down,
It
sir.
atmosphere
gets
it's traveling
bigger.
through.
Gets bigger too. Gets
Okay,
bigger. It
but
doesn't
it depends
disappear
on the.
like a car would. He told you that.
We said it was kind of similar that it would go away from us, but it also depends on the atmosphere, correct?
Well, we have videos of it getting slightly smaller, not like it would,
But
not
when it
like it
becomes
would.
dark out,
Come on, let me finish. Not like it would, like a car, for example, but it does get slightly smaller. At the same time, there are instances where it gets larger when it gets close to the horizon, like the moon does, for example.
yeah. So, am I talking to a different person now? Is the other person gone?
Well,
think so, yeah.
he just tried
Yeah,
to tell
I'm
you what
multitasking,
he's
guys, so
doing.
please take it with him.
Okay, so now I'm talking to Elijah.
Well, I was just jumping in, but I mean, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Wolfman.
I don't know because you guys like to mute people very quickly, so I don't want
Indeed.
to step on anybody's toes. I just want to say is who am I talking to at this point?
Are you muted?
All you have to do is hear. No, you're talking to whoever's talking, but at the end of the day, if we take turns, you won't be confused. And if someone says, "Well, you haven't really represented exactly what I said," just take the time to pause. That's all, bro.
So again, is
You
when
you know that I'm
when
not the
it gets
Englishman
dark
that
out.
was talking to you. Okay,
When
go ahead.
it gets dark out, right? What
Hmm.
is going on with the sun? This light source.
All right. Well, guess what? When it's 12 o'clock, it's somewhere near or overhead, right? That's noon. And then later on, it's no longer above or in my vicinity, it's over there to the west. That's what we all see. What's your point?
Yeah, but I'm wondering is we have the phenomenon? It gets dark out, correct?
Why are you asking these ridiculous questions? Of course it gets dark.
Okay, great. And I'm just wondering is what is going on with this light source while it's getting dark out?
It's doing what we just said it. You experience the same thing I experienced. What are you talking about?
I agree, but the thing is it's you're trying to explain the phenomenon of what's going on, right?
No, I'm not.
We both
You're trying to
agree.
say,
Hold
no,
on.
I'm
We
not.
both
No, I'm
agree
not.
that this phenomenon is happening, right? And you're
We can
trying to.
all see that it gets night when it gets dark out.
Yes,
Yes. Yeah.
and I'm just wondering what is going on with the sun at that time. Is it
We
going away from you?
already, we just went this getting circular now. We just went through it. Now, here's the thing. What you probably
No,
want to do.
I went through with somebody else.
Why
I
are
didn't go
you
through with
interrupt?
you.
All right, whatever. What?
The question
I,
is, where did the sun exactly go? You said to the west.
It goes to the
Expand
west.
on that.
We all
Expand on
see.
that.
Oh, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. The sun rises in the east and it sets in the west, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure,
All right.
sure. So is it going underneath the Earth completely, or no?
No.
Okay, so we're
Why
going to
would we
discount.
assume
So
that?
so hold on. So here's the issue we're coming into now is so we have this phenomenon that it's getting dark out, and
Yeah.
I'm asking you what happened to the sun, and I asked you a question: is it going beneath the Earth or beneath our feet? And you go
Do you,
no. So
do you
you
know
are
what
explaining.
do you know
Hold
what light
on, hold on.
attenuation
You
is?
are explaining what the
Do you know what
phenomenon
light
is. I'm just
attenuation is?
wondering is in your view what is going on with the sun at that time? It's going to the
Light
west, but what's going on with it?
attenuation, do you know what it is?
I'm asking you the
Don't
question.
answer a question with a question. Answer the
Well,
question.
I mean, because
I
if I
don't
tell you
know
what it
why this
is,
is
I don't.
difficult. I'm just
Yes,
asking you to explain this phenomenon.
yes or
We
no? Do
agree
you
that
know
it's
what
getting
light
dark out.
attenuation
We
is?
agree that it's going to the west. Fine. I'm just
Why are
wondering
you getting repetitive? I'm
Because you're not
answering you
answering the
already.
question.
because you asked me a question to answer my question. That's a problem.
Well, I'm gonna follow up if you say yes or no. I mean, isn't that why are you being so unreasonable?
You're
I'm
trying
not
to
being
get him on the
unreasonable.
defensive, right, Elijah? You're trying to get him on the defensive by asking him a question. You
No,
know that
he's
you're
not.
currently
He's
being
not on
charged,
the
right?
defensive.
Answer
I
the
asked
question.
him if he knows what that means because I'm
If he
going
answered
to
that
continue.
question, I know what you do. You're going to then prosecute his argument and say, "How do you know that?" Right?
He doesn't have
You're
an argument.
being asked the
He
question,
doesn't have an
Elijah.
argument. He's asking
You're
me
being
what's
asked the
going on.
question.
He doesn't have an argument.
I'm
He's
just
But let's
asking
get to
me
the
what's
point.
going on.
Answer
I'm
answer the man's
asking
question.
Yo, can you guys start getting control?
Oh, come on.
posted a little picture here. This is the average atmospheric extinction, or the loss of brilliance is almost 23,000 times from that of noon, and that's the sun's intensity. So as the sun goes closer to the horizon, it's shining through more and more and more air. And so it loses intensity as the light scatters and diffuses in the air.
Light
It's not hard to
attenuation. That's
understand.
why
yeah.
I asked.
So
That's why.
eventually,
Yo, please don't interrupt again because you didn't want to answer the question. So fine, just be quiet. So it's called light attenuation. This is something that's just true, not just for me, but for you, for everybody here. This is what we experience. Light attenuation, the decrease in intensity of the light as it moves away. Now, on top of that, we can see that happen because the sun doesn't always go near the horizon. Sometimes it fades off into the distance. I have a video of that if I can find it. Second of all, you have the Alaskan cruise where you can see, you look to the left and you can see the sunlight and the brilliance of the daytime, and you look to the right and you can see the darkness of night. So, I mean, again, the sun goes that away. What the hell is the point of the question you're
Pretty
asking is what I'm
simple.
asking.
I'll try to experiment. Where is actually the location of the sun if it's dark for you? Is it on the other side of the
Oh,
globe? Other
not
side of
over
a
my
quote unquote
head.
disk? So
Not
you don't
over
have an
my head.
answer. You don't have an
Well,
answer on it.
well, if you look at the Mercator projection, you can find out where the sun is overhead when it's dark where you are. Why is
It's
this
on the
so
other
hard?
side of the globe. That's where it is.
Well, a
well,
Mercator
that's
projection
not
isn't a
even the
projection of the
argument. So
globe.
so
A
you're
Mercator
agreeing.
project. Let me respond to him. A Mercator projection isn't a projection of the globe. It's a Cartesian coordinate system. So that's a X, Y coordinate system. So
It's a projection of the globe on the Cartesian coordinate system.
Indeed.
no, it's not.
It is.
Yeah, it
No,
is. Like
no,
that's
it's
its
actually
explicit
not.
purpose.
No, because the Cartesian coordinate system and the latitudes and the longitudes are built based off of elevation angles, which is obviously requiring a flat
I
baseline.
think you need to double check that one.
The Cartesian plane in and of itself is not like the Mercator projection in and of itself. The Mercator projection is something that's projected onto a Cartesian plane. It's the globe surface projected onto that plane. It's not the plane in
No,
and of
no, it's
itself.
not. It's the perspective view of the sky projected onto the Mercator,
I'm
not
sorry, but
the
I think you have
globe.
to look that
The
one up because
perspective
you're dead
of
wrong.
the sky. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I would double check because what you're saying is definitely wrong.
Okay, you can double check.
I
You do
did,
what you
and
gotta
you're
do.
wrong.
All right.
Oh.
The bottom line is he asked what's going on with the sun. Well, I'm not proposing an explanation other than what we see. What we all see is the sun goes that way. So what you're trying to say is, well, what are you trying to say?
So you did give an excellent explanation, right? You said that
It's the same explanation you would give. The
hold
sun
on,
appears to go
no,
that way.
I didn't. I didn't give an explanation, but the explanation you gave was that the sun is going away from us to the west, and it is
Okay.
going through atmosphere, and even
Yeah.
thicker atmosphere when it goes away from us. Correct?
Because of light attenuation, yeah.
Correct. Okay, so if I'm standing at 6'2" and I don't see the sun anymore, correct? Then it's
Okay.
because it's because the atmosphere is so thick that I cannot see the sun anymore, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still going away from me. If I get up on a ladder, there should be pretty much the same amount of atmosphere that I am going through that I shouldn't still be able to see the sun, right? Because it's still going away from me and still all that atmosphere, correct?
Well, there's a difference between seeing the sun, like when it's being angularly cut off by the deck, and when it's just fading into the distance. It doesn't matter what altitude you'd be at that point. There's two different kinds of happening. Like I said, um, with the video of, if I can even find it, of Chicago, you have the
Hold
sun
on.
just disappearing into the distance and it's nowhere
Yeah.
near the horizon. And then you have very dry, clear days where the sun appears to be cut off by the horizon. There seems to be some sort of angular distortion between the ground and the sun.
Yeah, but again is during your explanation, right? That it shouldn't matter how high I go because I'm
That's not
still
what
going.
I just said.
I understand, but
That's not what I just said.
okay, you said because of the angular of the deck, right?
It
Is that what
depends,
you?
I said it depends. I mean, because
It
when it's
depends on
too
the
far,
deck, correct? You're talking about the Earth,
when it
correct?
gets dark and the sun is not penetrating, or the sunlight is not penetrating the air, that's an entirely different story than what we would call sunset.
Well, the sun is always above the Earth, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so in order for something to go down below the deck, it would have to go further and further and further and further away from you, correct?
Down below the deck, I don't know anything about that.
Here's the issue you just said. So I said I'm standing at 6'2", right? And
Mhm.
I do not see the sun anymore. And if I get on the ladder, then I can see part of the sun, right? And you're saying it's because the angular of the deck, but the sun is always above the deck, no matter what. And in order for the light to be below the deck, right? It either has to go below the deck
Below the deck, I don't know what
it
you're
has to go
talking
so
about.
far away that we cannot see it anymore, right?
No, there's the look, check this out. You know how it has to do with the angle, because in the same sense you could see what appears to be the sunset and what appears to be the horizon cutting off a bit of the sunset, and then instead of getting on the ladder you can zoom in and see the sun rise apparently up off the ground back into the air, because it has to do with optics somehow. Now, I'm not God. I don't know exactly how everything is working when and exactly how the medium works other than the air that we're talking about. But I can just point out these different instances where it does different things.
But you do understand the atmosphere and the light, because that's your explaining of why it gets dark is because it's going away from you and the atmosphere is so thick the light cannot penetrate it, right?
Yeah.
But that's just
So you do have
that's
the
just one aspect,
explanation.
because
That's
in the
one
atmosphere you're standing on the ground.
you're
I'm
ignoring
not
the
ignoring
other.
anything. I'm literally going off
Why
by
are
what
you
you said.
yelling?
So
Why
so
do you
so if
keep
the
why
Earth,
do
so
you
if the
keep
sun is always
yelling?
above us, if
Why
the
do you
sun
keep
is always
yelling?
above us,
Okay, go
and
ahead.
it's going away from us, and it's going through more and more atmosphere, it wouldn't matter how tall you are, you still wouldn't be able to see the sun because it's going away from you. And
You just missed the very last thing that I said to you. Why'd you don't mute him?
yeah, that went by mute.
You just missed the very last thing. You just completely ignored the last thing I said to you.
Hold on. I'm going by what you said. You have
Not the
literally
last
said
thing I said.
it gets dark because the
Not the
sun is
last
going
thing
away
I
from
said.
you.
Okay,
It
that's
gets.
one
Hold on.
thing.
We'll go through it and then see where it differs. Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tell me where I am wrong. Right. It gets dark out because the sun is going away from you and going through more and more atmosphere.
It's called light attenuation.
Okay, so we have an explanation of the atmosphere affecting the light, and it cannot penetrate the atmosphere because there's so much of it. That's why it gets dark out. Okay, now
Bro,
you said the deck.
Before
You
you
said the deck.
before you go
When you
on.
say deck, what do you mean by
Before
deck?
you
You mean
go
when you say deck, what do
before
you mean
you
by
go
deck?
on, I'll explain all that. I'm not one to run away from a conversation. It's all going to be had, but I want the audience to have more awareness of what I'm talking about when I say light attenuation. Everybody knows what light attenuation is, right? I mean, for God's sakes, you can take another medium, for example, water, and you know the deeper down in the ocean you go, the darker it gets.
I agree. We're in agreement there.
Uh, Same thing. Okay. So now, as far as the deck and the angular separation between the deck and the sun,
Yeah. What do you mean by deck?
the ground.
Okay, so we have the ground, right? In our perception, 6'2". I have only a certain distance I can see, and I have the deck, right?
Mhm.
Is the ground, and the
Mhm.
sun. The sun appears like it's going underneath the deck, correct? But it's
Mhm.
actually not going underneath the deck, in your view, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay, and what you're saying is it's not actually going beneath the deck. It's going further away from you. And
Why do you keep
because
saying underneath? Like,
because it's going further away from you, it's going through so much atmosphere, you're not going to be
no,
able to
that's
see it,
not what I'm
right?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? You're not following.
Okay,
So when it
so
has
we
to
have the
when it
phenomenon
has
of it
to do
appears to be going below the deck,
when it has
right?
to do with that,
So what
it's
is
not
going
like
on?
one thing. It's not like one thing is happening and another is not. It's an amalgamation of things. And in the case that you're talking about, when you see the light, right, and then you see it going down, meeting the horizon, appearing to be cut off by the horizon, you can either increase your elevation for a small time, but not forever, just like you can't zoom in forever for the same reason, because all optical equipment have a limit. You can zoom into the sun just like you can get on top of a ladder and you can see the sunset again. Therefore, making that portion of this conversation, the answer to that being, it's optical.
Yeah, it's the phenomenon we're observing. So it wouldn't.
No,
So the only
optical
issue I'm
meaning it
coming
has
into,
to do with
the
the
only issue I'm
optical
coming
meaning.
into,
You're not understanding because you just changed
yes,
what I said. No,
because
you just
I'm
changed what I said. So let me make sure you understand what I mean by optical. I mean the limitation of the optic to resolve between two objects, one being the sun's light and one being the deck.
okay. So again, is where does the atmosphere come into play then?
Well, you asked what happens when
Well,
it.
you're saying it's
Why
a
are you
bunch of
cutting me
things,
off? And
and
I'm
I'll
asking.
agree
I'm
with you.
answering your question. You said, where does it come into play? Well, you asked me what happens when it becomes nighttime. Light attenuation. That's what happens.
Which we agree that it means that the more of a substance it's going through, the less light comes through.
Right. Just like in the ocean.
Okay. So again, why would altitude, especially, would you agree that when the
I
sun
just
is,
told
would
you,
you
fam.
agree?
I
Would
just
you
told
agree?
you, fam.
Hold
I
on. Would you
just told
agree?
you, fam. I just told
I'm
you,
asking a
fam.
question. I'm asking a clarification
Why are
question.
you asking the same? Okay, go ahead.
Would
Clarification.
you
Sure.
agree? Would you agree that if the sun is going further away from us, the more atmosphere it's going through?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wouldn't matter how tall I am. It's in fact
No, it does
always
matter.
increasing.
It does matter, specifically for the example I gave. It obviously matters because when you increase the aperture, you can see the sunset again. So it does matter. The angular
I agree with that
resolution.
observation. I agree with that observation. But the only problem I'm coming
You're
into
saying
is
it shouldn't
that if
matter.
the sun, here's the issue: if the sun is
Okay.
going away from us and continually to go away from us, and it
It is.
cannot penetrate the atmosphere,
At some
just
point,
me increasing my size isn't decreasing the amount of atmosphere between between the observer and the sun. In fact, it will only be continuing to increase the atmosphere.
listen, bro. When it becomes nighttime, it doesn't matter how high above the Earth's surface you get, you're not going to see the sun's light. You're not going to see the sun at all.
Okay,
At the same time,
this is the crux. This is the crux of the problem.
at the same time, though, you're saying, well, then how come when it appears like it's going below the horizon, I can see it again if I increase in altitude? And you're tying that with, because if it disappeared because of light attenuation, then it shouldn't matter. Well, that's where you're fucking up, because they're two different things that are happening. I don't know how you're missing it.
You cannot hold on. You cannot all of a sudden you're not decreasing the amount of atmosphere. Do you think just by going
You
up in
keep
elevation, you're
repeating this. All
definitely
right.
decreasing the
I
amount
don't
of
know.
atmosphere?
You're
I've
being
heard you
circular.
say the same thing
Yes,
about
gravity does that.
Yeah, Eli, I've heard you say about the same thing about 8 times. Maybe I can give him an analogy on it.
Yes, please. Yes,
But these
please.
guys
I've been waiting, but
are for me or yeah, but I was waiting too, dude. Like,
Oh, that's you with that? I didn't know that was you with the with that that icon. Go ahead, bro. What up,
oh
man?
yeah. Well, I came in a couple of days ago, and they told me basically that my account wasn't left wing enough. Was what I heard. So I've come in with the most left wing thing I could find, which is Joseph Stalin. So hopefully that's left wing enough for the server. But anyway, maybe I can give you an. Who was the guy you were talking to, Eli?
What's your name, brother? Brother, what's your name?
It's Razor.
Razor.
Nice to
Okay,
meet you,
cool.
by the way. Yeah.
So Razor, let me give you an example, right? So I mean, obviously I'm in the UK, right? We make tea all the time. You guys make coffee, whatever. But when you boil a kettle or you boil water, then the water will effectively off gas, and then it just becomes steam eventually. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you got one phenomena which explains how water can become gas. Now, if you don't change the temperature of water, you can still achieve this by lowering the air pressure around the water as well. You understand that?
Yeah.
So you've got two completely separate effects. So it's two completely separate causes that are both contributing to the same effect. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is what Elo's trying to get you to understand. You've got the sun disappearing, and there are multiple causes. One of them is your angular relationship with the sun. Another one is the atmosphere, and there are others as well. But what he's trying to get you to understand is that you can't just take each one in isolation, because they are all present during these observations. Does that make sense? And hopefully, Eli,
I understand what you're trying to say, right? But the issue we're coming into is the amount of atmosphere, right? Me going up 10 feet. Do you think the atmosphere changes so much that all of a sudden I can on the Earth, the atmosphere changes that much on the Earth, and we can measure pressure, right? barometric pressure, right? So
there are other variables that you're not taking into account, like unknown variables. I've been trying to jump into this. So unknown variables, because you're trying to make a conclusion about the sun when you don't know what the sun is doing, the medium that is in above us, the distance to the sun, the size of it. So all of those unknown variables are also in effect, but you don't know what it's actually happening. You don't actually know those variables. So you're trying to come to a conclusion on how the sun works, and you're not accounting for the unknown variables as well.
We don't need them in this, right?
You're
We
attempting
can
to
just
make a
take the
purely
observation.
inductive. You're attempting to make a purely inductive argument for something we don't know all the variables to. Now, I've adequately given you two things that satisfy what you're saying. You're saying it's not, but what I'm telling you is that you're mistaken when you say when you go higher, it's not so much more atmosphere that I shouldn't be. I don't know. I guess what you're saying is I rise up, I see more, I see the sun again. Therefore, it couldn't be the atmosphere that was stopping me from seeing part of the sun when I was on the ground. And I told you, well, the attenuation of light is not the reason that that's happening, but you're not accepting that. I gave you the secondary response to that. You're not accepting it.
Just to compound on that, like that's why I brought up the example with the evaporation of water, right? You can either lower the pressure or you can boil the water, add energy to the system, or you can do both, right? So if you're doing both, then obviously the water's going to become steam because you're having two separate causes that lead to that single effect, which is what's going on here. So, I mean, yeah, you might raise up 10 feet, and to be honest, the angular relationship will change. The amount of atmosphere between you and the sun will also change, but much less. But it will be less as well, because at that point you're in a lower, not only are you in a lower atmosphere zone, but the atmosphere you're seeing through will be lower the whole way through. But that's not the main reason. The main reason is the angle itself.
So he's making all of these conclusions about the sun and how it shouldn't work under your idea on his mind, right? He's saying, I have this idea in my mind and I should be doing this or not doing that based on all of his assumptions, even though he doesn't know all of the variables. We have some variables like attenuation, angular view, we have those, but we're missing a bunch of other variables like the ones that we don't know of. The medium that's zoning in and all that. Yeah.
I said it was a purely inductive argument, but based on what we spoke about yesterday, it sounds abductive because you're trying to work backwards from a conclusion. And that's why you're not hearing or accepting what I'm saying, because you have an idea that, well, if things were like this, then it should work like this. And I'm trying to, just give you more information as to, okay, think about it like this. I'm not
He also
telling
jumped
you
out,
how to.
Laya, my bad. He also jumped out. He jumped out like a minute ago. He just jumped out of the call.
All right, well, whatever.
So wait, I would like to ask a question. What do you mean by the sun going below the deck is the reason you
I
can
didn't say that.
see it at higher altitude?
I didn't say that. He insisted on that, and I was like, going below what?
I see.
I think he meant the planet.
It's the angular relationship or the angular distance between the sun and the deck is what I said.
Yeah, you have to be very careful in this conversation because people will often throw loaded questions at you, and that's a loaded question, right? So when you say it's going below the deck, it's heavily implied that that's happening physically, right? Which we don't believe. So why would you even answer it in that way? So I could accept that it's going below the deck optically, but there are multiple possible reasons for that. But they will then try and bait and switch between the optical and the physical meaning of going below. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that what you said, Elijah, is an amalgamation of things. I think that's fair to say. And that we're missing certain variables to the amalgamation of the effect that we observe, the phenomena that we observe of the sun going below the horizon, right? That
Yeah, it's the
observation.
globalists commonly get confused with semantics. We just got to be very careful with them.
Yep.
I prefer to be called a globe head.
So, do you guys live in a globe world or a non-globe world? Can you answer that? Whoever's a globe tart.
We don't live in a cartoon. We know for a fact that we don't live in a cartoon. We know that.
World.
We live in a globe.
We live in a globe world. Yeah.
Okay, what's your
I'm a globy
ultimate
world
metaphysical
in a
grounding for
globy
believing that you live in a
world.
Life is global.
Metaphysical.
No, seriously, man, don't use globetard, man. That's it's a bit raw.
This
Maybe
is
just
the
go
dark.
with
I'm a
like
Dark
baller.
Dawkins of the flat earthers, so you can't.
No, I know, man, I know. But just like go with like baller or something. Like we want to be at least semi-respectful.
I mean, they want us to be wrong so bad. But the bottom line is, we're not making any of the claims that you guys
To
are
be
making.
fair, you have never made a concrete proof in flat Earth. We're still waiting on scientific evidence.
Why would
Wouldn't
see
be
that? This
scientific
lets me
evidence
know
for a
that you
shape
don't know what
question, my
science
friend.
is.
Well, I'm willing to guys to believe you if
I
it's
was in the
true, but
middle of
bring
responding
some
to what you said.
evidence.
Do you really have to be so rude?
Well, you
So,
can if you can give me
yeah, I was just going
this
to
is
actually
about
respond
it.
to what you
Scientific
said, if you
experiment.
He's
don't
trying
mind.
to respond. Yeah, dude, he was trying to respond, and you just talked over his response. Like, I mean, it just kind of your response when you say, if I knew about this scientific evidence for the flat Earth, I would really believe in it. It loses any credibility when you just talk over the answer.
Well, send me the link, please. I'll happy to read it in
Just
silence.
relax while Eli's talking.
I'm relaxing. It's
Okay.
a reasonable evening.
But you just talked over me again. You can't be relaxing while talking over people. Just relax.
I am relaxing, amazingly, actually.
Okay. Was I confused, or was that Jedi coming in there?
That was me. Hi.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. You could take it.
Cool. There wouldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, you idiot. Science only deals with cause and
What did you
effect.
say, faggot? Poor bastard?
Brilliant. Well done. You asked
Fair
a
enough.
scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth, whether it be flat or globe. I'm trying to tell you that science wouldn't be the tool that you would use for that piece of inquiry. Science only deals with cause and effect. It's not a shape question. To figure out the shape of an object, you don't science it, you observe and measure it.
Well said, Jedi.
Also known as crucial aspects of science.
Anything else?
Want to say faggot again, maybe?
I don't know if these guys know that in England, a faggot is actually a delicious pork meatball.
Is it?
I'm
I
very
heard
aware.
a
You guys
fag
got
is a
some.
cigarette. A
You guys got
faggot
some
is a
great.
meatball.
You guys got some
Somebody
great
just
names for
say
food
Carry
over
the
there.
same.
Somebody just say they like to put a faggot's pork meat in their mouth. What that was? Thought a
I
faggot was an
didn't
English
but
cigarette.
I fear it's too gay in here. It wouldn't even be funny. No offense, I guess.
How many in the population of flat earthers is the ratio of gays to heterosexuals the same as in the globe earthers population?
How would we
I don't think
possibly
that
know
really
that?
matters.
It might have an effect on just how you guys like synthesize your collective body of information.
How would we possibly know that?
Like you just have to factor out the gaiety in the equations to see if there's any
Well,
issues. You want to
you
reach a
get
more
right
objective.
on that, and then you start a
Brilliant.
channel and let people know.
Absolutely brilliant, mate. Well,
Well, I don't think it matters what your sexual preference is as to what the shape of the Earth is.
Correct.
I would think that like a maybe somebody that was gay would like it be more phallic-like, so more round.
Well, you know, some people are into balls, I guess. I personally don't believe that we live on a spinning water ball.
you said I think. Doubt that.
I mean, I definitely think that most Globers are heterosexuals, but I don't know if that matters really.
You say heliosexual?
Also, people. I don't want to say. I'm gonna trigger people.
Yeah. It's crazy, crypto, because it's like when you actually get to something that can be known 100%, that you don't have to beg the question, affirm the consequent, or just straight up appeal to an authority for. When it sounds like something you can do yourself, the whole room melts down every single time. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Because we were getting to a really key part of the logic of Razor and that conversation, and then he just it just bails. It's like, nah, I don't want to hear it. Later's, okay, cool, thanks, bro.
Also, the flat Earth community is aware of many deworming protocols, and that will heal some of the gayness of many people. So yeah,
I knew you couldn't help it. I knew you was trying to hold out, Gen Z. I know you was trying.
hey, parasitic host manipulation. A lot of Globers are not aware of that. So yeah, go ahead.
They
I
did
was
turn
saying,
the
to be fair to him, he was trying to be respectful. So I've always got to respect people who are trying to actually have the conversation, even if they're
Yeah.
throwing out logical fallacies.
Yeah, he was an all right dude. He was not like I really feel like he was trying to he was trying to have an honest discussion. The problem is we don't know that we're scripted. You know what I mean? When I say we, I mean y'all, to be honest. You got no, you know what? Even flat earthers, when they get thrown a curveball, they'll just probably defer to some sort of script. Me, I'm just gonna go, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll look into it. Or either way, I'm fluid in the way that I act because I'm actually being real. I don't have some automated ready response. All my responses, though they are ready, have already been through countless conversations. So it's a natural conversation. If somebody changes course, then I'm able to actually respond in real time versus just trying to force another scripted response. And it's like the globe earthers can't do that. I mean, come on, who disagrees that I gave him a valid answer to what he was saying? It's not like I have to tell you exactly what the sun is or what it's doing. He was saying, I don't need to know all of that. Yeah, no shit. Neither do I. But when it comes to the effect that you're talking about, we're talking about the angular separation and the minimum value that causes that. Well, maybe not necessarily technically the particulars, but we know it happens. How do we know it happened? Because you can zoom in and voila, that effect is gone. So he's like, well, if how does that have to do with light attenuation? It doesn't technically, but you also asked me about nighttime, so I answered that.
Flat Earth don't exist, bro.
Hear you, hear you.
I mean, the Earth is round.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I mean, hope you're happy with that.
You sure about that?
Yeah, the Earth is round. It's very round. How?
Wait, if you say it 33 times, then I'll believe it again.
Okay, the Earth is round. 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 The
Oh
Earth is
yes,
round.
keep
The Earth
going.
is round.
Oh
Earth is
yeah.
round. Earth is round. The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
12,
Keep counting.
13.
Make sure you count it.
Let him keep going. 13. He
Well,
stopped at
The dude
13.
Is
That's
this
a
what the
bad luck number.
heliosexual sex line sounds like?
Keep going.
I just wanted to know: have you got a coin on you, like a 10p or a 20p?
Wait, why'd he stop? Oh my god.
He's
I was just
probably
waiting for the midget to actually have a conversation.
Damn, dude gave me blue balls.
Mm.
No, I
Yo,
think
who? Oh,
come on
sorry.
and say it off. I believe it. No, you're fine. He said it often enough. I'm sold.
I
The
was
Earth is
almost
obviously a
there
ball because
though.
that man said it.
Who was here for that? I think her name is Christina or something like that. Who was here for that this morning?
Oh
Christina,
God.
Antichrist or whatever.
Yeah, Antichrist. Yeah. Yo, you know it's crazy, fam. Somebody was being wild belligerent in here, and so she left because she couldn't take it. So, somebody created. I guess she created the room. So, the real flat Earth, right? So I went down there because I was invited down there, and we started talking about it. Um, and she's like, it's not like it's one thing that could really determine the whole entire shebang, right? And I'm like, well, either something is curved or it's not. Like that's literally it. Like, it's not that hard. It's curved, it's not curved. So how do we determine that? Well, there's only one claim on the table, that the horizon is geometric, because clearly if you have a basketball, that little line at the top, that's the horizon in the real view. Like you guys say, oh, if you were on a basketball but you were an ant, you were really small, that would be the horizon. Yeah, tangent to a tangent point marked with an X, that would be the distance to the horizon, the point on the earth at which you can no longer see. So where that at? It don't exist. Therefore, that claim is false. Yo, she was not trying to hear it. She even plugged her own numbers into her program to figure out, like, how, cuz I told her, she said, "Did you do this for real yourself?" I'm like, "Yeah." Cuz I guess they expect that we just be on like the internet all day or something. I was like, "Yeah, I was at Coney Island Beach and I was looking at Jersey Shore and the horizon was way further than the fucking shore." I wish I could explain how I got to go out there one day and show you exactly. Matter of fact, I can show you on Google Maps. You'll be like, "Oh, okay, I see what you're saying." So, Jersey was 6 miles and change away, and the horizon was like way beyond that. And she was just like, "I'm not getting what you're saying." I'm like, "Well, that's the claim. The claim is false." She was like, "No, I think this is very." Yep. Oh shit. Yep. Hold on. I gotta get my dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
bossy boy.
what he's describing there is this what I call everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Or flat earthers can't be right syndrome. Even if you're just citing back their own claims, they're like, "Oh well, I don't want to hear it from you." So it's pretty bad when they start denying their own worldview just because you said it.
It's kind of funny that they were mentioning earlier. The guy said that when I was talking about drop over distance, he's like, "I think that's something you flat earthers made up."
Yep.
I started laughing
Yep.
at the guy.
Exactly. Someone was in the chat saying the exact same thing. Dude, this happened one time. India and I were talking to we went to like a Sneeko server, having this conversation, and we brought up like the claimed wobble of the Earth, and they're like, "You just made that up." It's like, dude, it's so funny, dude. They almost don't. They don't like hearing their own worldview put back to them.
It's amazing because if you say the exact same thing, but it's like in an article by Scientific American with like a nice CGI picture of the Earth wobbling, suddenly it's, oh wow, this information, this is so like amazing and interesting.
Hey, by the way, Crypto, you remember that guy, Dogs Are Gods? He came into this room like earlier today. And,
no.
Yeah, he was in here, and he said that the reason why that he has his worldview is because he could be delusional. He's what is it? Solipsism, I think is what he's following right now. But I got him on Clipcord got him on audio saying that he could be delusional. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've debated Dogs and Gods before, and he comes up with the sources that he uses are like websites you've never heard of, and then he takes that source out of context to make his argument. So it's like 2 layers from even being close to true.
They love doing that, man. And they'll just post like the text, not a link, you know, so you can't go like check to see where it came from. I think another day, and this is the most busy VC in the server. Shout out to all you guys. I know you love it. Y'all are here more than me, and I don't mean the flat earthers. So shout out to all the haters out there.
Yep, we love you.
And we know you love it. We know you love this. So you'll cope and be like, "Oh, it's just a circus. I'm here."
I
You're the one
love
getting
how
peanuts thrown at
round
you.
the planet is. It's
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah.
Bro, we're gonna have a new flat Earth coming up. It's gonna be dark energy or an error in the mathematics. And that's gonna be like the new flat Earth.
Dark energy, or you're bad at math.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like a globe thing. You can keep that.
Oh, I love appealing to my scientific authorities. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they work pretty
Brilliant.
well over the past 2,000 years.
Oh
so
god,
big.
they get everything correct all the
Guys,
time. It's so
guys,
good.
guys,
I
I
never
can
said
explain
that.
why.
They've certainly gotten things wrong. Like with the ether, for example, the ether was wrong.
Possibly be
But, you
lying
know,
about
we've done
Guys,
pretty well.
guys, I can explain why these guys are denying their own worldview and sounding so cringy. I can explain how and why that is.
We had like the idea of plasma
Denying their own
cosmology
worldview.
competing with general
An idea.
relativity. That was
I can
wrong.
explain.
Plasma cosmology was wrong. But you know, it's
No, they're never
science
Have
wrong.
you guys?
pretty well.
They're experts.
Have you looked into the experiments of Solomon
Well,
Asch?
maybe if you're like a guy working in a factory who's never engaged with a scientific journal before, they'll say that science is never wrong. But,
Engage with a
they're
scientific
not
journal.
into-
What does that even
Have you
mean?
guys?
what
Have
we
you,
call
What the
have you guys ever?
So because you
have
haven't
ever
read a
looked into?
scientific journal, you can't speak? You
Have you
don't
guys
have
ever
any
looked into
critical
Solomon
thought.
Asch?
You've never read a scientific journal. Is that correct? You can't
I
engage
never
in
said
critical
that.
thought.
Mayhem. I think
shut,
Mayhem
shut, I never
100 is
said that.
mentally
That was a
You're
straw
funny.
man.
I think that he is
That
a
was a straw
mentally
man.
disabled human being. That's what I think.
Thank you. You're
Yeah,
being
says
turned
the
down
one
to
that's mentally
33%.
disabled.
Have you guys ever heard of Solomon Asch before?
Yeah, you're turned down to
Who the fuck is
33%,
that
buddy.
guy?
Have you ever heard of Solomon Asch before? Any of you guys?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Really got to ask: is there a scientific experiment that
Nobody
proves
cares about Solomon
the
Ash.
shape of the Earth?
Isn't he the
If you
guy
look
that
into his
invented
experiment,
potash?
give it. No one
No, he's the
cares. Have
guy.
you got a
He's the guy who
scientific
explains conformity. Why?
experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Is he Chinese?
What kind of shit is that?
I'm not sure where he's from. But you should look into his experiments about conformity. They're very insightful.
He said scientific.
Yeah, you're coming in low and you're cutting, bro. So the people are just rumpusing you. You're coming in low and cutting out. At least for me. What's good with the LARPers? You got
Yeah.
any questions?
Yeah, so when to finish my story, when we began to go ahead out when we began to like conclude the conversation, when I was like, yeah, where would the geometric where would the tangent to the tangent point be on that circle? She kept talking about degrees. I'm like, yeah, geometrically, where that at? And she is like, what do you mean? I was like, geometric meaning earth measured distance. And she's like, no, that's not true. I was like, well, in this context, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it is. And she's like, well, he's a fucktard. I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, but there's definitely a distance from you, the observer, to the cutoff point. Where is it? In your little thing. You know, she was gonna try to make the radius 3,000 miles, and I was like, you best not. Why don't you make it 4,000 if you're trying to round off? And she was like, okay, I was trying to help you out. I was like, no, fam, I don't need it. I'm trying to help you out. And like I don't know what she saw, but at the end of it, she was like, you know, this is really unhealthy what you're doing for yourself. It's unhealthy for you. She's like, just, you know, because I think it's so unhealthy, you're not doing anything wrong. I'm just gonna mute you. And she muted me.
I don't know, man. I think you're just kind of retarded.
Oh yeah, that's not what your sister said.
Is that always
That
what
is
you
not-
bring to the
No,
table?
Wow,
she's
Danny?
retarded,
what did his underage sister say? Tell us.
Why do you open up your
Please
mic
tell
to
me
just
what
say
my
stupid
underage
shit?
sister
Yeah,
told you. Yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah,
Why
go
do
ahead,
you
please.
open up your mic and say stupid shit, dude? Why? Why can't you say something intelligible?
Mayhem 100 has a mental disability.
You know,
Yeah,
you know
that's
what
you don't
your,
have
you
a
know what your
sister.
underage, you know what your underage sister said. Your underage sister said, "Mommy, why is stepdaddy so cool?"
Got him.
You're a
I don't
fucking
know,
one-trick
Sage.
pony, dude. That's all you got in your chamber. Fucking come with something a little bit more intelligible,
Hey,
idiot.
hey, how do you know that Elijah is not your daddy?
Bro, it took him like a solid minute.
Yeah, just let us know when you have something of substance, guys. Y'all want to talk about people. We're trying to talk about the evidence and the facts, the Earth itself directly. You guys want to talk about us or just random nonsense. So let us know when you have a case to make.
Yeah, bring your A game, man, not your fucking bullshit ass insult.
Creation, but I completely agree with you. If you insult someone and you do it like a lot, then that disproves their worldview.
I know,
So
right?
you don't even talk about the worldview. Just insult them. It's easy.
Your Honor, the defendant is a coward and an idiot. It's like,
Well, remember, this is it's like lunchtime for a lot of teenagers at this time, so they're in Discord just calling people retarded, you know?
yeah, that's not making a case. And also, you guys
I
should
tried to,
remember, like when you're
I tried to,
if
I tried
you're
to
in
raise
front of
Solomon Ash, but he got completely ignored.
if you're in front of a judge, you're not there to convince the defendant or the plaintiff. If you are one of the two, you're there to convince the judge, the jury. You're supposed to make a strong case, going, Your Honor, the defendant is clearly stupid. Like that's not enhancing or making your case any stronger whatsoever.
The defendant is a fucktard, and therefore he murdered Dave. Right.
It's like, yeah, those statements would get thrown out in a heartbeat. Not even that.
Don't they make character assessments in courtrooms? I'm pretty sure they do.
The defendant doesn't like zombies
Holy
like I
dude.
do, therefore he's wrong.
That is a wild straw man of the claim that was made. Right?
I think it was just like don't talk about character.
You really? Yeah.
No, they do character at
It's
sentences.
a wild
like
straw man because I'm going to finish what I was saying. It's a wild straw man because no one's ever been convicted of murder for being a fucktard. They
Well,
might
no,
have been.
but it comes part of their character.
Still
So like,
talking, my man. I'm still talking. Wait till I finished. Right. They might have been convicted. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Just wait.
They can't help themselves.
So yeah, you may have been convicted based on the fact that your character would then hint towards the fact that you might be lying about murdering them, right? That might be something that they take into consideration. But it wouldn't be, Your Honor, he's a fucktard, let's put him away for murder. Like, why can't you pass these two ideas from each other?
And the ultimate point is to make your own case. Have a strong case. Your case shouldn't involve your distaste of me. And again, the second point is that you're not there to convince the plaintiff if you're the defendant, and if you're the plaintiff, you're not there to convince the defendant, which is what you guys are getting mixed up. You're like, well, you just wouldn't believe. It's not for us. Well, I'm not trying to convince these bird brains here. They're bricked. There's a bunch of people in this call and the chat that don't talk, just listen. You can consider them the jury. Or if this is being streamed somewhere, the people listening, they're the jury as well. So make your case for them. You shouldn't be appealing, oh, well, Your Honor, jury, clearly the people I'm talking to are so stupid. Like, that doesn't enhance your case. It's not making your case any stronger. It was weak to begin with, so find something else. Don't worry about us. Worry about the judge, the jury. You guys should really like go sit in a courtroom. Learn how this stuff goes. The way you guys act is not how it would fly. The stuff you would say would get thrown out so fast. Oh, Your Honor,
That get thrown out for contempt of court.
Your Honor, my client, I can't even think of a reason they would commit this murder. Yeah, and well, look at what about all this evidence that's here on in the discovery. Well, they've been a member of the community for thousands of years. Like that doesn't change the fact that we've got evidence. And of course, like the only reason I bring this stuff up is because a lot of the things you guys say would never fly. You should get more in the mindset of presenting your evidence like you were presenting it to a judge and a jury. But you guys get tripped up when you're here. You're like, well, you think this is about me and like us trying to convince each other. That's not what this is about. Yeah, but this is Discord. Yeah, okay. Just trying to get you guys out of the mindset of the things you say. Well, oh, Your Honor, I would present evidence, but you just wouldn't believe it. What is that? Present
So the
whatever
guy who
evidence
just
you have.
sorry, I just quickly the guy who just said this is Discord. You said it wrong. You meant to say this is Discord, and then kick someone.
Well, what's even worse is they don't even know they're on Discord, right, Mickey? Are you guys sure you're on Discord? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I asked. That's what it is. Dogs are gods, man. And there was a couple of people that actually chimed in right after him. Yeah, that's a great way to think. We can only be 99% sure of anything. Everybody in here was like, yeah, he's right. I bet you anything right now, there's people in here who think that you can never be sure of anything. I bet you right now we got some people sitting here. They're like, dude, that dude's so wrong. I bet you.
Yo, Mickey, are you sure you're on Discord right now? Are you sure?
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, I went into the 24/7 Globe section, right? Guess what they were talking about?
Us.
Politics. You hate us because you ain't us.
Your Honor, I would present the evidence, but just wait in the future. I'll put you on a rocket and then you'll believe me. Just wait to the future, Your Honor. No. You were supposed to bring the evidence with you. You can't appeal to the future for your evidence.
Yeah, we'll have the evidence in 4 years when we go to Mars. Yeah, cool story. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is what they feel confident saying it too. Oh, just wait. We'll put you on a rocket in the future, then you'll see. Okay, buddy. Okay. That's not a strong case either. It's fallacious reasoning.
Jesus.
What else did they say?
Wow.
Your Honor, they're just denying science. Well, what science do you
See
have?
this evidence right here, the evidence that we're looking for, we're not going to look at that. We're going to look at something else that has nothing to do with it. And then that's the evidence.
Well, you noticed that guy earlier who he goes, I'm prepared to look at the scientific evidence. And within 30 seconds, he was calling a Jedi a faggot. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're here in good faith, clearly.
I don't even think it was 30 seconds, mate. I didn't even get through my first bloody sentence.
I was being charitable.
You have to be charitable to this lot. I appreciate that. Well done. Lots of comments going on in the text chat. Maybe you can open your microphone and we can have a conversation. Somebody wants to be unmuted. Booney wants to be unmuted. Don't have to swear that I use Jesus Christ's name in vain, though, my friend.
Should have been here earlier. There was a guy that was preaching that pictures are the only ways to verify directly that the Earth has curvature. I'm serious. He even tossed out that you could directly measure the Earth having curvature. Saying, because I used like a 15-mile sample set, and he was like, well, if you use a 15-mile sample set, you need really precise equipment. And I was like, okay. He's like, but with that really precise equipment, you wouldn't even be able to see exactly how much curvature there would be anyway. So I was like, so you can't measure the surface then, according to you? No. But pictures? Oh, definitely pictures. So
That's pretty silly.
That's his argument.
So pictures good, but bad.
Yep.
I got a mental picture for you guys. So apparently, the ISS, if you believe that shit, has infected lubricants that have transported microorganisms that have infected the crew and are making the astronauts sick. And the scientists don't have a solution for this. I said, put down the lube, dude.
You could be making it up right now, Crit, and these NASA fanboys are gonna be all over that. Oh, dude, they're gonna quantify how it's possible. I guarantee you. They're gonna be trying to. Yeah, dude, it's totally within the realms of possibility. I mean, come on. We know how germs work. We know. What are you denying germs now? Like, what are you? Come on, man. Like, what's?
Saying this, I'm saying you could go like the globe is so funny. The zany space news. You could go to space.com, click on the science section, and read all about hitchhiking microbes. And you could keep yourself entertained for days off the zany ISS space shit. You don't need flat Earth, okay? Like all the globals coming here, you just want to laugh at people you think are stupid. Laugh at some other people because they've got a whopper of a story for you. They're using infected lubricants.
Let's go. It's all because she went to go for face. She said it couldn't. Don't blame yourself for helping lost.
It's hard to even get it out without laughing at how ridiculous it is.
Space parasites. Space parasites.
Yeah, and they hitchhiked. Hitchhiking space parasites.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Space Parasites?
Yeah. The globalists like light speed, like whoever can use all the globalists spiraling over flat Earth, they could take that energy and make an infinite improbability drive. And then fire up arc number 2 and blast off to Galgafrinchen to wage war against people you have.
Yeah, guys, I have to say, I had to go to the doctor the other day because I picked up space herpes. And they said that they can't cure it. I just need to go back to space and then take some antibiotics.
Interesting meme, but all right.
They tell you can look that up too. There is space herpes. That's not just from the movie Ice Pirates. Like
They're
Just
probably herpes virus that has managed to infect someone and then go to space. Yes, there's probably some kind of herpes that has been in space.
no, you lost the
Wait, you're
plot.
taking this seriously, bro?
Oh
Come
my
on.
god.
Maybe there were some that were affected by the radiation from the sun and mutated into something different, and then you can call it space herpes. But there's like, as you said, it comes from things that come from Earth, like lubricant.
I'm amazed that you're saying this with a straight face.
Yeah, it's pretty serious stuff.
That is hilarious. You guys will believe literally anything.
When do the Space Marines come down and start shooting at Tyranids? When does that start?
I don't know.
Actually,
the
the sunlight is a good the sunlight is a good disinfectant. So saying that the sunlight is gonna cause the herpes to mutate into space herpes sounds like sci-fi.
I mean, if it manages to survive, right? It's not likely to survive when exposed to the vacuum of space plus the sun. But it's possible. Not very likely, but it's possible. And when the Space Marines come down to fight the Tyranids, that'll happen when we find the Tyranids, I suppose. It is pretty ridiculous that they couldn't disinfect their lubricant before they brought it up to the ISS. That seems like a pretty major oversight.
How about this one here? NASA issues warning, space herpes warning, mind you. The virus can reactivate if you are in space. The crew aboard the space shuttle has had intermittent herpes infestations. They believe zero gravity is to blame for this.
Yeah, it's almost as if that entire space herpes story is unbelievable. Literally.
Are you getting this from like a Pop Sci article or something? Is that where you're getting this from?
No, I mean, look it up yourself. I could link you sources, but you'd probably make me do a fetch quest, and every time I link you a source, you're like, well, that source doesn't count.
We don't have to do this meta, right? You can just send me this. You can just send me the link.
Yeah, or just look it up in a source you trust and read it. Like, duh.
Oh, so if you're just not going to send me a link, you said that you got it at space.com.
That was the one for the infected lubricants.
I see. So where did you get this space herpes story then? What website?
You said it was a very serious thing.
Sure.
Wait, what do you mean?
See,
sure?
what website do you
You
trust?
said that?
Let's cut to the chase. Is there a news source that you trust that if I go do a fetch quest for you, you won't tell me that it's discredited because X?
I don't tend to read a ton of Pop Sci articles, so I'm not super well versed in the Pop Sci.
How about just NASA.gov? If I find it on NASA.gov, would that be good enough?
Sure. If it like gets you past the meta, then yes, NASA.com will work fine.
.com.
Oh, sorry, .gov. My mistake.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, holy shit, dude. Did something happen while I was away? Like, I know I was AFK for a little bit, but did it work? Did NASA finally got privatized? We kicked that shit to the curb?
No. So I had a little bit less sleep last night than I would have wanted to, so I may make some mistake.
I mean, that's really kind of like the goal. It's Flat Earth isn't trying to take your ball away from you. We're just trying to get you to prove it or pay for it. Because enough for the free lunch, okay? Like, all right, here we go. NASA.gov. NASA investigates how dormant viruses behave oddly while in space. There we go. Dormant virus, space herpes. Here's one from .gov, National Institute of Health. Space herpes is reactivating. Let's see if I can get one from CDC.
National Institute of Health.gov, herpes virus reactivation in astronauts during spaceflight. That sounds legit.
There's it was 1 in 5 people have been infected with herpes, and there's more than that. More than 20% of the astronauts are infected with space herpes. They got their freaky going on.
Yeah, I should stop kissing the astronaut.
Or they just stop using that space toilet. Like they all got.
You're gonna get space mono, man.
Yeah, the CDC has a lot of stuff about herpes, but they're not. I'm not seeing anything directly talking about space herpes. But those other 2 sites are good, right? The
Yeah,
National
this is,
Health
I mean, this
Organization,
is pretty,
NASA.gov.
it's pretty interesting. Yeah, the sites work.
Okay.
Exposure of astronauts during both short and long duration spaceflight to non-terrestrial hazards such as variable gravitational forces, including acceleration, deceleration, cosmic radiation, and microgravity, results in a unique set of stressors to contribute to the dysregulation of the immune and endocrine systems.
That's space
In addition,
AIDS.
space AIDS.
Yeah, you got space herpes and space AIDS. What would you say about that? If space flight is an acquired immune deficiency syndrome or AIDS?
I don't think it's saying that it's an acquired immune deficiency syndrome. I think it's just saying that it's a deleterious environment and it's going to decrease the efficacy of the immune system. It's like if you were surrounded by like any other hazardous environment, your immune system's not going to be as effective.
So space AIDS.
I mean, sure, but that's like imagine you're like standing next to like a nuclear reactor, right? And you have a compromised immune system because of that. You wouldn't call that reactor AIDS.
No, you wouldn't. You'd call it space because you're standing next to a reactor, right? So another type of space AIDS.
No, I can't even do this.
You can't even. You could take that odd number you got and multiply it by 2. Now you can even again.
All right, cool.
Look, he's giggling. So you can do it, dude. You can even.
So take the odd number, divide it by 2, and multiply it. Of course, that's called mathematics.
Yeah, and now you can even again.
I'm not even good at math.
Dude, you said you came in the chat a little hot.
Sorry.
You said you can't even. I said yes, you can. You
I
can.
was muted. I thought I was muted. So, are you arguing for or against flat Earth?
What is that?
Today on Clown Planet.
Good thing there's no planet.
Are you saying yes, the Earth is flat, or no, the Earth isn't flat?
I would say I can describe the surface of Earth as flat. I could describe the motion of Earth as stationary. And I could do this through observation, measurement, or practical use.
So yes, the Earth is flat according to you.
Surface,
It's
right?
not a globe, according to reality. It's not a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space, according to reality.
Okay.
Why would you think buildings move?
So let me
That's
just basic question: how do you explain tides?
Why don't you start? Why don't you go first?
Why? He asked
Well,
you a question.
So he knows what he's
Right,
talking
yeah.
about. Let's see. You got an idea about tides. What do you think?
No, but how do you explain them?
Well, it's your idea.
You're the one with the claim. Go ahead and explain it to us. Come on, tell us.
Well, you're the one being asked.
Do you have an explanation? If you don't, say you
Do you
don't
have
have an
one?
explanation.
Well, I have an explanation of tides because the
Tides
moon.
happen. Tides happen in reality. Go ahead and tell us how it happens in the fantasy globe.
Yeah, on your flat Earth, how do tides work? Like, I'm
How
not
do they
even
work?
gonna go into like
How do they work
light
in your
and like
current
the
worldview,
sun and
sir?
incandescence, but like, how do tides work?
How do they work in your current worldview?
Because it's a globe. The moon pulls the water.
Well, that's the claim. But what do you?
No, that's
you don't have a globe in the first
That's
place.
the explanation for the claim. So go ahead and give your explanation.
No,
Okay, well, you don't have a globe in the first. How are you gonna say
evidence
the
for the
globe
claim?
causes the
No,
tides?
no.
If you don't even
There's
have a
already
globe?
been an explanation. Now there's been an explanation. You go ahead and
Okay,
give your
explain
version.
tidal
Please.
nodes.
Well, we know
Please
what the
go ahead and
story
give
is.
your version.
Well, we don't need to give our version of Santa Claus, guys.
But no,
so
tides are real though.
So they're not real. Tides do
No,
not
no,
happen,
no. Listen,
and they're not predictable.
That's not what
okay?
I said. Gemsy
Oh,
already
good.
answered
So
that.
what did you say?
Hold on, buddy. Gemsy already said tides happen in reality. So no one's saying that, oh, they're fake. It's just you have a story attached like Santa Claus to what's happening.
Uh-huh.
So I'm saying we don't need to offer you a Santa 2.0, another story. When
So tides are
that's all you
magic.
have.
They're like Santa
No,
Claus.
sir.
Got
That's not what you have.
That's
a
your
listening
claim,
issue.
sure.
That's
That's
not
your
what
claim.
I said.
Well, what is your explanation for tides then?
We don't have
Let
to
me
offer
hear it.
You don't know
offer you a
how
replacement
how they
story.
happen. You have like an imaginary thing version in your mind that you think
Well,
this is how
it's
it
okay
works
if you
in
don't
your
want to
mind.
talk about it, but like we can talk about
No,
something
let's
else.
talk about it. Let's talk about it. Do you even have an actual working model of reality? I mean, right? You're gonna claim that
Well, I'm
you
not.
know
I'm
how
not
this
really
stuff
interested
works.
in my ideas. I'm interested in your ideas.
Well, so
So
these are
listen,
double
tides
standards
work.
that aren't worth engaging. If you're going to have these double standards, it's not worth engaging with you.
What is a double standard?
Oh well, you guys have to prove it. I don't. It's like these are some
You're
weird
being
double
asked a direct
standards.
question. Why is that unreasonable to you?
You have these double standards.
They're just
Why is it unreasonable to you to
model
answer a
of how
direct
these
question?
systems
You don't have the answer either.
It doesn't matter.
So
What?
I'm asking you.
You're trying to
We have
beg
given
for
a
an answer
reason.
from
We have
me.
given an answer.
Well, you have a
So
story.
going
We're here to offer
backwards,
you new
how
stories.
do
what's your
tides
story?
prove the spinning water ball? How
We
do
don't have a
tides
story to
prove
offer
the
you.
spinning water ball?
So there is no explanation. You say.
Listen, your question is unreasonable because you're asking us about things we didn't come here to make any claims about. So why don't you ask us about the things that we are talking about?
Well,
Because
the
it's
things you
like,
are talking about have implications. I'm
you're-
asking
Okay.
about
if you're
certain
talking about-
implications from that stems from your claim.
Not
okay, but we don't have to explain why everything happens the way that it does just because we pointed out that water rests flat and level.
Well, yeah. I mean,
So
if
you have
the,
this,
if
if
the
you have
Earth
this
was
primary
flat,
assumption
if the
that
Earth
water
was
rests
flat,
curved, right? Because the Earth is a
not the way
globe,
you're
and you have
saying it,
all
though.
these ideas,
Okay,
right?
so if
about how the Earth
if
is a globe.
if water rests flat,
Shut up,
right?
dude.
Then why are there tides?
correct. If the Earth is flat, how do tides happen?
Look,
Like,
we're
I
not
mean,
making a cause
obviously,
claim
you can
about why
you can
tides
see
happen.
you can
Listen,
see
Well, you made a
people's
claim about water resting
You're
flat, but
not
it
making a
clearly
cause
doesn't.
claim. Listen, stop spurging out so you can get the answer. We're not making a cause claim about why tides happen. You guys are, and that cause claim is based on the presupposition of Earth being a globe, which is falsified directly by water being horizontal at rest. So if
So
it's
how
horizontal at
would
rest,
you
the Earth can't be a
explain,
globe, and then
sir?
it follows that your explanations about how tides occur on a globe are
So
just fantasy.
explain to me how
Right,
surf
okay.
happens, how
So
waves
So
happen.
it's like you didn't understand
So
anything I just said.
tides are a mystery, is what I'm hearing.
When you say tides, you mean like a word on a piece of paper, and you say tides, because it sounds like you don't even know what that even.
No, I'm talking about
And
you
you're
can
saying,
go
hey,
onto
tides,
go
there's
onto a
therefore
beach.
globe.
You can go onto a beach and see low tides and high tides. Ships
Yeah, yes, we agree. In reality, yes. How
But
does that
listen,
explain that you live in a water bowl?
Exactly, because here's what you can't do. You
Because
can't
the
go
model
onto
we
a
use to
beach and
predict
see.
them are
Quiet,
very
sir. You
inaccurate.
can't. Quiet, sir. What you can't do is go onto a beach and see a curving convex body of water wrapped around a sphere.
Yeah,
You don't
from
see the
ground
water
level, of
curving
course you
down and
can.
away. You don't see the water curving down and away from you like
Yeah.
that. So the
No,
tide
there's
is just
there's
a red
boats that you
herring.
can see
Hold
come
on,
over the
I'm not done
horizon.
talking. I'm not done talking. You guys can take him to the geometric horizon now that he said that. But what you don't see is water doing what you just said it does, curving down and away from you. The
Because
tides
the
are
curve is so
completely
small, you don't
irrelevant
even
to that
notice it.
fact. Then you wouldn't know. How would you know it's there? Why would you think
It's
that?
not.
Because
It's not small, right? The Earth is just very large, right? The curve is very.
Well, yeah. Like,
How
So
large? How large
this,
is
this
it?
answer,
the
by the
Earth
way,
is-
it sounds like a very long-winded. I do not know how tides work. Is that
You
correct?
don't know. That's what you're missing. You don't know.
Okay, so you don't know how tides work.
You don't know.
No,
You
I'm not
don't
claiming
know.
to know the cause and effect
Well,
relationship
it's fine. It's
between
fine. You don't
tides
know
and
how
whatever
tides work.
causes them.
Yeah, here's
Yeah,
a mirror
we didn't
because
make
you
a
don't
claim that
know.
we did. So why are you
It's
asking?
fine that you don't know. It's fine that you don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
it is fine. It is fine. It has absolutely nothing to do with the
Yeah, so
actual
you
argument that
just
we're making.
yeah,
It's a
just
red herring,
you
dude.
could
It's a
have just said
fallacy.
I don't
Okay,
know how tides
you're
work.
not
Move
addressing
on.
what we're actually
Exactly.
talking about.
Well, here's a
You
mirror.
don't even
could
know
have
how
just
you
said
don't
that
even
you
know
don't
how
know
the
how
globe
tides work, and
works.
then we could move on.
You don't even know how the globe works, and you're claiming you know how tides work. So that's kind of sick.
The globe
Well, I
work.
mean, you're saying that the globe is a spinning ball of water, but it's majority made of rock. So I mean, if we want to talk about who knows what, I don't know if you're necessarily the
Wait,
person.
you're saying it's not that?
It's
What is
mostly
the
rock.
surface? What's the surface of
Another red herring.
the
The
rock?
surface of it is
It's like
71%
mostly water, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
71%
I
of
mean
the
that
surface is water, and that should be
yeah.
conforming
that's a
to
reasonable
gravity,
thing to
right?
take into account, right?
It is conforming to gravity. Yeah.
Right.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, it
So
is.
if it is,
You don't even
it's going to
observe
have a
that.
geometric horizon. We'll go take a look and see if it does, because a geometric horizon would be a product of the curve, which is what you would have if the water is conforming to gravity. All we have to do is see if that happens, and if it doesn't, bye-bye globe. That's all there is to it. Sorry, tides don't matter where that's concerned.
Damn.
Neptune
The
joking
entire
about
scientific
water.
universe is just completely and utterly obliterated by this random guy's one sentence. Our complete modern understanding of everything.
It's not
out
science.
the window.
It's not science at all.
It's all just poof, gone. Because he mentioned
There's
geometric
nothing
horizons.
there, Earth. You're just this vague nothingness.
Vague nothing. No, it's the Earth is a sphere. That's not vague nothing. Nothing.
No. Saying all
Where?
these
Where's the
2,000
sphere?
years
Hey,
of
real
proof.
quick, Hollow
That's
Earth,
just
turn your
fluff.
stream off.
I see. Okay, I can understand why you would say that, but I mean,
Check the chat.
the-
Check the chat, because we're going to see if we actually see at the beach what you said, or somebody said that we do. Water being curved and blocking boats as they go away from you.
Here we go.
well, that's
Picture two oil rigs.
I know.
If
Yeah, but I knew
water is
it was going to this. I knew it was going to the
If
picture of
water
two
is,
oil
yeah,
rigs.
that's great.
I
So
knew
you
it.
already know that it's not a
Oil
globe, but you're
rigs.
still
Don't be
coping anyway.
Oil rigs.
So-
No, I know.
so
No, I know.
when-
Shut
No, I know
up.
that you're
when
just
you're
full of
looking-
bullshit. That's
when
what I
you're
know.
Yeah, I'm full of bullshit. How so? What's bullshit about what my argument is here with the oil rigs?
Actually, let me actually look at this. Let's see.
Wait.
Yeah, so you don't know, so I'm just going to tell you.
He's like, oh, it's BS, but hold on, let me
Yeah,
take
I'm
a look
actually
at
looking
it.
at the photo you just gave me. So.
Yeah.
Very
Okay, that's
And
fine.
also, yeah, that's pretty
Don't call it-
weird. That's weird. That
Quiet,
picture
quiet,
looks a lot.
quiet. I'm talking here, not you. Don't call it bullshit before you know what it is. After I tell you what it is, then maybe you can respond if I did say something that was bullshit, but not till then, please. Okay, thanks. So, if the water on the surface of the Earth is conforming to a ball due to gravity, and it's all curved at a rate which would put that horizon there in that picture at 1.2 miles. That's the geometric horizon distance for the globe that you think you live on. 1 foot observer height, 1.2 mile horizon distance. So the furthest rig we know is at 9.4 miles. Do you see the horizon in front of or behind it?
We see it behind.
There you go. So is behind further than 9.4 miles then, since the rig is at 9.4 miles?
I was answering the question. Why did
Yes,
you?
it is.
Fuck.
Yes, it is. Answer properly. Yes, it is.
I know. I was answering your
Further than
question, and then
9.4 miles.
and then I got muted.
So listen, is further than 9.4 miles further than 1.2?
But anyways, like this.
Is it further than 1.2?
I don't know. There's nothing to
You
scale.
don't know
There's
if
just water
9.4
and
is
oil
further than
rig.
1.2.
Yeah, there's like literally nothing to scale on that picture.
I never said that.
You
I-
don't know
public-
if 9.4 is further than
public
1.2.
There's literally nothing to scale on that
never said
picture.
that.
How could you make
That's
these
irrelevant.
claims?
Is 9.4
How can you make these
further
claims
than
when there's no
1.2?
scale?
Hold on, Kenny, you don't
Is
know. what you're talking about.
9.4 further than 1.2?
Yeah, 9.4 is
Yes.
obviously further than
Okay. So there is
1.2.
no curvature of the ocean. Therefore, the
But the
oceans are
problem
not
is that
conforming to a ball because
Oh my God.
geometrically that horizon must be at 1.2 miles. If they're doing that, like you said, they
Yeah.
were. Sorry,
May I
tides are
ask-
beside the point now. The convexity of the oceans that you need to claim that the world is a sphere doesn't exist. That's why you're talking about red herrings like
so
tides instead.
The
Have
fact that
fun,
the
guys.
fact that we
Go do
can't
something else.
see something to scale these oil rigs to means that you can just lie about the distance.
Hold on,
This
buddy.
is
Hold
not
on a second. Hold on a second. First of all, I don't know what you mean when you say scale. That's doesn't really apply. You can go to Google Maps if you're so concerned. I'll do it right now. Go to Google Maps, look up Platform Hill House. It's all right there. It's not like these things float around and move around. They're anchored into the ground. It's not like we just don't know how far off the coast they are. And there's a scale on Google Maps as well. So if you really need one, you can go get it. I'll do it right now and post a screenshot.
Are they arguing that the
Meaning
distances to the platforms are like for debate? Those are landmarks. Like there's so places that are there. The distances are well known. This is not like this is not the thing in question.
Yeah, you guys go full conspiratard all of a sudden. Look, here's some oil rigs off the coast of California. No, they're fake. Like, I thought we were the conspiracy guys. You guys go full conspiratard all of a sudden. But you can go check this on your own. Go to Google right now, and you can figure this out. It's all right there. So, you know what? I have Google Earth Pro on this computer too. I can get you a little distance from the shore. But yeah, Santa Barbara, Platform Hill House, Platform Habitat, they're right there. So if you want to scale,
So
you can get it.
I never said that the oil rigs were fake, first of all. And thank you for muting me when I was trying to respond, by the way. That was very
No problem.
You're implying they never do that.
No, they always do that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
that's
you
the-
guys are
that's the
doubting
point. They always be
California
people who
exists.
disagree with them.
You guys are doubting California's existence at this point. So
I mean, they're just
No, we're
counting.
doubting. No, we're doubting your nonsense that the Earth is
That's
flat.
all it is.
nonsense. Hold on. We're presenting an
No,
argument. The whole
what is
thing
not?
is
He said
absurd.
nonsense. He said the nonsense that you claim the opposite of what you experience and can verify it, and your senses point out to you, and you claiming the opposite of reality, and you're saying nonsense.
Well,
I
no,
never claim that California is like fake. The farthest
So
saying that
Yeah,
you
you're
lied.
like that lady on the airplane. That motherfucker ain't real. It's real, dude. It's real, even if you don't believe it's so. You can't
Literally not,
escape
literally not a
observable
single
reality.
person. Literally not a single person in this VC was denying the existence of those oil rigs. You just
You're
put those
denying
up
your
on a map.
senses.
You're
Hey,
like, no, we can just throw it
why
out.
you
You made
denying
up the
your senses?
numbers.
He said that we.
Stupid.
Hey, he said he had a claim that we are arguing for nonsense, right? Right there, that this is nonsense.
I'd appreciate if
Dirk?
you like stop muting me while I'm trying to respond.
Hey,
I'd
Dirk.
really appreciate it.
So you're denying your immediate experience, deny your senses. You're the one with the nonsense argument.
My
Argument is
senses.
literally by definition nonsense.
So your argument to flat Earth is my senses tell me the Earth is flat?
No.
You're claiming that you don't feel your vestibular system, part of your your sensory system, is telling you basically that the ground is motionless, right? Because if it was moving, you will feel it, right? It will point out to you that the ground will be moving. Where you're saying it is actually moving. It is actually moving. So that's a nonsense claim. Then you observe the sky with your eyes, your vision, your vision, right? You observe the sky moving, and you're saying, no. That's not what's happening. What's happening is the opposite. The ground is moving, making it nonsense, right? So you're the nonsensical one here. So just
Do you want me to explain why you can't?
No, thank you.
Feel or feel the ground
nonsense.
No,
Nonsense.
we're not talking about that right now.
Okay, so well then why did he bring it up?
I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore.
Someone brought up, well, you guys only trust your senses. That's not what we're saying. That's why we use
Who brought that up?
You said that you guys
It's a
are
bad
nonsense.
hearing
You said that you guys are that we have we are saying nonsense. That's what you said.
Well, you are.
You are.
Yeah, I'm saying nonsense is like backed by.
We gotta
a bunch
get you
of
guys a
experts.
beach, bro. Y'all be flip flopping.
Dude. Yeah, you
are, but what am I?
Yeah, you're part of an ideology that still has a moon golf TV show on the in the rotation. So relax.
Moon
Okay,
golf.
I'm gonna pretend I understood what you just said. All right.
Moon golf. Alan Shepard, it's part of your ideology. Do you comprehend?
No, I don't, because I've literally never never heard of that until
There
you just
you
brought it up.
go. I know you're ignorant to your own faith. Got it. Thank you.
My
It
own
was pretty cool when the astronaut played golf on the moon. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll take things that never happened for 2000, Alex.
Nonsense.
I like the go-kart driving around. That was cool.
Oh, so cool. Hilarious.
Bags of
I just
shit.
wonder how they got that go-kart there on the moon in the first place, because there wasn't a whole lot of room in that space capsule.
There's 99 bags.
folded it up.
Hey, you could do
Yeah,
a
even some of
song
the
like
cars up, too.
99 beers on the wall. There's 99 bags of shit on the moon. 99 bags of shit. Take one down, pass it around.
Imagine
bags of shit
claiming
on
that
the
you can walk around a ball, a water ball, spinning water ball. You can walk all around it and saying that's sensical. Just think about it.
Yeah, it's a spinning water ball.
Yeah, dude, use your chat GPT and ask it how many bags of shit are on the moon.
I just wonder about that cameraman that they left there when they took off. You could see the camera pan up, the space, whatever the fuck that thing they called it, homeless tent, was going up into the atmosphere, moon's atmosphere, and that camera just kind of panned right up to it. So did they leave somebody behind there to operate that camera?
Yeah,
No,
the
dude,
same
there's
guy
a
that recorded.
prop.
No, it's the
No,
same guy that
not
recorded the Indians landing on the moon. It's the same guy.
It's an automatic camera. It tilts upwards automatically.
Fuck, dude, are you talking
And
about?
what kind of camera was that? You know the brand or
I
model?
don't
I'd
know.
like to get one of those myself.
I don't know the
It's
model.
a Hasselblad.
So he
Oh,
doesn't know, but he knows, right? He doesn't know, but he actually.
I can
That's how
infer.
you know he
I caught
knows
that.
that because he doesn't.
I can infer that the gimbal that the camera is on is probably automatic because they didn't leave
Probably.
anyone on the moon.
So how would it know when they were taking off? Did they have a remote control to go ahead and have it to pan up?
It could be that it
I'm
tracks.
not asking what
the-
it could
the,
be.
uh,
I
the
was wondering
color.
what it was.
Possibly.
And what
I don't
was
know
it
exactly
actually?
what it is. I don't know.
They could
exactly
have left
what
a
it is.
man behind to go ahead and tilt the camera up.
I mean,
We
they
don't know for
around-
sure because it could have been that.
Around 200
sure.
tons of
Very
trash
likely.
on the moon, including 50 crash landings and nearly 100 bags of human shit.
Yep.
But let's not let
Why is
anybody
there
go
so-
to
there you go.
Antarctica because what's going to happen there, they might pollute it for the seals. We need to have a safe place to go move to in case the Earth gets hit by a comet. So let's move to the moon. We'll start off by leaving all our shit there.
Yep, they do that. Ask Captain
The moon wouldn't even be a good of an idea, to be honest.
how much trash is
Yeah, because
on
it's
the
not
moon.
land. Duh.
Well,
You
it's
can't
a
even
planet,
go there.
If
so
like an asteroid
What?
impacted the moon,
No.
impacted the Earth, it's probably not going to be very safe on the moon either.
yeah. like,
Well, good
I
thing
don't know
Do you
if
guys have any
I'm shit
claims
on
about
there.
reality? How about we go to the realist level? Come down to your senses, to the realist level, the things you can observe, experience, and check for yourself. How about we go there?
Yeah, the people,
well,
the people who said that. Listen, the people who said that flat Earth was ridiculous, they're the ones engaged in story time. Okay, so
What
You're
stories
gonna,
are we
like,
telling?
Golf on the moon?
well,
Come on, dude.
moon craters, stories,
So does the moon not exist?
It's not land.
huh?
If it's
Listen,
not land, what is
this
it?
is a problem. This is a
Not
problem
land.
that you're
What
observing.
is it?
You're doing a
How do you land
when you
on
talking
a
when we
rainbow?
talk about the moon, you and I, and we observe the moon from the ground. We look at the moon, we see the phenomena happening, and then
The phenomena?
you make a claim about a cartoon version of the moon, and you say, hey, this is the actual moon, the thing that we look in reality. You see this cartoon right here? This is what's happening. This is how it works. And
So
you are replacing the realist level with a cartoon and calling people nonsensical because you're the one that believes in cartoons.
So you're saying the moon is a cartoon? No.
That's not what he said. No.
Then
No,
what the
no,
hell
no,
is
no.
then what is he talking about cartoon?
You and I can be next
The
to
guy
each
who
other.
said-
Go ahead.
Yeah, the guy who said asteroids hitting the Earth and moon and the Earth being dangerous, that's story time.
That's
So you're speculating that you and I
That
can
was
be
me,
next
and
to
that
each
was a
other,
fairy tale.
observing the luminaries above doing things, and then you go away
How
from
is a luminary?
you go away from
What are you
there.
talking about?
All right, Darth,
What is
you're
a
just too
luminary?
stupid for this conversation, bro.
Yeah, you're kind of
What is a luminary?
canceled.
He's
You're
he's lost.
disqualified.
You guys are dumb.
You're disqualified to talk about this.
Yeah.
You can't talk about this.
Why can't I talk about it?
Go talk about
Because I think the
cartoons.
moon is real.
No, that's not. No one's saying the moon is fake, ding dong. You don't even know what the word luminary means, bro. Like, relax. Use some
Illuminate,
context clues.
like a
Just
flashlight.
listen for a
light.
while, and you'll get smarter, kid.
So
I think I'll
luminary,
get dumber actually if I listen to you talk.
Look
So
up
I
the
might
word-
keep interrupting you.
Well, if you know what luminary, if you learn what luminary means today, then you got smarter, bird brain. So you're welcome.
Yeah, I got smarter.
You're welcome. You learned something new
Yeah,
today,
you got
Derek.
educated. Yeah, exactly.
If you look up lumen in the dictionary, it'll tell you that it's a way of measuring light. You look at flashlights, they'll usually tell you the lumens of the light to let you know how bright it is. So what a lumen is merely light. You look up in the sky, you see stars. There's a light that you see. It is illuminated. That is what a lumen is. Sense?
Hey,
It
hey
makes sense.
Derek.
Well,
Now you can say that your IQ went up. Thanks to this chat. You're welcome.
Yeah, and if you don't want to thank dumb flat earthers, just thank the dictionary.
Google's your friend. That'll give you all the correct answers. Well, just when this is getting fun, I got about 10 seconds before I got to log back into work, so I'll be listening in between calls. Have fun, y'all.
I appreciate it so.
A body that gives light. Okay.
Hey Derek, you learned something new today, bro. You're welcome.
So,
A needle pulling thread.
okay.
That's so.
Body that gives light. What is that body made of exactly?
Not land.
Not land. Right. So like water
It's not what you think it is, bro.
or air?
All you need to know, it's not what you think, which is land. So it's not that.
Yeah, the TV
Well,
show
trying
said it
to
was a
figure out what you
listen. Well,
I
the
don't
TV
need
show
to
said it was a
replace the
sand trap.
story for you, dude.
Hmm?
You have a story, right? The story is that is a rock or it's a land, something you can land on. We are
Yeah,
not
what's
here
your story?
to. I'm still talking. We are not here to replace the story for you. Okay?
Why not?
Why would I? There's no Santa 2.0. I don't need to replace a story.
So what's the real answer then?
Not like you know. Why would I know? Why would anyone know what the moon is, dude?
Yeah, this
So you
isn't
don't know.
omniscience
Okay.
24/7.
Just like you
Yeah,
don't.
this
Kenny.
isn't.
All you have to offer is a regurgitation of the bedtime stories that we know better than you. So that's
Sure.
not really doing much. We know the story. I know the
Yep.
story quite well. It's what I used to believe. That's all you
So
have to offer. It's not like you know
so the
what it
position
is.
is simply atheism. Got it.
You don't know either, my friend. Period.
No,
We're
no,
not
sure.
claiming to
Yeah,
know
none
what
of us
it
know.
is.
Yeah, it's a non. There's no answer. Got
Yeah,
it.
so come back down to reality where you can know things. You can measure the surface of the earth and know
Mm.
that. Just like you can measure
Right.
how tall you are and know
Hey
it.
Kenny, if you don't know what's under your feet, how you think you're gonna know what's above your head, bro? Come on.
You're right. You're totally right. Yeah, no one knows.
Oh, he's coping now. Well,
Kenny,
let's not
you're
pretend like you
claiming
know.
that what's under
No,
your
I'm not
feet
claiming
is a
anything.
cartoon.
I haven't made a claim. Calm down. Calm
We're not
down.
waiting. We're not.
So-
You seem pretty uncalm. We're not waiting around for you to make claims about things. We already know what the claim is. This is why I call you guys out for this BYOB mentality. Oh well, I didn't say the Earth's radius is 3959. We're not waiting for you to do that. That's already been claimed. That's what we're being made fun of to go back to believe again. So we don't need you to claim things. It's already been claimed for you, Bird Brain. So go ahead, Jim.
You believe in the claims? You don't have a claim, but you do believe in the claims, right? You live on a water ball through the vacuum of space.
No.
You believe in
I'm
that?
not making any claims. I believe in nothing. I'm here to
Let's-
learn.
All right, he's just coping now.
Okay, he's coping.
Coping about what?
All right, we're just pipe down for a bit because I already explained that you already Like, you don't have to make the claim. We know where you stand, Kenny. You can't pretend like, oh no, I'm not claiming that. This doesn't work that way.
So he doesn't believe in the claims about the globe. So he has his own ideas of how everything works. Wow, Kenny.
Yeah, this is that BYOB mentality. You know, you go to a party, they're like, all right, you guys, you got to bring your own booze. Well, don't worry. This party we're here all in right now, the B's already provided the ball claim. So you don't need to make it. It's already here. There's plenty to go around. Everyone can see it. It's free. So
Yeah, you don't even you don't have to make your own bad beer. It's already
Yeah. And Kenny, what you could do, like say if you don't know what X is, I could simply direct you to X and let you figure it out for yourself. Like if you don't know what object is in your hand and you ask me, what object do you have in your hand? I can simply tell you, look at your hand. What object do you see? What object do you feel? And then you can tell me what you know then. Because you said, I have an object in my hand here. It's a eraser. I'm like, good job, Kenny. You did it. You did it. You were able to know something.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you want to know what the Earth is, do you ask me? Am I the Earth? Do you think I'm the Earth to you?
It's pretty hard to ask the Earth about anything.
this guy's he's just trolling, bro. Kenny, just
I don't think
just take a break, bro.
Take a knee. You don't want to disqualify. I guess that you're getting close to a full disqualification.
Yeah, you don't need to resort to concrete thinking when 45 seconds ago you said coping about what? So just relax.
Before you completely spiral, just take a deep breath. It'll be all right. We'll get back to you in a bit.
Yeah, just mute him and just ignore his point and just berate him.
Done. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, you said it best.
Yeah.
Citation
Why engage? Why engage?
Citation you.
Kind of the way you are. Exactly. So, yeah.
Well, Brenda, attention on deck. Internet famous Brenda debates.
What a fun channel this is.
Yeah, you can prove that because you stick around. So you must be having fun. Otherwise, you would leave.
I know,
You can use you. You can use you to test you with you. If you're not having fun, in my worldview, if I'm not having fun, I kind of go do something that's fun. Because I like fun things. I don't like non-fun things. So if I'm in some place, you're thinking, yeah, he must like it there. So I could
Wait,
apply
so do
that
you only
logic
believe
to
in
you.
the flat Earth because it's fun?
No.
Oh,
do
you
you
missed it.
believe how tall?
But you do things that are fun, right? If it was no
I
longer fun,
personally
would you
believe
still
the
do
flat
it?
Earth is flat because the Earth is flat. I enjoy doing things because they're fun. Those are two separate things. One is a reality that I cannot change, and that's the stationary Earth that we live on. The other one is a condition of my own person that I can change and manipulate. I could do something that's not fun, or I could do something that's fun. I prefer to do something that's fun. So I'm finding it fun coming in here and listening to some people that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, saying a bunch of stupid shit and not being able to back it up.
Exactly. So your position in this argument is one of trying to extract entertainment, right? And your position and the way you engage in the conversation is going to revolve around that. And so, yeah, your position of the flat Earth and how you report it and how you interact with others who may not agree with you is ultimately coming from an entertainment point of view. You just want to be entertained, which
Same thing with the globe. That's when I came in.
Yeah, well, we're
when I
doing
came
kind of a
victory
straw
laps at this
man, you
point.
telling me why I'm coming in here and knowing all about me after I've said only a couple of words.
I'll tell them
what
about
I
it.
Well,
did
you
say.
said what you were doing is for fun.
I know everything about you.
I said right from the very beginning, the globe is hilarious. When I talked about that, the astronauts' lube had hitchhikers. Yeah, if you look up this is the best part. If you really want some lulls, to get some epic lulls, just read the space news, the zany space news. Apparently, there's an infection aboard the ISS. It got there by microorganisms that hitchhike on their lube.
No lube.
On their lube. And then it's reactivating their space herpes because they have space AIDS.
Their
That shit's funny.
lubrication?
Yeah, Luna, do you need to? Do you want a citation on that, or you think?
Yeah, Chris. That.
Oh man, I just choked on a whole bunch of shit.
The fact that people will tell you this
Listening
stuff.
to what he just
People
said.
will tell you this stuff with a straight. Right, come on, man. You're not can't hear me talk. Yeah, the fact that people will tell you this with a straight face is even funnier.
No, but somebody had mentioned a young lady out there. I'm not sure if it was Luna or not, but I think you were talking about me when you said you knew all about me. I'd like to learn
Yeah.
about myself. Tell me
What?
about myself. That you that said, were you referring to me when you said you knew all about me?
Yeah, I do. But I think it's better for you to like self-discover yourself, you know what I mean? Like I shouldn't give you all the answers. You need to
Well,
discover
I
yourself
started
from
doing that when I was
within.
going through adolescence, discovering myself, and I've spent a whole lifetime discovering who I am. But I thought you said you knew who I am, so I was just curious as
Yeah,
to what
I
your
know that
viewpoint of who I am is. Would you mind
I know
sharing
that you
that
need
with me?
to, yeah, I also think you need to discover like where the clit is. So like maybe you should like stop discovering yourself and maybe start discovering other people more.
Oh, well, my wife might not like that because I found hers many years ago.
How are we
Are
going to
you
do that
I just
sure
so
when
about
you
happen to
that?
have
transition like
children.
Yeah,
10
this is
She's
really
pretending.
cringe.
You already
Yeah, so that kind
transitioned,
of
Luna.
kept
How are
her
we going to
around
find
for a
it, bro?
while.
It got chopped
Yeah,
off.
she's muted. I mean, this just
Yeah.
shows you. I mean, as soon as you have the conversation about reality, the Globies want to focus on genitalia because they're low IQ and base.
Yeah, okay, not everything revolves around the genitalia. All right, it's interesting too because there's this guy called Ryan on Eggshells. He wants to have all these really intellectual, deep conversations, and every conversation with him ends up talking about dicks. It's like, dude, how about this? I'll talk to you today if you promise it won't end talking about penis in some way, manner, shape, or form. And sure enough, he says, "Yep, I guarantee you, this conversation will not devolve into penis." And sure enough, it's always about penis. I'm like,
Been
dude,
my
why?
It's been my
Why is it
finding.
that way? Why do you guys always end up like that? I'm
It's
just
been my
curious. I don't know.
finding. It's been my
That's just kind
finding
of
that
bad
people,
apple.
whenever they have to go ahead and start bringing in sexual content into something that's non-sexual, well, usually that's because they have some kind of either, sexual frustration or sexual depravity. Usually, the reason that sexual topics come up, it's not the
Or
conversation. It
or
shows you what's
also
on
it
your
could
mind.
be it can also be a parasitic infection because there is a toxoplasma gondii parasites that can alter human sexual desires. It's also toxoplasma infections increase sexual masochism and submissiveness. So it could be a parasitic infection. That's what.
It could also be immaturity because I know when I was very much younger, that's all that was on my mind when I was a young kid. You know, girls, girls, girls. As soon as I figured out what it was for, I was all for using it every chance I had. Nowadays, I found out there's a lot more to that. And for me, I'm in a wonderful relationship. I've been married for many years.
Okay.
I've got kids. I've got grandkids. And
You-
there's more to relationships than just
Yeah.
sex.
This is a
And
great
It's
there's
not the
more
point.
to the
relationship,
world that
PC.
we
I'm
live
sorry
on.
to cut you off, but we have like a whole bunch of Globers in this room, and we should be handling their religion right now.
For God's sake.
I mean, so yeah, there are clearly globe heads who have not like brought up sexual topics like myself, right? You're kind of cherry picking and trying to psychoanalyze the entire
Yeah,
population.
I don't.
It's
I mean, if
pretty
you guys want to have a
cringe.
conversation about those things amongst each other, that's like cool. I'm no one to say you can't do it, but there's literally any other place on Earth to do it other than where all these Globers are, waiting to have their religion handed to them.
Interesting
You're
point,
absolutely
actually,
right.
about the
I didn't come in here to talk
psychoanalysis.
about sex. I came in here to meet up with people that were talking about the flat Earth. I'm gonna unmute, or I'm gonna mute up and listen to it.
Awesome. Let's get to it.
You also know that they can mind control to turn fear into a sexual attraction. That was my last one. Mind control parasites turn fear into sexual attraction. There you go. That was the
Can
last
we
one.
get
Go
back
ahead.
to flat Earth, folks, please?
I have a
Come
question.
on, where's the claim of the globe? Go ahead.
I have a question. So basically, whenever we talk about water, you guys say, look, waves are not flat, but water is flat. And, if you look at the floor of your living room, that's flat, but the carpet could be bumpy because, there could be something sticking up from the floor.
Yeah, you
So
heard
the
that from
question
me.
then
Yeah,
becomes,
that's a CB original right there.
all right. So my question is, how do we demonstrate the foundation when we can only really see the carpet? Like, how do we see the living room floor if all we've got access to is
Measure
the
for
carpet?
curvature. You're looking for
That would be
deviation.
simple.
Easy.
And
But
you just
we
take
do see
measurements over a
curvature. We
large
see
area.
curvature in the carpets, in the literal carpet.
No, what? No, putting the carpet down doesn't make the floor curved. Surely you understand this.
No, but you're assuming that the floor is flat. But when
No,
we
no, no,
put
no,
the
no, no, no,
carpet
no, no, no,
down,
no.
wait,
Hold
just
on,
let me
hold on.
finish
There's no
this.
assumption. Hold on,
Wait, just
real
let me
quick.
feel it.
No, we're not assuming. I'll let you finish, but we're not assuming that what floor in your house is curved, bro?
Just let me finish, okay? Because you're presupposing
No
that the floor.
one's presupposing anything.
get it.
How many floors in your house or wherever you live or work are curved?
We have the illusion of getting my point out, okay? So if the floor, right, you're presupposing that the floor is.
No, we're not. Unless you would like to name a floor in your house or wherever you live or wherever you work, which of those floors is curved?
These guys are impervious to logic. Don't try.
Could you not know? Could you not know? Could you not know if your floor
He's
is
saying, well,
curved
you're
or not?
assuming the floor is flat. Unless you'd like to name a floor that you live or work on that's curved, I'd love to hear that. There's no assumption involved there.
I would love to tell you, but you're not letting me finish.
Just go ahead and say it.
Okay, so when you presuppose that the Earth is flat and you see
not
this
doing
bumpy
that.
floor, oh my god! And you see
I've
this
already
bumpy
addressed that.
floor,
We're not doing
you
that.
see, yeah, because you keep on interrupting me and not letting me finish. Okay, so when you see this bumpy floor that is a mountain or is a wave, you're saying, look, that is the carpet, but underneath there's a flat floor. But you're assuming that because we're not seeing a flat carpet, we're not seeing a flat foundation. So how do you see the flat
There you
foundation?
are. The water. What are you talking about?
The water's not flat. The water's
Yeah, it is.
wavy. The water's literally forming tsunamis.
Yeah, but that's not curvature, ding dong.
Bro, you're saying it's flat, but we're not seeing flat water. How is it
Yeah,
flat?
you are. Yeah, you are. Okay, hold on.
go to a
Brian.
plastic pond.
Let's just try again.
Wait, hold on. He has a good point though.
No, he doesn't, because what
Of course he does.
hold on. Let's just go back to the floor, okay? It doesn't matter what kind of rug you put down, lion rug, zebra rug, bumpy rug, shitty rug, whatever. It doesn't make the floor curved.
Doesn't make it flat either.
So this
in
rock,
that,
this
in
flat.
that same sense, hold
Okay, go
on.
ahead.
So in that same sense, you're not looking at the floor and seeing curvature. So when you look at the waves, that's not looking at curvature either. Just because it's wavy, bumpy, that's not seeing curve. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so
How did you
this-
measure?
so
How did
can
you
I ask
measure
a
the Earth
question?
flat?
We're trying to help this guy figure out whether his floor is curved or not, Brenda. So just
Can
hold
I
on.
ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this rock that you're saying that is flat, is it
Wait,
floating
whoa,
anywhere or does it just
whoa,
exist?
whoa. Who said anything about a floating rock?
No, I'm just wondering. It's a flat.
So your
So
house.
there's a flat
Hold
Earth.
on. That's
I'm trying to understand. I'm sorry. I'm new to
that's
this
not it.
environment.
It's not it. What you're describing is not it. So just hold on a second, because we were talking about a floor. We're not talking about rocks floating around, bro. Just hold on. That's not the idea anyway. So.
Okay.
Do we-
Continue. Sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, well, do we want to get through the floor thing, or do you just want to move on to something else?
No.
That's a whole other topic.
I think it's kind of on the same logic though. Like when you have,
not.
like, let's say you use. Okay. I'll let you guys finish then.
Well,
Tippy
I'll
top.
help you
Go
out.
ahead.
I'll help you out real quick, but Tippy Top, we can get back to Tippy Top, I suppose. But the way you guys see the Earth is as an object within a large space. We don't see the Earth like that. So we see the Earth the same way you see the universe. So
This is it.
In the chat, no.
No, I'm saying this is it. Like the way that we
Yeah.
see the universe. You're
Yeah.
saying that's here on Earth.
Yeah. This is it. There's not like you can like pop out of the universe, turn around, take selfies, see what shape it is. Like in your worldview, the universe hasn't been fully explored. You don't know where the quote edge is. You don't know what shape it is, which is fine. But we're just saying that that's how we see the Earth as well, not as like
Have
a
you
floating
seen the
object.
tip of the Earth? The end of the Earth at the circle?
Hold on, I'm trying to help you understand. Well, we're not saying
Okay.
it's a circle either. Again, the same way you see the universe is how we see the Earth.
Oh,
So
it's
you
an
can't.
endless flat
Well,
plane.
not everyone thinks it's endless. Even
Okay.
like even on the globe side, I used to think the universe was infinite. So I'll give you that if you do, but that's not agreed upon. Like there's an article that's like we asked 5 experts, is the universe infinite or not? And some agree that it is, some say that it isn't. So let's
Okay.
just like so I'm just trying
Oh,
to say,
okay. Okay, I
yeah,
understand now. Okay.
it's
Thank you.
not like because
It's
what people try
indefinite.
to do, is like I use the analogy of like putting Halo in a PlayStation. They're not compatible. So you can't take flat objects or like a disk and then load it into space and be like, oh, yep, that's flat Earth. That's not. We're not saying that. But mainstream media, that's what they'll present to you. That's what they want you to think we're saying. Well, we're not saying that.
So arguments within the flat Earth community is that it may be limited, or it just goes on endlessly in the same way that people view space with the globe circumstance.
I don't think we say it's infinite, but I would say it's a closed system. I think a lot of globers believe that the Earth is a closed system already. So I think we kind of agree with that. You need a container for all this gas pressure. So I don't think it's infinite. I think that's pretty well agreed upon from my understanding. But yeah, just to help you out, like this idea that it's a disc or a circle, like those are all cap. No,
Okay,
no.
I'll let Tippy Top finish
Yeah, we'll get
his
back
thing
to
because I
Tippy
don't
Top.
want to.
So,
Yeah, and then
but
I have
anyway, yeah.
questions after.
Cool.
Is
Yeah.
is there a reason why I can't post like images in the side chat?
Not a mod like that, so I'm not sure.
I see.
If you need they allocate roles depending on how much you've typed in the server. So unless you've got a high enough role, you're unable to talk in the text chat.
I see, but I'm like level 7 politics scholar. I'm allowed to like
Well,
type in every other chat.
Yeah, you should be able to.
That Matty?
Level,
We can
I
play
think
Forge.
level 2, maybe level
not
2 and
level
above, they
Matty,
get to
okay,
talk. They get to text as long as you're level 2. So maybe ask Aurora. She's the politics mod.
I think the issue we were having with Tippy Top is like, well, you're pre-assuming flatness. Not really. I mean, you can observe clearly that the floor in your house is not curved, and putting down anything
That's
on
not
that
true.
floor. Hold on, Brenda. I know you're pre-triggered, but hold on a second.
I'm not triggered.
So then, what floor in your house is curved, Brenda?
I think the problem is that you're using your eyeballs and you're assuming much from your eyeballs.
What?
Balls?
I literally think that that's what it is. I literally think that's what it is.
Wait. Epsilon. So then, why don't we ask you, like, in wherever you live or work or whatever, like, which surface that you dwell atop is curved?
Well, I have a desk right now talking to you with my computer, and I
Mhm.
can see that my desk is flat, right?
Okay. So what about the
But
floor, though? What about the floor, my friend?
the floor seems flat, but then
Okay, seems flat. Wait. Is there a possibility that it's not?
yes, of course, because yes.
What kind of okay? All right. Now let's put yourself in like a business or your construction mindset, and you go to build houses and stuff. Do you really think you're gonna build floors and build
I
houses with
do
curved?
not want to I do not want to
literally
speak for
do.
what Tippy Top may have said, but if I think it would be best if like Tippy Top
Well, I
was to
mean,
defend his
you're
position
saying
because it wasn't
well,
mine.
hold
It wasn't
on.
mine. It wasn't my
Why
position.
would you? Why
Hold
would
on,
you?
Epsilon. Are you saying that your desk might be a ball?
Oh, jeez. Can this was not my conversation. I have different
He doesn't.
issues. It's probably better for Tippy Top to defend his position. That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
who thinks their desk is a ball even though they know it's flat? What's going on?
Oh, it only seems flat. You can't really tell.
Hey,
It might be
could
a
you get
ball.
I
Tippy
would
Tap
say just
back on
let
the
him
I
finish.
phone?
guess I'll just have to.
Can you
I
get
guess I'll
Tippy
just have
Tap?
to make a
Can you
spherical
get Tippy
desk
Top
now.
back on the phone, please?
Yeah,
Accountability
you
is
could make a
kryptonite for
spherical
people.
desk, but you're not going to think it's a
Yeah, can you unmute Tippy Top?
non-spherical desk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get him back on the phone, please.
All right, got you. We need the champion. All right.
Avant-garde furniture design. We'll hold that.
I appreciate the
How about
request,
this?
fellas, but
How
I don't
about
want to
this?
just sort of get halfway through a conversation and get muted again.
Well, as
Well,
soon as
that's
you get
how
done
things
muting,
work
I'll
here,
start
Tippy Top.
complaining.
I'm sorry,
All
dude.
right, well, if that's the modus operandi, I mean,
They're
if you're
extremely
Yeah, man.
dishonest.
When I get the microphone, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
man.
start complaining that I have the microphone and I can't use it while I'm
Yeah,
using
dude.
it.
Tippy Top, if you're not a flat earther, you get muted, dude. That's how it works.
No, I
right?
get it. Like, if
Bullshit.
you're arguing for a position that you like, the minute you stop liking to argue for it, you're just going to
No,
meet
that's
the
not
person
true.
you're talking
Yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah.
No, wait,
You
Tippy
get
Top,
the
Tippy Top, hold on. Hold on, Tippy Top. I'm not a flat earther, but they let me
No, I'm not.
speak.
No, of course
They let
not.
me
No, I'm not.
speak.
I'm
They
not.
let me speak.
I'm not addressing you, Epsilon, because that's because you sort of feed into their ego. You allow them
Not
to sort of finish
really.
what they're saying.
Did anyone bring snacks?
You basically
All right,
let them.
bro, this is just ridiculous, bro.
I'm
This is
gonna
I
get
think
some
ridiculous.
peanuts,
we're gonna have
guys.
to mute this guy as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
Tippy
muted.
Top, dude, come on, bro.
Hold on, no, hold on. Before you continue, I just want to put a point of order. He said, we get muted. He then said, you don't get muted because you let people finish what they're saying. So actually, it's not about a disagreement. It's about people talking through each other. Probably the reason you're muted.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, blame
That's
others
fine.
for your own behavior. That's a wise thing to do.
Oh shit! I have chips.
That's
Never
crazy,
mind.
bro. Anyway, I think the question is, can we agree that this is a true dichotomy? Epsilon or Kenny or
No.
anybody? Oh, okay,
What
Brenda. So
what is a true dichotomy? Sorry.
Hold on. Brenda said no. So what's the third option, Brenda?
The Earth could be neither flat nor a globe.
No, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. When I say dichotomy, I mean for the surface. We were just talking about floors,
Yeah.
right? So focus. Make
The
sure you pay
surface
attention,
could be
Brenda.
neither. The surface could be neither flat nor a curve.
Well, what's the third option, Brenda?
Convex.
It could be. It could
That's
be.
also curved.
Yes.
That's still one of the two options.
It could be
Brenda.
faceted. It could be faceted.
What's
Yes.
that?
Faceted. It could be an octagon. You know.
That's
Like
a
dodecahedron.
Dodecahedron.
Kenny, you're
Could be a
trolling.
cylinder. Could be a cylinder.
Those are shapes. We're talking
Yeah.
about
Could be a cylinder.
Isn't that also
Flat as a
curved?
shape.
Oh, hold on, Brenda. You're just trolling, dude. You're
I'm
trolling.
not trolling.
Cylinders are
Obvious.
curved. It doesn't
Alright,
have a
Brenda, here's
Did
the
I
challenge
just
from Brenda.
hear? Did I just hear flat as a shape?
Yeah, that's the challenge. If anyone who agrees with that, go draw it and then post it. I want to see that.
Dude, I'm gonna go turn my education degree back in because if that's what the world has come to, that we now are teaching children flats are shapes. I mean, good grief.
That's so
Can Brenda draw flat the
Yeah.
shape for us?
I
Post it in
wanna-
the text.
I want to see that. Yeah, go ahead and anyone who
I'm gonna
agrees
put
with her,
that,
just draw it.
brother. I'm going to put that in the final exam in my art class. Draw flat the shape. Draw it.
That's so funny. Anyway, so does anyone else disagree with the dichotomy here? We're talking about surface descriptions, not shapes, folks. If you're having, if you're struggling trying to figure out what we're talking about, just take a minute, 30 seconds to a minute, maybe 2 minutes if you need it, or more. If you're still trying to figure it out. Just look around you. Everything has a surface. The walls, the floor, your computer, your cup, all these things, right? The only two options here, you'll notice if you actually open your eyes and look, things are either rounded or curved somehow, or they are not. There is no third option here. So the same thing would apply to your floor, same thing would apply to the ocean, etc. So this
The
is a
third
true
option is that
dichotomy.
the third option is that
Don't
there are
say it.
flat and round, like curved surfaces.
Not at the same time.
What do you mean not at the same time?
Like,
So you
for
can't have like
example,
a flat spot on a more like on like a sphere.
Well, it would still be a curved surface.
It can be it's the same thing with the floor. You can have a floor which is flat in some areas and curved in others.
Could you give me an example?
Yeah, a warped piece of wood.
A warped piece of wood. I think that would
Part
just
of the
fall into
wood
the
is
category
part
of
of the wood
topography.
is flat. Other parts of the wood are
It's
curved. They can do the heat
That's like a
damage.
wave. That would be like a wave on the sea. Undulations.
No,
That'd be like topography.
Yeah.
it'd be like it's like having like a desk. Like
Yeah.
even if you eyeball it, like if you
Undulations on the surface of something that's flat. Yeah.
Yeah, Bongo. Here, how about do us a favor? Like, if you do have a surface that you're like, for an example that you're using, like, could you take a picture of it and put it in the chat?
I mean, I could take a picture of my desk possibly,
Oh,
but
yeah, do that.
I know my desk is supposed to be flat, but it's
Yeah.
actually there's a curve to it.
We'll take a picture. Let's take a
I
look
know
at
that
it.
just based off like how it sags and areas. Like you can look at something which seems to be flat at first, but when you take an actual measurement to it, like a level, you can see that there is some sort of curvature to
Would
it.
you
So
do
it's
us a
not like a
favor?
shocker.
Would you do us a favor and take a picture of it and put it in the chat so we can take a look? I don't think that's too much to ask, is it?
I could, but I mean, you can just take my word for it and just. I'm giving you an accurate description of my desk.
Because what I would say is that like you have things with topography, like say like a brick wall, for example. Like, of course, it's bumpy and it's choppy. Sometimes there's grooves, etc. But overall, the wall's still flat. We don't mean
I'm not talking about
smooth
something
in
like
this
that.
context. Well, so like if your table has bumps and lumps and stuff on it, like it doesn't.
No, that you're talking about texture. I'm not talking about that.
Well, we're talking about the surface description, my friend. So if it
Yeah,
has,
and in this case, I'd be talking about like the flat plains. There are areas on Earth which are extremely flat. I can't remember the exact name, but like plains or somewhere in like Nevada or Utah, they have things like that.
Mhm.
And there are other areas which are more wavy or curved, etc.
yeah, but like I said, like even if your table is like that too, it doesn't make the table curved overall. So that's why I'd love to see a picture of what you're describing, so we can kind of see. So I would say that it can't be both at the same time.
Well, it's is there some sort of mutual? I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Like something
Yeah, I
still
would
can be
say it's
curved and flat at the same
no, I
time.
would
It's
say it's
just
a
some areas of
dichotomy.
it are curved and other areas are flat.
No,
That's
I
not
would
a shock
disagree.
to it.
I would disagree unless could you just post that picture so we can see what you mean? Because you're saying it's
No, I'm not. I don't like. This isn't like a requirement. It should be. Is there a logical contradiction for
well,
something to
if
be
you're
curved as well as being flat?
Yeah,
I
Is there
would
some
say
sort of
so.
logical
I would say
contradiction?
so, yeah. If you
how
can't
many
show
flat
it,
slabs make
just
up a sphere?
What was that?
How
I
many
would say yeah.
flat
I think
slabs make up a sphere?
Well, the question would be: can there be flat surfaces on a sphere? Is there
I
some
don't.
sort of logical contradiction with that?
I mean, are we talking
Well,
like disco ball Earth or something like that?
No, I mean it could be like a sphere that's 99% curved and then there's like one section that's flat. Is there a
are
contradiction?
there, well,
Show it in
yeah,
reality.
you have a
That's
big
what I'm
problem
asking.
because
Like, you're saying that it exists on your table. I'm just okay. Well, show us. Take a picture. Put it in the chat. We'll
No,
go
I'm
over whether
asking
it's
if
true or
there's a
not.
logical contradiction. I mean, I don't see where the
I think
contradiction would
so.
be for
I think so.
something to be curved and flat.
Well, you can't even seem to show it, my friend. I mean, you're saying this exists in a table in front of you, and like are you not able to just like take a picture?
No, I don't know. You keep trying to get me to take a picture, but
I don't know why
we're
that's
talking
such a
about
big
Answer the
conceptually.
question, Creation. Answer the question.
I've already have. I said I think I think they are mutually exclusive. Yes, I don't think that you can have a surface that's doing both at the same time.
So I can have a piece of wood which is flat in one area and then curved in another.
Yeah, well, show me.
Now, I'm asking what's the logical contradiction with that?
Well, because I would say that like if it has like a bump on it, like a bruise or something like that, that's just topography.
No, I could for example, I could draw it out maybe. Like I don't know what other it's not something that's like
a piece
hard
of
to
wood
think
won't
of.
curve. Have you ever done carpeting?
Like imagine
Yeah.
imagine talking about this instead of your globe proof if you actually had any. Kind of
Well, I'm
says it
asking
all.
you for he was stating there's some sort of logical or like mutual there's an
Yeah, I would say
exclusivity
it's a
between the two
dichotomy.
properties
Yeah.
of something being curved and flat. I'm telling you, why would that even be the case if you can have
Well,
a piece of wood which would be
can't-
flat in some areas and curved in other? And
Well,
we're not just
show it.
talking about like the texture or the bumps on the
Yeah,
wood.
but we're
talking about the overall structure
listen,
of
we're
it.
talking
Show it,
we're
bro.
So if you
talking
want to
about
go
a
on to
very
another point, we can, but you just concede the other
This is
one.
the
It's
same
fine.
point. We're not conceding. We're asking you to show it. This is like show and tell. You guys just do the telling part. Just show what you're saying, bro.
No, I don't need to show you. I already told you. I
Hold
already
on.
gave you an example of a piece of wood that can be
Mongo.
flat and curved.
Where? Like
Mongo.
in
Can
how
I be
exactly?
heard?
I could design a piece of wood. I
Guy
guess.
doesn't go
Why not just
outside.
take a
He doesn't
picture?
play with wood.
That's gay. But well, look, you can have
How's
things
that
that
gay?
are.
You ever done decking?
So for his argument to work, does he have to provide a picture of something he already has, or does he have to design it conceptually, or does he have to produce one from his bare hands? What does he have to do?
And see, they'll see his curve.
So he has to take a trip to Home Depot?
No, that's somebody else
I mean,
talking.
yeah,
So
if you want to get proof.
So what do you want
Hold
him
on,
to do
Neon.
exactly?
I haven't even got a chance to answer
Go
a
to Home
question.
Depot and look at the wood.
What do you want him to do exactly?
Bro,
What I
you're
just
just gonna
said.
keep asking.
Get to the globe proof. That's what I wanted to do, but he's stalling like a motherfucker.
Well, does
we
he
need
want a
to know what
picture of a
curve
table?
means, right?
Neon,
Okay,
you're not
what does he
even.
want?
You guys
We were
ask questions
debating
you don't even
the
want the
properties of something being curved and flat, and he brought up the idea that something can't be curved and flat at the same time, and I'm suggesting that there is a logical contradiction between the
Well,
two
a curve
properties.
can't be flat.
Not the
a single
surface
object could be
itself.
curved in some places, not curved in
That
another. So
that's what
what
I'm
is the
suggesting.
Earth one
That's
of
what
those
he's
That's what I've been
single
saying.
suggesting
objects?
this
What's the
entire
point?
time, that a
That's what
piece of
he's
wood can
saying.
be
That was
curved and
where
flat
the
at the same
disconnect
time.
was.
Well, let's take a look. Can you show us or no?
What
I
do you
gave you
mean?
an example of something being curved and flat at the same
I mean,
time,
I
which
think a
could be a piece
disco
of wood.
ball. I think a disco ball was a perfect example of like any one place on that disco ball is going to be flat, but the entire ball is going to be round, right? I think a disco ball was actually a perfect example of something that is both curved and
Would you say
flat.
that's analogous to the Earth, though?
Well, no,
In some
he's
sense,
saying
yes.
in a sense to where like you can build like a tiny pixel on the Earth, and for all intents and purposes, it can be flat, right? But then when you zoom out and you put a bunch of those pixels together, you know, eventually you'll see, oh, okay, well, this approximation of it being a straight line right here, while it works at this length, doesn't really work for the entirety of the Earth, right? And that's where like calculus
So
comes
what's
into
the
play when you
evidence that
take
you
the
can zoom
derivative
out
of
and
the
do that
curve.
on the Earth and it's a ball? What's the evidence that you do that and it's a ball with
I mean,
actual
I have
coordinates?
live space footage launches from
Okay, so the
from
government
Tesla, from
says so, and they
SpaceX.
showed
No,
you
from
something.
SpaceX, from private companies, dude.
Oh, the one that are funded by
Like,
government.
so this is where we go back again to what evidence you would accept. Would you want me to build a
Well,
rocket
you
ship and
couldn't
go to space
verify any of that,
myself,
though, could you?
or okay? So
You
would
couldn't
you want me to
verify
build a
any of that.
rocket ship myself, or does
I don't
is
know.
the
You can't
evidence
do
that you've
that? Is
constructed
that how you're going
always
to verify
seemingly
it?
always out of my reach, right?
Okay, so you can't verify. Yeah, congratulations, you've realized you can't
Okay, so
verify
you've
those claims.
constructed a threshold
Unfalsifiable, yeah.
in where
No, that's
nothing
what
can be
you
true
believe.
unless
No,
you
You
build a
believe
rocket and go
verifying
into
those
space
claims.
yourself to
You
do
wouldn't
it.
need to
you
do that either.
constructed that.
No, you're
Yeah,
saying
you
that
claimed
I
it.
can't
There's no
verify
claim
that
there.
footage. Therefore, the only way I
Yeah,
could verify that
correct.
Stop
footage is
talking
if I
through
were to build
cyclones,
up
little boy.
my own
Hold
rocket
on.
and go to.
He's just answering
This
his
isn't
own
that.
questions. He's not really here for the answer.
No,
He
of course
could go
not.
to
His,
space if he dedicated his life to that. The only one stopping him from going to space is himself.
Yeah, but if your burden of proof is that, and you need to personally verify something, then to what degree you're
no, no,
taking
no, no, no,
that
no,
principle
no,
to
no,
other things?
no, 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 no. Let me just, because this is no, because what he did was, we're asking, what's the evidence for the claim of it being a ball? He makes a claim of what he thinks is evidence, but he can't actually verify. So we point out that that's not verifiable evidence. That's images that you're told are true, but you have no way to know they actually are. And that's all of a sudden, what's wrong with that? Obviously, we all know you can't verify those claims. So yes, we're going to point that out. And yes, it means that's not proven.
And
No,
here's
but
the thing:
then what do you
bar
also
is
do? You
actually
take the
set
same
incredible.
logic
Hold
to?
on, the bar is actually incredibly low here because we're asking for almost nothing. If the globe were real, we could just go down to the beach and observe it for ourselves. That's all we're asking for. We obviously can't do it, and so then they go to these other ridiculous lengths, like, oh, what do I need to get into a rocket? No, nobody ever said that. I could just go outside and test it for myself and see it right there, but obviously you can't, so that tells you what you need to know.
But if
Yeah,
we
you
have
guys act like
satellite
it's our fault
images
that you
showing
can't
a
verify
globe
the
or showing at
claim.
least
And they
something
should match
round,
reality. We should be able to go into reality and then they would match what they're being shown. You don't just stop at the pictures. Like if I presented the same thing to you, if I was like, well, I'm a Bigfoot believer and we have video footage, and you wouldn't just accept that point blank. You'd be like, okay, well, let's go out and
You
to the
just
field
stated
and
the
see
exact same thing that the last guy did, that we just pointed out you can't verify it. And then you say, well, what about the exact same thing that you can't verify? You're just like respawning like robots. Come on.
no. The issue is that if like you're taking by this logic, do you guys not also not believe in like something like a virus?
Oh my goodness! Don't go
Or
there.
like,
Actually, it's yeah,
well, no,
that's a TOS
it's
unfriendly subject, so just don't
it's
even.
not a
Yeah.
TOS unfriendly subject. I'm asking
It
if you
is,
apply
and
the
you're gonna
same
get
principles.
muted
I'm
if you
not trying
don't
to
do this.
TOS violation or whatever.
Bye.
just let's stay
Right.
focused.
So
Pongo.
let's maybe we can speed it up by saying, other than unverified claims, images, and stories from the government that you can't verify, how can we verify the story that Earth is a spinning ball? We do not. Can
Yep.
we all agree you can't verify those stories? So skip the whole. I saw pictures of space. All these shit things that can't be verified. Skip those. Tell us what we can do on the ground to verify it. Start there.
Exactly. Bongo, you can come off mute if you're gonna stick to the subject.
So we can't talk about germ theory.
No, what did I just say? The first thing he
I
goes
was making
back to.
sure that, like, because I brought up
Well,
viruses, I was still going to talk about germ thing. But if
The
you want to stay
Flat Earth
off that,
BC. Listen, here's all you need to
the
know. It's the Flat Earth BC. That should tell you everything about what you talk about here.
fly
all
off
right.
or
Well,
nothing.
do you guys have some sort of like model which is more predictive than the current one we have?
Can you
No, we
respond
have
to
a
what
current
Cyclone
one.
last said,
It doesn't
please?
match reality.
What did Cyclone last say?
Cyclone, do you want to again?
Which bit? Well, the same thing I've been saying. Stop presenting unverifiable claims from the government as your evidence. Tell us what we can do to verify it in reality on the ground ourselves.
Yeah, do you accept stuff from like private companies?
No, I asked what we can do ourselves on the ground.
On the ground, so we
In
can't go anything.
reality.
So we can't go up like into the air.
Why would you do that anyway? Why would you
Well,
fly
actually, you
away
could go to
from
like
things that you
the
can
Burj.
measure?
Do you know the Burj Khalifa, that tall building?
That wouldn't help you, Bongo. Look, if I want to measure how big your foot is, I wouldn't like
I'm
fly up
I'm
away
not.
from your foot. That's stupid. You were trying
Okay,
Yeah,
to
I'm
yeah.
get
asking.
to the
Okay,
thing
no,
you
let's
measure.
let him say it. Listen, at least this is you thinking about being on Earth in reality. Go on, give us your story
Yeah,
about the
so I
Burj
mean, evidence
Khalifa.
of the globe would just be the fact that we can change distance, change our altitude, and you can see the sunset again or the horizon. So you can go somewhere to like the Burj Khalifa in like Dubai, and then if you sit at like ground level, you can see the horizon. And you can watch it disappear and go below the horizon, and then you can go up to the
So
tallest floor on the Burj Khalifa, and then also see the sunset again.
okay, so is that
How does that
assuming?
work under like a flat Earth model?
Okay, so is that assuming that the horizon is a geometric curve of Earth?
A what? What?
Someone else take it. I can't be asked.
Yeah, I mean, it just boils
What?
down to a straw man anyway, Bongo.
No, I didn't know what you said.
Essentially,
Did
all
someone
it's
go into the geometric horizon with him? I've just got to go and do something.
Yeah, what do you mean by like a geometric horizon? Someone talking?
I think the flat
All the
earthers
FE
gave up.
in here. We've got all the FE in here. No one's going to tell him about the geometric horizon. The guy wants to know about his globe religion. Someone want to inform him?
We don't like pray to the sun. I'm sorry to tell you.
Like heliocentrists. Helios is the sun
Yeah.
god. Why is he in there?
Because it's a useful term that we can go back to.
Yeah, the
you know?
useful term for the god of the sun god.
Yeah, we're
we
not
get
talking
it.
about linguistics. We're talking about their horizon and why.
Yeah,
That's
so the
evidence
geometric
for the fact
horizon.
that.
Someone will explain to you what the geometric horizon that you're supposed to believe it is.
Well, it's not like a belief if I can just kind of verify it for myself.
Well, walk us through the
We'll get to
verification
that.
process
We'll
then.
get to that. No, because he doesn't know what it is yet. We need to speak to him about what it is.
Well, the
and then-
verification is that I can change my altitude and see the sunset again. That's only indicative of it being some sort of curved shape, at least not flat.
So have you heard people saying ships go over the horizon?
I'm not talking about a ship. I'm talking about the sun.
Yeah, but we're talking about the horizon.
I'm talking about the horizon's interaction with the sun, not the horizon's interaction with the ship.
So you're talking about the nature of the horizon.
I'm talking about the interaction between the sun and the horizon, not about the nature of the horizon.
Okay, tell me what you think the horizon is.
What I think the horizon is?
Yeah.
It's just the eventual. It's basically, if you're looking at a sphere, it's just the point where you can't see anything past over it.
Right. So if the sphere is
Locally.
a certain size, and we are a certain height above that sphere, we could calculate where that horizon should be in a distance to us. Yeah.
We can do a rough calculation. Which doesn't actually account for altitude or like the actual.
Let's do that. Go
sea
and get your calculator. Go into Google and bring up your calculator.
Wait, sorry, I can answer this off the top of my head. What are you
No,
saying?
I'm not talking
If
to
you're
you. We're
higher,
talking to this guy. No, we're talking to this guy. Someone shut him. So you've got your calculator, yeah?
I'm just looking it up.
So 6 feet elevation height.
Or you just do the calculations. I actually got to find the one.
Dude, I'm just laughing. Like the proof is like lay down on the beach, then stand up, globe.
And then
No, I said
there's a different horizon. Are you saying that the elevation is different and the
shit.
horizon takes place
So
differently
funny.
So the question
based
on
on
the table
elevation?
is,
That's
so the
because of
question
the
on the
globe.
table is, how far away will the horizon be for a 6-foot observer? According to the globe model, which this guy just said, yeah?
No, I don't really care about how far away the horizon is. It's more of the fact that the sun goes below the
Well,
horizon.
you said you could
That's
calculate.
actually,
This
and
is
that's my
important.
original point.
This
I'm
is
not trying
important
to.
because you said you could calculate it, didn't you?
I said you asked me if you could calculate it. I said you could get like I asked you. I responded saying you could get like a rough estimation of it, but that's not my main point. My
So
main
what
point
is
is the
that? What
fact
is
that
that
the sun. I'm
estimation?
sorry, I was trying to finish
No,
answering your question.
Bonago, he's talking about distance, which is the wrong. You're going somewhere that he wasn't even saying that.
Yeah, I'm
He's
talking about the fact. I'm
elevation.
talking about the actual
horizon. Yeah, he's talking about the
phenomenon. No, I'm
sun.
not talking about the distance. I'm talking about the phenomenon of the sun dipping below the horizon. That's what I'm actually talking about. I'm not talking about how the distance of the horizon is or
That would be
etc. That's not
relevant,
the point.
friend. That would be completely
It
relevant.
wouldn't be relevant in this
Yeah, it
case
would.
because
Of
again,
course it would.
we're talking about the sun going below the
Of course it
horizon.
would, Bongo.
Yes, you're talking about, because I asked you what is the horizon, and you defined a geometric horizon for us. Everyone heard you say it. You said, "Oh well, it's the part of the."
It doesn't
sphere
take
that
away
you
from
can
what he
see
was
that
saying,
doesn't
though.
go over.
It
So
doesn't take
this is
away
what
from what he
you
was saying.
claim. Why are you interrupting me?
Well, because the
So
response you would have
listen,
to give.
this is what you said, and then you said you're gonna go to the calculator that you mentioned, and you're gonna tell us how far away it should be based on your story that it's the edge of a ball, right?
No, my main point wasn't the fact that we can do a calculation for it. My
Okay,
main
so
point
now
is
you're running
I'm
away
sorry,
from
I was speaking. I don't know if you noticed that,
Well, I
but I'll
was
continue.
speaking.
So,
And you.
you know, you gave me.
So don't even play.
Can I go?
So this is what happens. This is no, because this is what happens. You make a claim, and we're holding you to it, and now you're trying to wriggle and run away.
No,
So
my claim. My
nigger.
claim was about the fact the sun is going below the horizon. That's my
Yes,
claim.
you're claiming a geometric horizon.
I'm claiming the sun goes below the horizon.
Yeah, which would be geometric.
Yes, because you defined it as being that part of a ball that you can no longer see beyond. That's
You guys
how
are
it
being
works.
dishonest. Come on.
If you want to, you'd have to contest my actual claim being the sun goes below the horizon. The response would be that you'd have to say, well, the sun doesn't go below the horizon. Clearly, that's not the case.
Well, no, I don't. Well, I need. Well, we're about to go through your claim with you, but it seems like you now no longer want to stick to your claim.
No, my original claim was always the sun goes below the horizon.
No, but I asked
and the
you
fact
about the
that you
definition
can,
for the horizon.
then the fact is that you can go and raise your altitude and then see a sunset again. That's the
So
actual
are you now
phenomenon I'm
saying?
pointing
Are you
to,
now saying?
which is evidence
Are
that
you
we
now
live on
saying
some
the
sort of
horizon?
sphere or some sort of curved shape.
Okay.
Not the
Are
fact
you
that
now
there's some
saying
sort of
that the horizon? I'm just going to mute you because you just keep speaking. So are you now saying that the horizon is not geometric?
You never said that.
I'm sorry, when did I say that our horizon wasn't geometric? Can you really give me a
No, I'm
recording of
saying,
that?
are you saying it is or that it isn't?
Well, what do you think I am saying?
No. You
Exactly
tell
what
me.
you
Listen,
are
why
saying.
are you asking me? I'm asking you.
No, are you asking me whether or not I said this horizon's no longer
I'm asking
geometric?
you to restate. Do you think the horizon is geometric or is not geometric?
From what we can see and observe, the horizon seems to be geometric.
Okay, so you're saying it is the part of the ball that we can't see beyond.
Yeah, I'm saying that given the fact the sun goes below the horizon, and you can change altitude to be higher, and then you can see the sunset again, it would seem that there has to be some sort of geometric horizon. And
So
then,
we're saying it's a
so what's your
geometric
response to
horizon.
that exactly?
Okay. My response to that is let's help you understand what your own claim is by going to a calculator and telling us what the distance should be geometrically for a 6-foot observer. Can you please do that?
I don't have the calculations on
You can
hand.
calculate this through the radius. You use the radius of the Earth, and you can calculate this. There's literally an equation for it.
Distance to the, okay, well I can tell you if you don't want to look it up yourself. Yeah.
Sure, you can
Okay,
tell
so
me
it's
the
about
calculation. Sure.
It's about 3 miles. Yeah, is what they say.
All right. Well, then calculate it at around how tall is the Burj Khalifa?
Yeah, well, you can go get all the numbers and punch it into the
Yeah,
calculator.
well you can blast it into the calculator and you can tell us. But either way, for now, so you agree then, if we're at 6 foot on the beach, we should see the horizon at about 3 miles, according to the calculators. Yeah.
The distance isn't really relevant with the example I gave
Why are
you.
you trying to weasel it out? No, just
No, I'm
what the
not
calculator.
weaseling out. I'm giving you the
You are
example I
weaseling
gave
out
you, which is
because
about the
you said it's
sun.
geometric. So if it's geometric, according to your claim, it should be at about 3 miles for a 6-foot observer, yeah?
Your mic cut out. What?
So according to your claim of a geometric horizon, it should be at about 3 miles distance for a 6-foot observer, yeah?
I'll just accept your numbers for the sake of the argument.
Okay, fine. So if we then go to the beach, and we're at 6 foot, and we see the horizon at, say, 10 miles, what would that mean?
Why are we at the beach? Because I was talking about the Burj Khalifa.
Well, it doesn't matter. Wherever the 6 foot, you're 6 foot off the ground. I'm using that for simplicity.
Well, my example is even more simple because it has more extremes. So
No,
for
no, no, no.
simplicity's sake,
Listen,
we're at 6 feet at the Burj Khalifa at the base.
Oh my god! See, this is the tactic. This is the sophistry. This is the sophistry. These are the tactics they use because we're talking about measuring the horizon distance, which you easily do if you're on the beach at a known observing height, 6 feet, and you've got, say, boats or buoys, certain marks out at sea that you can reference in relation to the horizon. This is very easy to do, and these are the simple observations that you can go and do and test yourself, and we can share with you. We're talking about being thousands of feet up. Yeah, you can get observations for that as well, but I'm going to guarantee do not have an observation from the Burj Khalifa that you can tell us how far the horizon is in that. And this is what we're testing, your claim of a geometric horizon. So if you could just stick to the question I'm asking you, if everyone else is following along, you've agreed 3 miles distance for a 6-foot observer. I'm saying, what if you went down there on the beach and you saw the horizon 10 miles away? Very simple. What would that mean?
What is that? What do you mean?
So you see the horizon 10 miles away from a 6-foot observer height.
How do you verify it's 10 miles away?
Okay, well, let's say there's a marker out there, like a buoy or something that you know is at 10 miles, and you can see the horizon.
So there's a marker that we can see. Can you show me a picture of this?
Yeah. If you go into the chat, can someone post the black swan? Someone do the black swan.
I got you, brother.
Because there's a few pictures of like oil rigs. There's
Yes,
one that's that like closer one,
One that's
and the
below-
one that's
yes,
farther you can actually see is it's a bit cut off by the horizon.
Yes. So
Oh yes, it is that picture. Oh yeah. So that's really interesting.
So we see the horizon.
Yeah. So look at the
Right,
oil
okay.
rig again. You want to see something interesting?
No. Wait. So just before you start that, just tell us, where do you see the horizon? Just in front of them or behind them?
Well, I'm observing the horizon right now. It's actually crazy. So you can look at the picture, the one that you posted. Do you see how all that is like actual compressed and all wavy?
Well,
That's refraction. Yeah.
Hold on, Bongo.
What, the horizon?
Remember what
the
you
horizon
asked.
distorted?
You said, "How do we know that it's 10 miles?" So we're trying to show you how you can know with certain markers in the water. Now you're just completely shifting away from what you just asked.
Yeah, you're scared.
Well, no. If you want to be like totally,
if you want a genuine answer to your question, at least provide a genuine response instead of shifting away from the thing you
This
asked.
is it. Let's just, for the rest of them,
So,
we'll tell them
can I
exactly
respond?
what he's going to do. Well,
We can see that you're
before you
trying to
respond,
steer
we'll
away.
tell you exactly what he's going to do to all the other normal people in here who actually do want to try and understand what we're talking about. This guy is going to start claiming, despite just saying 5 minutes ago that the horizon is geometric, and that's what his whole sun argument was, so that it would be 3 meters. He's now going to literally throw that argument out and say the horizon could be any distance at all because of refraction. So, and he's going to try and double down on that because we're going to show him observations where it's not where it's supposed to be. So he's going to be caught in this awkward situation where he's saying it is a curve, but it's not. It can be anywhere, even though it's a specific size, and physically it can't be that far. It just can because it's refraction, and he's not going to know what refraction is. We'll ask him to define refraction. He won't be able to. If he even ever does get that far, he's going to use a definition that completely begs the question and just assumes a ball, assumes light bending around a ball, all this nonsense stuff. So I'm going to have to dip out, but let's just ask the guy to explain why we see the horizon beyond the oil rights at 10 miles instead of the 1.2 it's supposed to be, and listen to him just make up stories about how there's no geometric horizon anymore, even though that's just what he claimed in his first argument.
Am I allowed to go now?
Well, just remember what you're supposed to be defending, my friend.
Respond to what I just said, though.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to. Yeah, I'll respond. So the issue is that, to be intellectually honest, my initial point wasn't about the calculations. If you actually want to go back to what I stated, which was the fact that we can the sun.
Was your initial claim, so we've just
I'm sorry. Was I able to go, or are you going to speak?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, sweet. So my initial point was again regarding the sun dipping below the horizon, and the fact that we can change altitude to going up in altitude, we can see the sunset again. And that was my initial point.
Falsified that having anything to do with the curve. Can you answer that? Because that's what we're trying to get.
Well, you didn't really falsify to having anything to do with the curve. When did you do that?
Yes, we did. That was the whole point.
You got to pay
attention. We showed you it's not geometric because it's not at the 1.2 miles that it's supposed to be based on the observer height.
So it would have to be geometric because if you change the altitude from at
so why is it not in front of the rigs? It's behind the rigs. If it was geometric, it would be in front of the rigs.
Now we're talking about, well, again, to be intellectually honest, my initial point was about the sun dipping below the horizon. I'm sorry, I'll let you go. Okay.
But
why are you not addressing the evidence that I've just presented to you about the horizon, the one you spoke about being geometric?
Because you're attacking a straw man, that's why.
What?
No, he's not.
Geometric horizon.
So now you're saying it's not.
You cut out. What'd you say?
So now you're saying it's not a geometric horizon.
No, I'm saying you're straw manning what I'm actually talking to you.
No, because what you're talking about is the geometric horizon. See, you guys don't even know what you're talking about.
Could you explain what I actually said to you then?
You said the Earth has a geometric horizon based on the curve of the ball, and that's what the sun's going behind, right? So we're doing the math for that. We're saying, okay, if that's the case, it means for a 6-foot observer height, it should be at 3 miles. We're showing you an example where that's not the case, and it's way beyond that. And now you're just saying I wasn't talking about that, when that's exactly what you're talking about. Maybe you actually don't know that that's what you're talking about. Maybe you know this little about your own belief in the globe, but you don't know that this is what you're talking about. This is what you're talking about.
We're just holding you accountable. No, Bongo, that's not a response. We're just holding you accountable to the thing that you said. Remember, what you're supposed to be defending is this geometric horizons. All we're doing is holding you accountable to that very specific thing, and now you're saying that's a straw man.
Well,
yeah,
are
that
you done
is your
now?
claim. The geometric horizon list. You need to understand. I don't think you do understand your claim, because the geometric horizon is your claim. That's what you're arguing for when you say I go up higher and it gets further away and it cuts off the sun, so it must be a curve, right? So what Cyclone did here was take you through the geometry of it so we could check whether it actually is the effect of a curve or not, and it's not. So answer to that, please.
Yeah, so are you finished?
That's not a response, Bongo.
Yes.
Clearly the gap when he drops the mic and hands it back to you is your cue to begin to respond to what he said, not just start coping like, are you done yet? That's not a response to anything anyone said. All right.
No, because
remember what you're
I'm not
supposed to be
I'm not trying to
defending.
argue meta here. I'm actually asking you, are you finished, so I can respond.
Clearly the gap.
Just go, bro.
Microphone back
It's okay. I'm
goes
just
quiet,
asking
a
sufficient yes would be.
We could just ask you, are you going to
go.
start now? Just go, bro. Respond to what he said.
Yeah. So again, my initial point was never about this beach horizon thing. Again,
That's exactly what the whole point is. The horizon being geometric.
It
What else
is.
is
You
the
just
sun
don't
going
realize it
behind?
is.
Ongo, you don't even know what you're arguing for. What else is the sun going behind then? If it's not the geometric horizon, whether you're in the
Yeah,
Burj
he
Khalifa
doesn't
building or on
understand
the
his own
beach.
claim.
You
He
don't
doesn't
yeah, you
understand.
don't know how to argue for your own point here. But again, whether you're in the Burj Khalifa building or standing on the beach, what is the sun going behind? The geometric horizon. So that's what you're supposed to be defending.
And that's why Wolfgang was refuting the geometric claim of the horizon directly, because that is what you're arguing for. So please respond to that.
That's a straw man.
We actually can't even teach you guys to understand your own belief enough to help you understand that it's not real. This is how bad it is. Like, how can we help you
Yeah, but
understand that the globe doesn't exist if you don't know what it's supposed to represent or show? This is the
the
problem.
thing is, Cyclone, because they're anti-flat earthers, they think that any information we give them, even if it's
Correct.
about their own model, they'll still disregard it.
Yep, it's a
They
syndrome
just
they
wear
have.
it.
It's a syndrome that they all have. It's this flat earthers can't be right syndrome, even if we're just citing their own claims, their own side. Don't forget we used to believe what you believe too, Bongo. So it's not like we're just making this stuff up. It's very easy. So listen, you approached us with something in your hands called the geometric horizon. You went up into this Burj Khalifa building, you went up another few buildings after the sunset, and in your hands is this horizon you're trying to offer us. So when we take it from you and start trying to investigate it a little bit further, you take it back and chuck it out the window. Why would you do that? That's the thing you've presented as your argument, this geometric horizon. So why would you chuck it out after we're trying to investigate it? That doesn't make much sense, is it? You're throwing away the thing you're supposed to be defending.
Wait, am I supposed to be talking?
Creation.
That's who
Can
we're
I ask a
addressing. We can just
question?
move on to Epsilon, so go ahead.
I just have just a question. I'm not really gonna argue with you guys or
I know you
anything.
don't like that
I
accountability.
really,
Yeah.
so why do you guys think that people would lie to you? Like,
Oh
why would
my
scientists
god,
around the
dude.
world? No,
Come on,
I'm
dude.
genuine. This is the first day I've heard of this, so please, like, give me
Well,
leeway
let me just
to
say
ask
this:
this question.
if I was like I'm the head police officer at the precinct, and you just got hired on, and you're our new investigator, the last thing you should be asking is, well, what is the motive for these crimes? So like we take you to the crime scene, you're like, well, I wonder why this happened. Like if you're new, if you are new, like you say, the first thing you should do is gather up any evidence you can find. Whose blood is that? Bullet shell. Let's get the fingerprints off of that. CCTV. Let's go find out, what that shows. You should be gathering evidence. The last thing you need to worry about, especially if you're new and a new investigator, is, well, I wonder what the motive for this crime is. So
Are you kidding me, man? Like police, you'd think it's not helpful for policing to know about the
I never
motivation?
said it wasn't helpful. I
Say
never
what?
said it wasn't helpful.
That's insane.
Exonaut.
I didn't say that it wasn't helpful. I said that's not where you begin. You start with the evidence first, and then it may lead you to some sort of motive. But there's times when you don't know the motive, and you can still make a clean conviction. You can turn all the evidence into a judge. They can make the conviction, and you
So
don't necessarily
how do we
know.
Sure, but it's
progress
not
then?
gonna be the last
How are we able
You
to progress
progress
many
with
science?
the evidence, my friend.
No, no,
Not
no. How
the
are we
lack of
able to
motive.
progress? Many scientists out there come up with new products all the time. Not products, but we come up with new science, and that's what we do. So I'm
Science is
just
a method.
wondering,
Like
So we
science
don't
is a
come
Velcro?
up with new
method.
science. There's only
Yes,
one
it is a
science.
method that never is complete. We know this, but I'm
No, it's
just
just
wondering.
you guys really. It's so funny because you'll say that you guys are science deniers, but when we actually adhere to the scientific method, you guys deny that. So I think it's the other way around. No, it is complete. Science is a method used to determine cause and effect relationships.
Okay,
So
so what science do you have? Like, what mathematical equations are you
bro,
guys using?
why don't you pick like one or two questions that actually are meaningful to you? Because already you've approached with, well, what about
What is
motive?
the
And then
distance from here to the
you
sun?
chucked that out the window. Then you're asking about science. You chucked that out the window. Now you've moved on to the distance of the sun.
I'm so
So
well. You asked me to
these are
pick one
it's
thing,
like
so I'm going to pick one thing.
it's
What is the? Do you have an
something value
equation
to you.
for from us to the sun? Where is the sun in this worldview, and how do you guys prove this?
Okay, well, let's just double check to see if you have any double standards. Your current worldview has a claim for that. So like what you're asking for me? Do you have that?
Are you saying how far is the sun from the Earth in my worldview?
Well, what you're asking of me is like, oh, well, what's your
Yeah.
claim?
So in my worldview, we believe in space. So it would be about like 94 million miles away, right?
Okay.
You're right. So what would be in your worldview? Like
Thank
where?
you
Like,
for
what's
sharing
the
your
sun?
belief.
No, I'm asking
No,
a
it's
question.
well, bro, it's a hell of a lot closer than they say. Same with the moon going by the local illumination on the clouds. So
This
I
is
w-
like,
I would say it
it's
can't
getting us
be.
away from the whole point. What we were actually talking about with the
TV.
horizon is more important, not
Yeah,
just
man,
pointing at the sky.
but bro, it's a fucking solid point, mate. The local illumination fucking
really.
destroys the far distant sun. No, I mean not really. It fucking does, obviously.
So,
If
okay,
it
so
was,
if you had to
wasn't
put
exposed,
like,
it wouldn't light
So
up
now
the
they're gonna
clouds. Same
beg
with the
for a
moon.
model, and I need to say, well, what?
no,
I don't need a
I
model,
just want a
bro.
number. Like,
A
is it
statement.
300
Why?
like 300 feet up? Like, what is it? What is it
There's
for
no way
you?
to measure, bro. Like people say that they can triangulate it using trig, but then it's an apparent position the sun's in. So like during the Selenian, you guys say that it's the sun's actually under us or under the earth, and it's just refracted upwards. So
No, nobody says that. Nobody says that
what I do?
the sun is under us.
Yeah,
Nobody's ever said
well,
that.
hold on, Epsilon, wait a minute. That's
Nobody's ever
exactly
said
what.
that.
Hold on, buddy. That's exactly what the last guy was just saying. That the
TV.
sun goes
What
Okay,
the
below
well,
the
I don't know
horizon.
what that
TV?
last guy.
What
I'm
the
talking
fuck?
for Epsilon. I don't know what the last guy was
TV.
saying.
If I'm making a statement back, I'm wanting a reply back, man. Stop fucking derailing what Flat Earth are saying, man. You've been doing it for a couple of days, bro. Like, you've done it to me like multiple times.
Talking to me? I just joined today.
No, I'm talking to CB.
Oh. Okay, so
Well,
where's the sun? That's all I'm asking.
not
Like,
under the
how
ground,
far is
bro.
it? That's the only question that I have. Where's the
Just,
sun to you guys?
it's not under the horizon.
It's not under the horizon.
That's exactly what the last homie.
Wait, did you guys just mute? Isn't he a mod? Why is he muted?
No, I don't mute anyone.
Yeah, Creation Bear,
Who?
stop
Who's
interrupting,
muted?
dude.
What?
Who's
Why did you
muted?
guys mute him? He
CB's
was
muted.
answering.
I never muted them.
After a while.
But the fucking constant diverting what Flat Earthers say. And if I reply to something and it's
Go ahead, dude.
directly
Go ahead,
to
Phantom.
someone
Go
else,
ahead, brother.
why the fuck are you talking over me again, bro?
Just go ahead, dude.
What do you mean, just go ahead? What, you talked over me to tell me to talk? And I never fucking
Okay,
muted you.
mate, please.
For fuck's sake, man. What do you mean,
Relax, friendly
please?
fire, dude. Just,
Mate, this has to be fucking said. It's not 24/7, eh? I'm fucking sick of this fucking bullshit getting carried on to this room.
just keep driving forward, man.
I'm fucking trying to, which is the reason I came here. It's not going to go backwards and end up like fucking 24/7 with you just having the floor constantly. And anything any flat earther says, you have to fucking derail it so I don't get a fucking reply. You do it with me, you've done it with fucking multiple others. Carry on.
Can I ask something
Just
at
DM
this
me next time, dude.
point?
What do you mean? You need to be fucking told, man. Eh? I've told you before. You never listen, so you need to be told. So
I don't know what he's talking about, guys.
that's because you
My
don't
mic.
fucking listen. You don't listen to anything that gets said. You just carry on. So please do carry on, for fuck's sake.
Okay, I'll just keep doing what I normally do.
Nah,
So,
don't
is
keep
there a
doing what you
mod?
normally do. Or you're not going to be staff here, man. It's simple as that.
Okay, Panto.
Okay, so Spake Face, that can you answer? Well, oh, sorry, that lady was talking. But
Ask a question real quick.
There you go.
Is there like a mod on 24/7 that I could get a hold of that would like check your
Yes, Kristen.
DM?
you're speaking to them. That's Spake Face and
Can
also
help
the other
you.
guy.
Okay, well, I know you guys are busy, but check your DMs.
No, you've not DM'd me, Christy. I've got an open DM with you, but you've not messaged me since I think yesterday or last night when we were talking about
Yeah, I hadn't talked to you about that, but is there a way to set up an event on 24/7?
possibly, I
Okay,
suppose,
how
depending
far
on
is the
the.
sun? What are you talking about right now?
I need
So
to know
actually,
if
it appears it's a little bit closer. DM me, Christy. I'll try and help you out. But I mean, we don't know how far the sun is. Why make a claim on it if we can't verify it? It's kind of pointless. Then we're basically just the same as the Gold Earth believers. They just believe unverifiable claims.
Okay, because I need to get one set up for tonight, if that's possible, for Bible study and 24/7.
Yeah.
At
Yeah,
like 7:30. So
I could I'll say to Indio or CJ or whatever, make sure it's okay for this evening, if that's cool
and
with you.
then do I need to have a mod in there? I'm gold plus, but I wasn't sure if I
What
needed
do
a
you need?
mod
I'll
in
just
there.
go over there. Just talk to me over there.
Who's this?
Yeah, that's Heretic.
Who?
Heretic.
Heretic, the mod 24/7. Just go over there.
Hey,
Quadricoda?
he only just got his mod last night,
No,
so congrats
heretic,
again, bro.
heretic.
Oh, heretic.
Yes.
Okay, where do you want me to meet you at?
Yeah, just drop into any room.
All right. Thanks.
Sounds good. No problem.
All right, I guess Epsilon had a question about the sun. What was it? You may continue now.
Yeah, that was all. I was just wondering, is there like what's the distance that you guys believe that the sun is at? I'm just curious.
Did you not hear what I said, bro? Like, we're not going to make
Oh,
claims
come
or
on, Slave.
verify.
You when you guys were talking together, you had an argument with this other guy. I didn't get to hear
No,
anything. And
that's
maybe
not
it
an
was
argument. That's not a fucking argument, bro.
no,
It's
but you
done.
get me.
I'm
Come
just
on.
saying to you. I'm just saying to you, it's unverifiable. So unlike Globe Earthers, flat earthers don't make unverifiable claims. Nor the ones that I know from 24/7 anyway. Like, we try and stick to what we can verify and what's backed up by empirical evidence, measurements, or whatever. So anybody who
Do you
claims
think
they
there
know the
ever will
distance,
be a way? Or like it's
pardon?
fundamental? Do you think
So
there ever will be a way, or is it fundamental?
So you're cutting out for me, man.
So how do you explain, like, let's say an eclipse? When an eclipse happens, is that like a dome
Cutting out for me,
problem?
bro.
How do you explain, like, let's say an eclipse?
Sorry, man, I can't hear what you're saying, brother.
Let's say an eclipse happens where the sun and the moon, right, kind of block one or the other, whether it's lunar or it's solar. How does that happen?
You know, it's again unverifiable. There are like stories, plus I've got a couple of gifs that came from videos quite a few years ago now that showed other bodies in the sky. Like they called them Rahu and Ketu. I'm not sure exactly which civilization coined those names, but there have definitely been sightings of what looks to be other dark bodies occulting the moon or the sun.
Interesting.
If you just Google
Wow.
it, Rahu Ketu,
How do I
you'll
spell
find
it? How do
Definitely
I
into
spell it?
stuff that you can verify, eh?
How do I spell it?
Hilarious.
Rahu.
What do you mean? I said there's stories. I don't claim anything
Yeah.
unverifiable. I said there's stories to say that that's the case. And there is dark bodies seen. I've seen videos of these, what looks like other bodies in the sky. I don't know what they are. I don't know if it's Rahu and Ketu or fucking Steve and Pete from fucking God knows where. They're not making claims.
So my thing is that let me just give a point when it comes to globe Earth belief. There was a time where we had to use mathematics, right, to triangulate and see where other planets existed in comparison to us. And then we used gravity. Hold on, bear with me. And then we
Never
discovered
said anything.
we discovered a planet through our mathematics. And that planet is called Neptune. I don't know, like, and then using that mathematics, we were able to find a new planet. I just don't know what mathematics you guys are using to like prove anything.
Do you
And I'm
realize
not.
you're
It's not an
using
insult. It's not an
imagination?
insult.
We were just going over it until we changed the subject to like the moon and the sun and stuff.
Well,
So
I asked you
He
how
asked
far the
about
sun
we
is, and
changed
the
then
us
you
away
sun,
changed.
from
didn't
that.
No,
he?
but
He
we were
asked
able
about
to
the
use the
sun.
mathematics from the sun to like
Oh, come on.
triangulate other things.
They were wrong.
No, then how did we? Okay, how are they wrong? Sorry, is a better question.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming you were talking about like Eratosthenes, right?
No, this was recent when we found Neptune.
Found Neptune.
Okay, here. How did we find the planet Neptune?
What?
Okay. Based on the discovery was made based on mathematical calculations of its predicted position due to observed pre-turbulations of the orbit of the planet Uranus. We use gravitational mathematics to do this. So I'm asking you, and I'm asking you guys, like, how did we, like, what mathematics can you guys prove for like anything? And I'm not saying I disbelieve what you guys believe in. I'm just trying to figure out your belief system.
Well, there is no system to believe in, and we don't have any beliefs to offer you, brother. We were just trying to go over testing the surface of the Earth, and now like you're kind of just like pulling. You're like, yeah, but look up there. Like, what's up there that verifies where we are here? There's nothing up there that even slightly resembles the Earth anyway. So I wouldn't be so quick to compare the Earth to things you see in the sky. That's why we come back down to the ground and measure the surface of the Earth. We were just going over that with Bongo or whoever, but this is a bit of a distraction, taking us away from that. The key part is the surface, not like this topic doesn't mean answers to the life's mysteries or what is the universe. It's simply what is the surface of the Earth doing. It can only be doing one of two things. So that you said, like,
you're
what's the
more
math that you
concerned.
guys have? It's right here on Earth, on the ground.
The sun is a part of it, though, because wait, do you guys believe that the sun does anything for, like, I guess, like our living circumstance?
Well, when you were asking about the sun, I was going to start with, what is the sun?
It's
'Cause, like,
it's a gospel that provides gravity for us, and it provides many things actually.
okay, so let's imagine, right? Me and you meet up. We go outside. We're at the beach. We're looking up at the sun. And I knock on your shoulder. I'm like, hey, bro, what do you think the sun is? Like, what do you think that is? And you just start rattling off the story. Well, dude, it's it's gravity and it's a big ball of gas and all these things. I mean, that's the story. But how do you like how would you know what the sun is? Like
Well,
all you can offer me though right now is a regurgitation of the bedtime story that everyone already knows. So it's not like we don't know the story. It's just that, like,
I understand.
so like, yeah, how would you
I
know what
understand.
the sun is though?
I
So
understand where you're coming from. I completely do. The disagreement that I would have with you when you say that is that the only way that we were able to get to this point and understanding our place within the universe is through having that bedtime story
no,
where
no, it's
we
not.
had to no, it's true though. That's
No, man.
how that's when that's your parents saying the doctor like saved these people from this disease that we had because we used some plant and we didn't know what that was, and then botanists came together to study what this was, and then physicists came together to do the mathematics. What physicists is just applied mathematics to do this, and this is the whole field of science. That's why I have a difficult time
You can
understanding what you
dandelion,
guys are
you
saying.
can't fuck a star.
It's not
You're
bizarre.
lost
This
in
is what
your
we
own. You're
do.
lost in your own imagination,
It's
Epsilon.
not imagination. It's not.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
botany is
Shout it
used
at
with
me.
herbs.
Maybe I'll believe you.
But like, bro, like I would just say that me and you again, we're still at the beach looking at the sun. We both see the same thing. The only thing is, the only difference between you and I is there's an attached story to it.
Yes.
And so
But then
we just detach the story from the observation.
Yes,
I
but
can
what
look
if
at it
you
and go, I do not know what that is. I don't know
Well,
how I would know what that is.
okay, let me
When it
give you
comes
an
to the
idea.
story, that's all you're going off
What
of.
if you like let's say we just started from your place, right? We went to the beach. This is where we're at.
Okay.
Let's say we just happened to put a stick, me and you're gonna build something.
Oh my
We
gosh.
put a stick
All
into
right.
the ground, and then we see that like there's this shadow that like moves. Why does it move? And how is it that this nighttime exists? And then
Well,
why is it that the sun moves in this certain way? Why? And then
Not
there's
because
these
of the
questions.
imaginary
No, there's
idea
these
that you have in your
questions that
mind.
end up becoming.
Not
Right.
because of the imaginary idea that you have in your mind. Not because of that.
It's not imaginary.
Well,
That's
let
what's
me just say
happening.
this, Epsilon. Let
Tell
me
us
just
how
say
the
this.
stick shadow at the beach gives any evidence for a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space.
Yeah, I think there's just one thing I really wish you guys would understand is that, like, again, me and you are at the beach. I'm the flat earther. You're the globe earther. Okay? I see the Earth, you see the Earth, we experience the Earth. It's the exact same Earth. But a lot of times, these folks, maybe not you, but they'll try to say, well, if it was flat, it would be different. Oh, well, how is it daytime? It's like you're saying like, oh, well, flat earthers shouldn't believe in nighttime or whatever. It's like we all experience the same Earth. We think it's flat the way it is now with nighttime and eclipses and all these things. Nothing would change if it was flat. That's what I really want you guys to understand. So like, oh, well, how come it's nighttime? That's not a proof of the globe. We also are flat earthers on the Earth with nighttime. So it's like you have to understand that the shadows and the moon, sun moving, like that all happens on the same Earth that we think is flat as well. So just try not to strawman AI. Do you want to get in?
Yeah,
Wait, wait,
so
wait. Are you saying that
if we have a phenomenon with an explanation, validation of the explanation is not repeating the phenomenon that's already agreed upon. That doesn't conclude anything about the validity of your explanation. And somebody offering an alternative explanation doesn't mean yours is right or wrong either. Okay, it's just an explanation. Just pointing things fall down and then making an elaborate story about why that happens can't be proven by saying things fall down. That's just a loop.
Yeah, I understand, and this would be like a Spinozist flu if you guys are familiar with philosophy. But the issue, though, is that with that being said, we still have science.
Right, which
But
is
I
a
do
method used
understand
to
what you're
determine
saying. I
cause and
agree
effect
with AI.
relationships, not necessarily what the shape of the Earth is or what the surface of the Earth is doing. That would fall into the category of more of like measuring things or maybe geometry. Like it's not
But
really a scientific thing.
So you don't necessarily have to believe in based on your worldview. You do not have to believe in this. It's just an explanation, the same way that you have an explanation.
Well, I would say explanations are pretty low value in terms of this conversation. What things that are way more valuable, something like a demonstration or a measurement, right? Like if I claim that I'm a certain height, well, the best way to prove that or back that up would be not with explanations, but with an actual measurement of the claim. So I don't think explanations are that high value, but that's what you guys often ask for. Well, give me an explanation, just explain it. Like, well, you can explain things all the time. You can make up your own explanations, but I don't
But
think they're
now,
as valuable as you might think.
what I would ask now, though, is that what is a reasonable measurement in your worldview? Do you need like a ruler going all the way up to like the moon or the sun,
Well, hold
and it
on.
needs to touch the sun, and then like you can see it all the way up as it goes up?
No, we're not saying you need to use a ruler. Like even in your current worldview, you think it's been measured, these distances to the moon, the sun, etc. They didn't claim to use a ruler. They're claiming how they measured the Earth was with sticks and shadows in the ground. So we're not saying you need to use a ruler, but
that's how okay, so let me give you an example. I understand where you're coming from. I completely do. Let me give you an example of how this is a weird claim. That we started with our base 10, which is we have our fingers. Through base 10, we were able to understand this concept called calculus. So now we're able to calculate projections. That's how we can create robots that can shoot anywhere from a court in basketball, and it makes the shot every single time. It's the same concept. You just need to expand this to physics and specifically astronomical physics. Does that make sense?
Dude, why do you believe lasers are real?
come on, Kenny, we're having a pretty fruitful discussion here. So
But we gotta say, Epsilon. Some of the globe priests are saying that you're telling the story incorrectly, so you gotta adjust to the actual official story, bro. Sorry.
Well, I don't understand. What's the official story?
You're parroting the story incorrectly. Just ask Britnet. So you told the stick and shadows story incorrectly, so you have to adjust
I
your
never even got into detail with that because I was told that I was saying something else. I was just claiming like the way that you learn.
Anyways, go ahead. Keep going with the other guy. Go ahead with CB Creation Bear.
Okay.
well, yeah, well, you did mention something about like we're at the beach, you put a stick in the ground, and then there's a shadow moving and stuff like that. I think that's what Gemsy was referring to. Were you trying to refer to the Eratosthenes thing, or what was your point about the stick in the beach?
I'm just saying that it's a progression through science. That you can't we have to. You can make assumptions, and then you can prove these assumptions through. Because you use the example of just going to the beach. If me and you were just observers, and then we're just looking up, and then we don't have any idea. What happens is when we put a stick in, now we have like another idea. We have a shadow. Then we now measure the shadow, whatever increments that we decide to use, and then we start using these increments to measure other things, and then other things.
Is this science? Is this example that you gave science?
Yes, this is science.
No, it's really not. But let's
Ask
start
your
with,
priest if that's science.
yeah. I don't.
Science is any type of curiosity for the betterment of knowledge. It's a
It's pretty
philosophical
loose.
concept.
I think that's kind of loose. So
It's not loose.
But
Then
also, like,
science is philosophy, I guess. How philosophy's loose.
I don't know. When we talk about natural science, we're talking about like testing cause and effect relationships. So like if you're putting a stick in the ground and you're observing the sun, like like those are some pretty far away dots. How are you connecting those two dots? One, we don't know what the sun is. So what does the shadow moving tell us about the sun?
So wait, hold on. So we don't know what the sun is.
Well, that's where we start. It's not like we know what it is, man. So no, we don't know what it is. So like when you put a stick in the ground, you're like, well, see, look, we got a shadow and it moved.
No. This was
Like,
just because I
you know how the
I
kids
started from
say
your
they're
example.
reaching.
I
I
can
think they
start
look like
from
they're reaching.
astronomical physics if you want, but it wouldn't
How would you
go
start
anywhere.
there? Wait, how would you start
Okay, so
there?
like how do you explain? So how do you explain? How do you explain the distance from the sun? This is where I was like, okay, so we know that it's 94 million miles away. That's what
Hold
science
on.
tells us
You
today.
When you
don't
say
know.
we, do you mean you and I?
You don't
No,
pre-know. That's what
we
I'm
as
saying.
in my group of
Pre-know,
people. My let's say scientists that believe
Is
this.
that me
What,
included there? Is that me included?
you are not a scientist if you don't believe that's true.
So you're saying
So
that the 93 million miles distance to the sun is science. That's what you're claiming?
Yes, we scientifically prove that. Yes.
No, dude. This isn't the category of science measuring things. Well, and it's also not something you just pre-know as well. Like we don't just already know the distance to the sun.
Dude.
Okay. Well, I mean, remember in school they'd be like, you have to show your work, right? So go ahead. Like, if you want to tell us, like, how did you achieve
Epsilon,
this?
you've already been defeated.
No, Kenny, just relax, bro. Like, I don't know why you're still triggered. We're having a fairly fruitful discussion.
Okay, so I was defeated. Okay, so how far is the
that was
sun to
someone
you
else,
guys?
Epsilon. That
Okay,
was
no,
someone
I'm just
else.
asking a
He's
simple
not with
question.
us.
How far is the sun to you guys?
Listen. I started with we don't know what it is. So like, how are we gonna say what, where, how, why it is when we don't know what it is to begin with?
Yeah, so I heard a claim that I heard a claim the sun's distance is scientifically validated. How about you back that up?
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay, well, how far before I can even make any sort of where's the sun to you guys?
We don't know what it is. So who, where, when, how, why? We don't know what.
Let
we don't know
AI
where,
take the
we don't
point.
know how.
Hold on, I'll tell you where the sun is. I'll tell you where the sun is. It's very quick. Hold on, give me a second. Doo. 1 second. It's right there.
Where's the dome? Where's like the edge? Where's like
Wait,
any of these
bro.
things?
No one said anything about that stuff. So just
Okay,
please.
so let's go through it. Let's go through it. We were asked for scientific validation, right? Or sorry, he claimed scientific validation. He was asked to provide it. So his scientific validation is 4 questions in sequence, which is, where's the sun to you? Where's the edge? Where's the dome? That's not how you scientifically validate the location of the sun. Remember,
You guys don't
just
have
told me.
any like number or anything. That's what I'm
Okay,
just
so
I'm
now we have
trying to
5.
gauge
So now we have
somewhere.
5 points. Now we have 5 points. You were asked for the scientific validation that you believe exists for the distance to the sun. I mean, are you going to answer that or disregard it? I don't know.
Send you a study here.
Dude, you don't send me anything. Just tell me.
I don't want to butcher it because you guys are very. I really don't want to butcher it. So here.
Like, do you know or not? I mean, I'm just asking. If you don't know, that's fine. If you
I
just
do not
believe
know
it
the
because
exact calculation, but I can show you
Yeah.
where you can find it.
Yeah, if you just believe it because some authority told you so, that's
No,
fine.
because
I'm okay
we
with that.
cannot have any progression if we just don't. That's okay. Let me put it like this: if your claim is true, what would happen is that you guys have your claim in your belief system, and then you kind of build on that, and then there's now new proofs, and then generations down the line you use these proofs in order to come to new conclusions about the proofs that you have built before. Otherwise, I cannot give you 2,000 years plus of information because I am just me, myself, Epsilon.
Dude,
That's all I'm. That's my only.
What 2,000 years? 2,000 years of what, dude?
2,000 years of mathematics. I mean, it's I don't know, like 2,000 years of astronomy, 2,000 years of physics, 2,000 years of you name it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not claiming to have every single piece of knowledge, but I am standing on the backs of giants, and that's how the
That's fine. That's fine. However, there are giants, right, who have said that the other giants aren't standing on the backs of giants. They're standing on the backs of philosophy and mathematics that is so far removed from reality. So, like, when you play the game Fortnite, right, and somebody makes this huge tower with their Fortnite building skills and they build it, if you shoot the base of the tower out, the entire tower falls. Right? So if you remove the fundamental premise, which all the other derivatives are based on, you destroy the entire paradigm. It's that simple. So you're saying 2,000 years of a tower built on a premise that's false is somehow true because it's been around for 2,000 years. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, sure, you can use that for any like political argument or
Yeah,
anything. I understand what you're saying.
It's like three logical fallacies in one.
So, but I'm just wondering, okay, so here, if I am defeated, right? I am defeated, I'll take my loss, whatever it is, I don't care. I want information. Where have you guys started for, I guess, your trek in this realm, if you don't want to call it science? And where are you going with it? What information are you using and building upon to kind of provide this new information to the future generations? That's where I really want to start.
As to what proposition?
No, just that, because you're saying that it is built on the backs of these like people that just made claims that may or may not be true. So I'm saying, okay, what claims are you guys making true that you will pass on?
We know from their own writings that they admitted that when they were approached with certain data from their observations, that it seemed to indicate one thing, but they chose a different thing because of their philosophical bias. They wrote this in their own writings and said this in their own lectures. Right? For example, the Earth being the Earth being the center of the universe, right?
Which was disproven, yes.
No, it's not disproven.
No, Galileo, right? Is that Galileo, or maybe I'm wrong? I'm not sure.
Dude, are you not up to speed? Like, look, see, this thing's been around for 2,000 years, right? But you're not even up to speed on the current thing.
Galileo was the one that said that we were not the center of the universe, and the Catholic Church